When you're pooping in the night, instead of sleeping tight in the comfort of your home, just know that you're not alone. Whatever you're going through, it could be worse. You could have forever wiping poo. Bum 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 bum. La 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 la. You're never pooping alone. Pants around your legs, scrolling on your phone. Somewhere across the night sky, there will be another guy experiencing the same things as you, except he might have a forever wiping poo. Bum 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 bum. Just so you know, it could be worse for you. Just be glad it's just a late night poo.
Get more fiber, brother. I've been there. I've been with the forever wiping poo. That's me. You know, I bet you're wondering how I got here. You're sitting there on the shitter, wiping a marker that's stuck in your butthole, basically. Just get more fiber in your diet. And if you don't feel like actually eating more vegetables and eating proper grains or whatever, just take Metamucil. It changed my life for a very long time. I saw this on my feed and I was like, what a crazy looking. I didn't even know. I've never even heard it before. I was just like, it's crazy and I gotta watch it. Hold on. Let me turn this down. Whoa, loud. Also, one of those things, for the most part, there's a couple of things that freak me out. That really mess me up when it comes to like thinking and eating and whatever. But like gross things generally haven't done it. People could be like, you know, oh bro, I'm eating right now or whatever, to like the traditional talks about pooping or something. But then that never like caught me and made me like unable to lose my appetite. Probably because I'm just too fat. But yeah. I'm trying to think of the few things that do mess me up. I can't think of them right now, obviously. Classic. Oh. Obviously a little late today just because after stream, it's really hard for me to like get into work. I probably should be taking my medicine properly and things to help keep my attention and focus up and stuff, but whoops, didn't do that. So when I woke up this morning, I wanted to make sure I got some editing done. It's disgusting. It's natural, man. It's beautiful. It's beautiful and natural. You know? Like, my wife gets really grossed out by, like, boogers and stuff. And it's like, yeah, if it's someone else's boogers, it definitely is pretty gross. But, like, it's just liquid from your brain in your face, whatever, right? It's just, you know, like blood. I don't get freaked out by blood. If I see someone else's blood or even my own blood, I'm not like, ugh, and I don't faint, right? It's just blood. I get it. I can understand how certain people can have, you know, weird aversions to it and stuff, but it just never really... I guess I was also like, I was a little boy, and I'm like, yeah, cool, gross, you know, creepy crawlers. Wow, I'm baking fake spiders made out of gelatin in my little, like, easy bake oven for boys. And, like, I want to eat ooze, Nickelodeon gack and shit. Like, gross things never really got me. Is that praising the sun or cursing the sun? I guess it's just the wild air from Night Rain specifically. I thought it was the praise the sun guy with like the little sun symbol on him. I forget his name. I'm not good with names. But after, so You know, about 2 hours is where my brain fizzles out and my ability to like stay super focused on any one task, and then I just have to get up and do other stuff. So I was like, perfect time to take a break, grab some bagels, some bagels. I'm also a weirdo. I enjoy a nice buttered bagel. These are everything bagels. I've used this plate 2 or 3 times, so like this amount of seeds is not natural to fall off of one round of bagels, but vote 1. But yeah, I enjoy cream cheese on a bagel. Who doesn't? But these are bagels with butter on them, or I guess it's like a margarine or something. You can probably slightly see the sheen of a little bit of butter on it. A buttered bagel's good. I guess it's kind of like just advanced buttered toast, because buttered toast is just bread and butter. But it's toasted bread, which is like, it elevates it. It just brings it up a notch quite a bit than just eating bread with butter. But bread with butter, honestly, slaps. Let's be real. Bread with butter, pretty fucking good. Like I'm convincing myself more and more to just eat basically just bread or just butter. Man, we're getting down to the raw essentials. I mean, I've eaten just bread. Like a big ass tortilla. That's fucking fire. I've sat there before and just eaten a tortilla. Like it's just, are you a peanut butter guy? I enjoy peanut butter. I'm not like a peanut butter pervert or a person who needs to have peanut butter infused in everything I eat, or just, yeah. Don't go bald. I don't anticipate going bald. I've always had this like 7 head, right? Like my face is this big and my forehead is equally as big, and you go, that can't be right. But it's always kind of been this way. And like I've been trying to keep an eye on like, wait, that seems like a big triangle. But like hold on, we have a thing for this. This is the app for the overhead camera. And I can go camera 2 and then turn that on to the overhead, and I can turn the overhead on. Stand by. Bald. It is not set up properly. That's my ceiling. It's upside down for some reason. I don't know what has happened to it. Why does it think it's upside down? Anyway. There's no thinning or anything back here. Lucky me. I don't know, my grandfather's bald with like a comb over and shit, but I mean, people who are funny can be bald, or bald people can be funny, or vice versa. Either way. I gotta fix that. I don't know what's wrong with it. What was I saying? Something about eating bagels, eating bread. I've eaten the tortilla. My brother worked at Tijuana Flats, which is like a Mexican Tex-Mex restaurant. Very humorous hot sauces, like spank my ass and call me Sally or something. And then spank my sweet ass and call me Sally, because it's like a sweeter version of the sauce. But one of the things that they'd had as cooks, they would have the biggest tortilla size they have, which is like, I don't know, a 14-inch tortilla. And there was a challenge to see who could eat it in 60 seconds, and no one could do it. If you tried to ball it up, it wouldn't fit in your mouth. You couldn't chew it, you would choke. I was pretty sure that I could do it, and I could not do it. Somehow my brother, stole one from work or something and gave it to me one day, and I just couldn't do it. So, goals, life goals. Some people want to like run a certain marathon. Some people want to like lift a certain amount of weights. I just want to eat a big ass tortilla in a minute. Never really went through it. Ooh, one food goal I did. I remember being in high school, and my brother worked at KFC Taco Bell, and then later on I would work at it. But until, prior to that, I was unemployed as a young person. Didn't have a car and stuff. So this is probably like around 14, maybe 15, but probably 14. And there was like cute girls that worked there or whatever, and I was there for some reason or another. And I was trying to convince them that I could eat a full grande meal by myself, which is just 10 tacos. Hard shell, soft shell, whatever choice you have. And I ordered the grande meal and then counted down the individual wrappers as I ate them. And then I kind of went back to the lady after I was done, like, see, I ate all 10. She's like, great. I didn't know how to flirt. I didn't know how to, I didn't have Riz, let's just say, as a little chubby, prepubescent child. So, wouldn't you know it? I didn't really date much. It didn't work. Being able to eat 10 tacos in one sitting wasn't impressive in that specific market. I was looking through the different things in my YouTube playlist, and as well as the stuff that's just in my YouTube feed, and I usually just, collect them all, add them into my little playlist for the day. And I was like, oh, there's some good ones in here. Dating is cooked? Yeah, if only. If only that's the thing that worked. I haven't watched a Z Frank video in a long time. I would say Gen Alpha, right? I mean, if we're going with the constant enshittification, the circling of the toilet as it flushes, the newest generation is the one that's the most fucked. I mean, I don't see us building up safety nets in a way that's going to, like, protect them from things. I don't see us finding a way to make housing more affordable, to, have a more robust education system that's only falling apart worse and worse. Health is getting worse and worse. Look, kids aren't even getting vaccinated for shit now, right? Someone shared this graph, which is just, I love science, or I love that, better to say, I love that some people like science and that I don't have to. Because this is some crazy graph of the genomic epidemiology of SARS-CoV-2 with subsampling focused over the past 6 months, and I'm like, wow, I'm glad someone else is paying attention to this, because goddamn, I don't even know what I'm looking at here. But I'm like, wow, thanks guys, thanks for actually paying attention to shit. It looks like whatever, I guess maybe because of the way that germs evolve, that we've been able to, like, knock out the initial ones that only, that continued on for a little bit and died out by 2022, or even the ones that lingered on the best, they still died out by 2024. But oops, they branched off, and oops. Now we have more than ever, right? Fuck. Maybe this one here kind of ended, but there's still a bunch of really healthy branches going. It looks like you're hopefully someone's giving you funding, so that way you don't just randomly work for private equity instead and keep all this information private for the profit motive of some random company. What in the hell? Frequency colored by Clade. It is really interesting to me that Europe and Asia have so many individual countries that are all interconnected and work together that you can end up with graphs that are like, this market here is so saturated with different data points, and the number of miles it takes to get to the next data point is very small. Whereas North America is like, bam, this giant section of the globe is just turned into 2 data sets. Which is like, that seems like it's not the most efficient way. They probably have things broken down or whatever, but like, what the fuck? That doesn't seem... This seems way more... I don't know, accurate, or like has a better like understanding of things. They reported 0 cases. That they did the Trump strategy of like, hey guys, just stop testing. Boom. Testing numbers go down. You stop testing, problem solved. Think about it. Big brain, right? Like, if you're worried about, running that red light, just don't look at the red light. Then you won't worry about it anymore. Boom, problem solved. Just fucking, here we go. I'm not worried. We're good. We're good. I mean, if you're stupid, it goes hard, right? That's just the way it works. Ignorance is bliss, and they have embraced the bliss. I have always loved the Z Frank videos. I forget who originally showed them to me. I feel like it was, I don't know, probably my brother, maybe my Carol, my wife? Not sure. Okay, let me throw the music down and go.
This episode sponsored by Ground News.
Ooh, it's sponsored by Ground News.
Bats, the fury birds of the night. But they are not birds. No, they are mammals in the order Chiroptera. There's a crapload of them, and there's all different sorts, too. About 20% of mammalian species are bats. Look at that, they keep coming.
I'm a sucker for infotainment. Taking actual scientific or, I don't know, documentary footage, but then making it entertaining and funny. Mwah. OBS computer tutorials that then just have a little bit of zing to them, a little bit of personality infused. I love it. It helps me retain information, keep my attention. I love it.
Don't they? Now, you don't see them all that often because they're all Heidi, not their names. I mean, come on, Heidi's no name for a bat. Bartholomew Banks or Johnny Five Fingers, that's a real bat name. Petunia Featherbottoms, that's another one. The point I'm trying to make is that when the bird figured out how to fly, it stretched out its arm, grew some fancy underarm hair, which turned into feathers, I'm quoting science, and by that time, most of the hand bits sort of got in the way. So most of those bones shrunk, fused, or disappeared, except for this long one here, which they kept so they could flip us off. Science. Bats, however, went for a different arrangement. They went all in on hands. But you know how my mother used to say, if you keep playing with yourself, you're going to grow scrotum skin between your fingers. Well, that should give you an idea about what bats have been up to throughout their evolutionary history as consequences. And it's not just between the fingers, the skin attaches right to the body. And look at this one, it's got a flap back there by the nethers. You know, that has some stank to it. But this isn't just some veiny, floppy skin. This is a finely tuned instrument of flightedness. Elastin fibers run through the wing the long way, give it some integrity. And there's muscles not attached to bone that run from front to back. With the help of these tiny sensory hairs, these structures allow the bat to adjust the stiffness of the wing membrane during flight. And that's important because this isn't just some simple up and down flappy business. It's complicated because each of those fingers can move independently, so they're changing the shape of their wing all the time. On the downstroke, they'll spread those wings out wide like your mom's umbrella. Burn. That gets the lift going, but then they tuck it in a bit on the upstroke so as not to push themselves back downwards like an idiot. Come on, people, they're better than that. But that's just the basics. Look what happens when you ambush them mid-flight with a puff of air, which is apparently something science hippies do when they're bored. They can right themselves with a single contorted wing beat. Quick, Dale, here comes another one. Blow in the tube. Damn it, Dale, it's still flying. Where'd you learn how to blow, suck school? And that's what it's like to work in a science lab. You've gotta have thick skin like Dale. Anyway, these bats better be good at flying because they're not all that great at walking, or scooching, or whatever you call that. You keep that up, you're gonna chafe your nitzels and your nethers. I mean, there are exceptions. The vampire bat, for example, gets along just fine. It's a good-looking casual stroll. And they can run, too. Now, it's not as suave as the walking. Has more of a in-a-hurry on crutches vibe. But it works. Looks better than you trying to fly, I'll tell you that. And they don't skip the gym either. Gotta stay in shape. I think this one's more into the elliptical. Here we go. Now that's getting your steps in. And if your gym crush walks in, you can always crank it up a notch. Anyway, they're good on their feet because they do a lot of this. Sort of like a very low-key rodeo. And they gotta be able to move to the good spots. Take a little bite and lap up some blood, and that's the only thing they eat. Now, if you think a cow's an easy target...
It's crazy. It's like I don't know what. Like a big orange-sized mosquito. Like a living mammal just crawling on you. Licking up your blood behind your ears. Gross as fuck.
Try getting some blood from the foot of a chicken. At least I think that's what's going on. Could be a sort of foot fetish thing, like toe sucking, or maybe an oral pedicure. There's a business idea. But listen, I don't know this bat and I don't know this chicken, so who knows? Oop, didn't like that. But it turns out if all you eat is blood, it's not the most balanced diet. And these little bastards burn through some energy. And if they don't eat for 2 or 3 days, they die. So you know what they do? They share. Bonk. If a buddy or someone in the fam missed a meal, a bat that recently ate will regurgitate blood right into their mouths. They're adorable. So you wouldn't do that for a friend with your Taco Bell. Bottom line is you gotta eat how you gotta eat. No judgments. You want to stick your tongue into a flower's sexy parts? Go for it. Just be good at what you do. You might think it's easy sucking on a flower, but it's not. First off, depending on the flower and how heavy you are, you might have to hover. Now, I don't know how much hovering you've done, but it's like treading water, but without the water. By changing the shape and angle of the wing beats, some bats can generate lift on the downstroke and upstroke. It helps to have those back muscles. Look at them. But even if you can get there and hold still, in some of these flowers you gotta go deep for the sugary waters. And for that, some bats have evolved incredible tongues. Sorry, quick aside, that thing on the left looks like a steampunk vulture. Now these tongues can be quite long, but that's just the half of it. Watch this one for a second and see if you can notice something a bit odd. The nectar's going down, but it doesn't retract its tongue. It's not sucking it up either. Instead, it has these two deep grooves along the sides of its tongue. Deep enough so the edges can curl around and form a sort of tube. Muscles lining that tube contract in wave-like patterns, which, with the help of capillary action, forms a kind of conveyor belt for the nectar. Look right around here and you'll see some nectar get pulled up into the mouth. Right there. Bats in the genus Glossophagia have a different trick. It's a bit more what you'd expect, a lapping motion, but look at that big-ass drop of nectar that they pull up. The tips of their tongues are lined with a whole feather duster's worth of specialized papillae. But why stop there? As their tongue extends outward, the tip becomes engorged with blood. This causes the papillae to become erect, trapping a whole buttload of nectar through capillary action. Imagine that, having an erection on the tip of your tongue. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. Probably best not to search for that either. A lot of people are afraid of bats, and that sort of silliness is in part due to news stories about bats.
Would I be afraid of bats? I mean, if there was a bat in the house, I'd be like, what the fuck? I would just be worried that it's going to break shit, that it could have, like, gross things on it, that it could, you know, swipe at me. Like, I don't want to hang out. Like, like when a lizard's in my house, I'm not, like, thrilled with it because it's going to shit. It has little legs and shit. So I guess I would be afraid of it the same way I'm afraid of any outside animal just all of a sudden being within my residence. But if they exist outside, I'm not mad about it unless for some reason, again, they're going to flock to me to try to like eat things off of me or poop on me or something. But I'm not specifically afraid of bats.
Being sensationalized. Recently, a colony of bats was found in a lodge in Grand Teton National Park, and I wanted to see how different news outlets were framing the story. For that, Ground News...
That makes no sense to me that there would be a bias about how a news organization would discuss bats being found in a park. But I guess we'll find out.
News is excellent. They're a website and app that gathers up the world's news and organizes them by story, along with visual breakdowns of the most important information. You can also see the political bias, credibility, and ownership. Almost 130 news outlets reported on that bat story, and almost all of them chose pretty scary headlines about rabies exposure. Even though none tested positive and less than 1% of bats in the U.S. have rabies, and on average only 3 people a year get rabies in the U.S. Ugh. Ground News also has a blind spot feed that shows when stories are being ignored by one side or the other of the political spectrum. For example, when this study linked bat population declines to increased pesticide use and increased infant mortality, right-leaning sources didn't pick it up. It's hard to get the full context of news, and Ground News helps. Head to ground.news/Zayfrank or scan my QR code to save.
I know there's a lot of people who are very suspicious of Ground News. They seem to be giving a lot of people money from all over the place, which I suppose in one side aligns with their idea of showing the different outlets and how they operate on both sides, so that way both sides would be curious about it. But I don't know, man.
40% on the same Vantage plan I use for unlimited access to all their features. Subscribe today. Where were we?
Just how do you get so much money, and how are you so centrist, I guess is. And sometimes the centrists are more status quo defenders. So even though it seems like they're helping out certain people, I don't know. Yeah, well, I mean, Honey was a weird one because it's like, look, use this free app that saves you money, and it's free, and we're going to pay every creator to have it. And also, you never have to pay for it. But how are you paying creators nonstop for this? How is that working? Where's the thing, right? At least that place is like, look, please buy our plan. We'll give you a discount. But I agree that a lot of different places have had their exposés covered on like, wait, this thing was actually kind of not on the up and up all along, right? I suppose there's some kind of venture capital behind it where it just has an insane amount of money. And it's like, okay, we got all this money. We need to be relevant? How do we be relevant? Find all the unofficial news sites and have them help people get back onto mainstream in a way that they can like filter it through. Because normally people go, ew, mainstream media, gross, because I don't trust it. But at least with ground news, you can at least look at the articles together in a collective and then have some sort of understanding of what you're seeing. I don't know. Yeah, that's the only positive way I can think about it would be they have a lot of money and the only thing they can do with it is just try to advertise as much as possible right now before they either succeed or explode.
Oh, right. Now, if a bat gets thirsty for some plain old water, it can have a drink on the fly. They slow down a bit so they can have a sip, not a throatful, changing the angle of their wings and increasing wing beats. They don't go to a full-on hover, that's just a waste of energy. But they're able to do this slowed down flying with the help of the ground effect, where the air's interaction with the surface reduces drag and flying becomes more efficient. Now, if they
Exclamation point hydrate, let's get some.
Some bats are able to swim, but it's like jumping into a pool with a raincoat on. You're not winning any races, but you can get yourself to the side. Now, on the other hand, if a moth falls into the water and a bat's nearby, it's oh, guess not. Honest mistake, let's try again. Not that time either. Now, to be fair, this isn't all the bat's fault. It's not drunk, it's just that you're watching the outcome of some evolutionary warfare. Now, you know how bats hunt, and I know you know how bats hunt. But to explain this, it's best to have a refresher. Bats use their vagina. Just kidding. That's a vocal cord. What's wrong with you? Like us, bats vibrate their vocal cords to create a wide range of frequencies, most of which are too high for us to hear. Now, there are some fruit bats that echolocate that don't use their vocal cords and instead click their tongues. But regardless, you know the drill. They make these sounds and then listen for the echo. Many bats will focus the sound in a particular direction, and it's not just by turning their head either. Some adjust the shape of their mouths to broaden or narrow the sound beam that they emit. Others keep their mouths closed and let the sound come out their nostrils. In some cases, the noses of these bats have become very specialized, like satellite dishes. You can see the nose and the ears working together to fine-tune that signal. That tongue clicking back can change the direction of its sound without doing anything noticeable, at least from the outside. Now, when those sounds echo back, they have all sorts of information in them. The sooner it comes back, the closer the object. If it arrives first in one ear, you get a sense of the direction. That sound beam will bounce off different parts of an object with slight delays, and those little echoes will interfere with each other in patterns that give the bat an idea of the shape of a thing. The bats can also tell what direction something's moving in. If something's coming closer, the frequency...
Wow, like, you sound like you have an interesting texture. Like, you sound fuzzy to the touch. You sound very cavernous. You sound very like imagine an English muffin, right? It has all these nooks and crannies, and it would sound like it has nooks and crannies. Oh, you sound smooth. I see. Yes. That's wild.
The echo will shift up. This bat is listening to a recording of pulses that shift up, and it takes off thinking something's closing in. Now, all of this comes in handy if you're trying to track down a flying insect. If they pick one up in the distance, they start focusing their pulses on where they think the insect is headed. As they get closer and move to intercept, the pulses get quicker. Quite honestly, it looks like it'd be a whole lot of fun. Certainly better than waiting in line for a burger. Of course, it's not as easy as all that, and bats spend quite a bit of their time missing. This is a real flight path with a red dot for each time it missed. If you slowed down those pulses, you'd hear and then look at that, he just sort of gives up, reevaluating his whole life. Should have been a fruit bat. And just when he's at his lowest, a moth flies right into his mouth. And that's not all. He made a drawing that looks just like your dick. Now, one of the reasons for all this missing is that some insects got wise to this sonar business. If they stand still on a flat background, they can become sonically invisible from some angles. Apparently not that angle, but there's others, I'm told. Some moths rub specialized body bits together, creating a barrage of sound that effectively jams the bat's sonar. You know what's worse? Bats do that to each other. Right here, a science hippie captured footage of a bat trying to catch a moth, while off-screen, these other bats are basically heckling, like some jackass yelling dingleberry while you're setting up for your golf swing. Anyway, it's no surprise that some bats said, "F*** it, I'll just go fishing." At least that way, oh, for f***'s sakes, he missed that too. But the fish is like, woohoo, I'm flying. I mean, bats eat all sorts of things. Frogs, birds, basilisks. And I'll tell you, there's nothing better than having a big meal and then hanging upside down. Get to taste everything twice. It's not the easiest maneuver, by the way. You fly up and then stall while you flip upside down. I mean, it takes some practice. This one used his face. Once they're up there, they can lock in with those little feet. There's a trick to them so they don't have to use energy to hold on. Each claw is connected to a tendon that has a little bumpy section on it. And that tendon runs through a sheath that has some grippage. When the bat hangs down, it pulls on the tendon and flexes the claw. And those two rough parts come together and hold everything in place. And they
It's like Velcro. It's just...
can stay that way without passing out, because they have a bunch of one-way valves in their blood vessels. And some of those vessels, especially in the wing, actively pump blood, so it doesn't all pool in the noggin. Now, some bats didn't go with that whole claw setup. Instead, they went for these little pads. The Spix disc-wing bat holds onto the sides of tubular plants. It uses those discs like little suction cups. Then there's the sucker-footed bat that doesn't use suction. Come on, science. Instead, it uses fluid, which is used to attach its pad through wet adhesion. This means it can hold on tight when
I had to read the caption because I was like, what did he say? He was saying fluid all silly-like.
forces are parallel to the surface, like with gravity or some dude. But if you pull at an angle, you can unstick yourself. And listen, we're not even scratching the surface here. We haven't even talked about Reginald Buxley or Sammy the Screw, Minerva Higglesworth, Pugsy Longstank, Henrietta Lollipops, Button, Professor Horst Vangerdank, Marvin Featherbottom, Petunia's husband, Ordok, the destroyer of worlds.
What a little idiot.
Oh crap, sorry, this one's Ned. This is Ordok, destroyer of worlds.
Okay,
You'd be
sure.
pissed off too if you had matching eyebrow pimples. Those ones hurt.
Always good stuff from Ziff Rank. I thought it was both fitting because I enjoy watching their videos, but also we just did a whole bunch of Batman shit. This is something that I'm not sure how it's going to be, but I've heard of this before, where basically comedian Stavros makes a video series about him working out. And he said before, this is the only video series where a guy gets progressively fatter every year as a workout series, which is kind of a funny way to put it. And this is supposed to be the new season, and maybe he'll really do it this time. As a dude who has tried to be a fitter person every year and either be exactly the same or fatter every year myself, but I fucking get it, man. I get it. So I'm curious to see how the first episode is. It's very YouTube, so it's like, what, 10 minutes long or whatever? So let's see.
I should read some directions before I pull off the gray cap base.
Oh, he's doing
Fat
Ozempic.
stomach.
Crazy. I guess he's rich now, right? Because he's in movies and shit.
Oh!
인젝터 세포 바운드 앵커가 치킨 팝스 그 쇼자키다 스모커 와시다 Must not get any
Shit. It's like an anime intro. What the fuck? That's okay.
Hello everyone. It's been a little bit since you last checked in. This is Stabby Gets Ripped Season 3. Last season I did not exactly get ripped, but I did make some serious gains. Look how easily I crossed my...
I've been there, brother. I mean, obviously he's fatter than I've been. I assume. I'm not sure his height and all that, but I've had it be difficult to put on socks, to tie my shoes.
legs. That's a win, okay? I'm about to leave for New York to do a send-off show at the Bell House for the tour. On past tours, I found it very difficult to be healthy.
Turn the camera off.
But this time I'm gonna do things differently. I'm trying to make it...
Technically, risks of being obese to morbidly obese also includes those and more. It's one of those, what do you do, you know?
So I definitely don't fail.
Like I've tried for at least 25 years to lose weight the right way. I could try again. I know it's the healthier way, right? I don't have money for Ozempic, so it's not really an issue for me, but you know, if I keep failing for another 25 years, I'll be dead, you know?
This tour. We have a bus so that we wake up in the city we're in. I want to work on my act every morning, and then I want to work out, and then I want to eat right. Steamed ass fucking chicken.
That shit's not bad, honestly.
I have a buddy coming with me that's going to take charge of nutrition.
What's up, Gooners?
We have some athletes that are going to pop on, give us their perspectives. We have some special guests that are going to help with fitness stuff. My little brother, Nick, he's a father. He's on paternity leave. He'll check in a little bit. But we have everything kind of set up so that we don't fail. But I'm a little worried it's not enough. And I have made the choice for Stavi Gets Ripped Season 3 to fucking take some fat guy drugs. That's right. We're going fucking Fat Joe. We're going Martha Stewart. We're going Khloe Kardashian. I'm getting on that shit. And I'm fucking stabbing myself with some fucking meds. I have to lose weight on this tour, so let's get our first dose of Zepbound. So, interesting thing about these drugs, they keep them in the fridge. The best is sleep.
I didn't know that. I mean, I guess that makes sense that there'd be different drugs or whatever, but I've only ever heard of Wegovy and Ozempic, so different drugs, I guess. That gives me hope that maybe they will tackle the issues.
Sleeps with its enemies. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. That's what fucking Zepbound is about. It's in the same fucking place where the ice cream is stored. You have to shoot it into your stomach, which feels like a little on the nose. It's like one final act of fat penance. It's like, look what you've done to yourself. Do you want to be beautiful? Stab yourself in the fat stomach. You'll be beautiful like us. So that feels like what they're doing. Ah, fuck. Shit kind of hurt. Now we see what happens. All right, man. I've got the fucking secret sauce in my bloodstream. No going back now. It's fucking injected. So let's see.
But the digestive issues has, like, I've heard about people having some, like, I mean, it's like saying, like, you know, people had like COVID vaccine reactions. I always have to like measure it with, yes, myocarditis is technically a thing that can happen, and there will be some cases when you vaccinate 1 billion people, but is that a thing that you should worry about? But then again, you don't want to ignore the fact that people have gastrointestinal problems after taking the thing, but did they already have them before? You know, like, I don't fucking know. I have a pretty good gut biome. I've been lucky that I don't get migraines. I don't have food poisoning. I eat fucking reheated rice all the time. Like, all these different things that I've just been lucky that my biome works in harmony with my lifestyle. And now this is, if I took a thing like this, that would then create a whole problem where now I might have upset that balance and then never come back to the way it was before. I don't know. I don't believe I have what are those different, like, Crohn's disease or the thing where you shit yourself a lot. Like, there's all these little, just, you know, things where you're just like, yeah, it's just not perfect for you. Sorry. You know?
Last day before tour, very busy, but I'm still gonna find ways to exercise. And then it's 2 send-off shows at the Bell House. I can't wait for those. But first, a nice, healthy little lunch. I'm fucked big time. It's 1 p.m. day before the tour starts, and I think I got food poisoning from some fucking weird shrimp I bought. This is a bad omen. Well, we canceled the Bell House shows.
That's crazy.
A pear, it's the first thing I've eaten. It's 6 p.m. I'm shitting out of my ass like it's a fucking fire hose. This is what happens when you try and eat healthy. I could have just ordered a kebab or a fucking pizza and I would have been fine today.
Look on the bright side. You're fully fucking packed.
I haven't packed shit. The day before the tour starts. Just how I dreamed it up.
We'll nurse you back, man. Don't worry.
It is midnight. Look at all these fucking bags. That's right, folks. We're prepped as fuck.
Fucking go. Dreamboat tour.
Fuck you, Aldous.
Fuck you.
Bro, it's already 5 minutes later than we said we were going to leave for the airport, but we have to our final weigh-in. Last season, I ended at 309.8, down a total of 31.5 pounds from the year
Hey, that's not
before.
bad.
Can I do even better this season? Can I, Stavi, get ripped?
Holy fuck. Looks like a day of food poisoning is really good for you. One day of food poisoning, I lost like 4 pounds, so maybe I should keep getting food poisoning. All right, well, that's the final weigh-in from Queens, New York. Let's go
looks
to
so
fucking
Greek.
JFK. We had to get here early because Eldest is a bitch, so I'm gonna enjoy the Delta One lounge while he's out in Gen Pop.
Straight George, wow. Introduced to the world.
And you decide if this is the name.
I am not. I get to the airport late. I've always been a late piece of shit. I know some people are like, oh, I got to get to the airport 4 hours before the flight starts, and I'm like, no, I plan to get there 15 minutes before boarding is my plan to get there. Like that's my plan to arrive at the gate about 10-15 before. So I'm expecting a certain amount of line in like the TSA region, depending upon which airport it is. I'm always banking it on that. But some people want to get there. Like, if I get there and it's the flight before my flight, I'm like, what the fuck? I fucked up. I'm here way too fucking early. Right? That's my mindset. If I get there right as my fucking boarding number is called, I'm like, oh, perfect. Beautiful. This is well done. I can understand how people have aversions to that, but
Ironic? Who knows?
Not even me.
George the Dreamboat Tour's official nutrition expert.
Now, you know, some people, they go out and they hire guys that were Navy SEALs, then got their PhD in nutrition afterwards. What I did was I convinced my friend with a remote job to just come on the bus with us, and his job is to just...
I haven't flown a lot, but I did miss one flight, and it was when we were there very early. And it was for work, too. My first ever work flight. Me and this other engineer, we were flying up to New York, Long Island, to do the Joy Mangano show, to oversee like the remote gear and all that shit. And we were just there early. We knew where our gate was, and the place was very full because other flights were like leaving. So we sat down on the only available chairs, but those chairs had their backs to the gate that we needed. And I was just talking it up with my fellow engineer. And then we turn around and we're like, oh, fuck. It's empty. Fuck. They just finished boarding. And they're like closing the door. And we're like, hi. I guess we missed the call. And now other people have said like, no. They call you by name if you're not there. After all the different people have boarded, they check the numbers and say, hey, so-and-so, you're here in the airport. Where are you? And like, I'm like, I didn't hear shit. Now, the PA system is like, you feel like sometimes you just can't hear a word they're saying. But like, I know for a fact they didn't call our names, but I don't know. Obviously, we fucked up because everyone else got in the plane and we didn't. So, whoops. So we just got the next flight however many hours later and just made all the corrections and it was fine. No one really cared. Actually, my boss was almost impressed that I was able to like not panic and handle the situation because, you know, plans are made with contingencies built in or whatever. So I have missed one flight before. It wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible. They gave it, it didn't cost us any money. It was like, okay, sweet.
Google restaurants where we can get a salad, go to Costco and get us snacks. And he basically has to make sure I don't eat ice cream.
When we met in college, George was a plump little bastard like me. Then, through diet and exercise, he became the svelte specimen you see today.
Yeah,
Just kept getting skinnier.
Eldest was so jealous.
So yeah, those are the only qualifications needed to be my nutrition expert. But neither him nor Eldest is getting into the Delta Lounge.
Stuff's deserted us. You have to travel separate from the help.
No camera usage up here. This is the first class cabin. You don't belong here. Make it quick.
We just landed in Sacramento, and we're headed to get pho, the first meal of the tour, and then we're going to Costco, baby.
I've never had pho
folks. We're in a Costco, bustling here in Sacramento. We just had pho. We're gonna go stock up. Protein essentials, The macros are fucking insane, dude. Where the fuck are the steak bites?
Crab meat.
When I see pussy, I go, nutso. The good macros. Whoa, they have my dick here.
Dumbass. I had no idea there's so much fat in like
Chips Ahoy.
How about Fruity Pebbles? This really screams getting my life back on track.
I'm getting these little treats. Ooh, baby, look at that haul. Lots of protein, lots of fruit. Everything I need to fight the temptations of the road. We're not failing on this tour.
Okay, folks, big announcement. After
I love red licorice. I cannot stand black licorice. Although there was a certain TikTok I saw from some creator that has made a bunch of videos. And your body is naturally tuned to enjoy sweet things, and that's about it. I think maybe salty as well, but basically sweet is the one thing that your body is attuned to liking, and everything else is an acquired taste. Literally everything else. And there's some sort of rule of thumb when it comes to how long it takes for you to have the acquiring of a taste. And he was eating black licorice every day until he reached that threshold. And then by the end, he's like, hey, this is pretty good. Like, he could have just be lying, but like, there's a certain, because people in like, I don't know, Finland, they love eating black licorice. They hate eating the sugary stuff in comparison. There's just certain things because it's just too sweet for them. People love cigarettes, black coffee, all these different things. So as long as you do it long enough, you will begin to have an association and appreciation for whatever it is. So that's an interesting lesson overall. I should find that video to find what the number is. That way I can try to find habits that I hate, like black licorice or eating healthy, and then try to have an appreciation for it instead, and to see if it works that way or not.
For over a year of sobriety, I'm going to take some marijuana.
Now, for years, marijuana has been quite the issue for me. Even when I've been practicing healthy habits, I'd get a little high and it would all go to shit. So a year ago, I decided to stop smoking weed and saw some pretty good results, but fuck it, let me just smoke weed. It'll be different this time.
Or that's an edible, I guess.
And just like that, we're back, baby.
Nervous that weed has been introduced.
Pussy, do your fucking job. Don't worry about the weed.
Stay over there, man. We'll worry about the weed. Okay, our first weigh-in on the tour scale that we just purchased at the shittiest Target I've ever been to in my life.
The health is our rules with an iron fist.
Okay, this says I'm 309.8. I was 304 yesterday after food poisoning.
Now it says I'm 306?
Alright, we need a better scale. Okay, we've done it a couple times. It appears I actually am 306.2. That makes way more sense. I was 304 yesterday. Look, we're gonna be generous. We're gonna call the starting weight of the tour 306.5. Elders.
I feel like you can still see his little like injection site. Like you can see a little, unless that's just a natural mark and I didn't notice it before he did his injection. But I'm always super jealous of bodies like this, and not to mean that like I want to be obese or whatever, but like I have less body fat in comparison to my height and everything, but my tits are like 4 times as big as his tits. And it's just like, why are my tits so fucking big? It's one of the things that gave me so much anxiety about being in public and, you know, growing up in the locker room and shit like that. Also, some of those scales aren't really rated for 300 plus pounds. Like even like some gaming chairs they're like 250 is the limit. I'm like, fuck, you know, I'm not 300, but like, fuck, you know, like, I'm close, you know?
Elders has been goaded into an official weigh-in for the tour.
I usually do no shirt. I'm gonna be decent for this.
Okay.
Will show us that little ass dick.
Let's see.
307.6. Eldest is fatter than I am, everyone. I'm a
Dang.
slim
Just what height
306.
does for you.
Eldest is an obese 307. So there you have it, folks. Spirits are high, the Dreamboat Tour is officially underway, and so is my journey to finally getting jacked.
He has this. He has the same ass that I do, though. The same lack of an ass. Yeah. I mean, the cheap, the standard, the crap. You know, I bought some like on sale B&H chairs because they were like $70 or something, and they're dog shit. I would say they're because like there are certain office chairs that are also just as dog shit and just as overpriced. There are some good ones, and then there are some insanely priced ones. Like nobody wants to drop $1,500 on a fucking chair, right? Like that's like crazy because that's just a chair, damn it. But I sprung for the Titan Secret Lab XL, whatever, because it was one of the few chairs that actually had a decent weight capacity. I think it has like 350 pounds or something. I forget, but the size of the actual where your legs, I can actually cross my legs because I'm 6 foot approximately. Technically 5'11" and a half if I'm barefoot, but then I don't know if I have better posture or something. I've had different numbers, so I just assume 5'11" and a half. Also, shoes make a factor, but about 6 foot. But I'm like 270, so I'm a pretty sizable 6 foot dude. So having a chair that I can actually rest my head on and cross my legs and not have it fall apart as my weight. So I've had this chair for a couple of years now, I think. And it's pretty okay, but it's still like $700 or something crazy. But I sit in it literally every fucking day. So it's one of those, like, you do have to kind of put your money where your ass is, right? Like having a good bed is really important because you sleep in that fucker every goddamn day, approximately. So spending $100 on a chair and being like, haha, I did it, ends up fucking you over. Although I am a sweaty boy and I did not want to get pleather, and this has like a cloth kind of material to it, which I think is okay. My favorite, I think, though, is mesh. Although one of the problems is like right now I'm like wearing like shorts, underwear, kind of like, what is it, shorties kind of things. And it's like, if you're on mesh with your bare skin or your leg hair and shit, and it gets caught in those little holes, it fucking sucks. So like you can't sit naked in a mesh chair because like it'll fuck up all your skin and all your body hair. So you have to like, because mesh is great for like breathability and airflow and heat retention or heat, you know, in Florida where I live, you know, like it's actually kind of chill today because it was raining, but it's like 77 degrees Fahrenheit right now. So it's hot. Normally it's a nice brisk 79 in here. So a 77 is beautiful. So I usually like having mesh chairs. In the past, I've had a mesh chair. At work, we had a bunch of mesh chairs, some of those really expensive ones, but I ended up buying this one and don't have huge regrets. I do get a little hot sometimes, but I just turn on the overhead fan and then it makes it okay.
Stabby Gets Ripped, Season 3. It's happening this time, and we're using performance-enhancing drugs.
It'll be interesting to see if this continues. Oh, there's an episode 2. Oh, hell yeah. That came out 4 days ago. Anime intro, yeah. Let me grab this. Ooh, I hear Zizi. She's. Wait, what's happening? Oh, I didn't hit play. That's why. I was like, why is this not loading? Ah, because I have my new thing. I see. That's where the weed comes in. The first episode seemed like it was just kind of a little like, hello, welcome back, quick update, setup thing. Did a great job on the intro, though.
Good morning, bozos, from our first stop on the tour here in Sacramento. We're venturing off. Straight George has found us. Oh, Jim, we're gonna go get swole.
Motivation to you song. Mentally feel like Kobe. I'm like Jokic with the rock. You physically couldn't hold me on kiss.
It's time to get swole.
Never little bro me. Euro step like Ginobili.
First things first, the warm-up. Right here, I'm getting loose. I'm getting limber, warming up the forearm. I've been doing the Arnold Schwarzenegger pump out.
So I had this when I had physical therapy because when I was doing personal training stuff, because my arm is all fucked up from that car accident thing. In the elbow, I can't 100% fully extend without some. Well, I usually get full extension, but there's like some tension, and I cannot do full contraction on the I can't bring it down lower than this, because this one can go all the way as low as it needs to, but this one just can't. So, and there's like, I don't know, 1 or 2% difference when you're trying to lock out the elbows, it seems, or I just feel tension there. So I was doing like, I forget what they're called, like caterpillars or whatever, where you kind of like, almost like a burpee, but slow. Like you stand up and then you walk your feet out and then you walk yourself back in. So you kind of like go all the way out into like a push-up pose, and you kind of like walk with your hands back and then stand up straight and then go back down and walk yourself out. I popped something in my elbow and I started having this really bad pain. So then when I went to physical therapy, that was one of the things. You'd hold a hammer and you'd rotate your arm and then you rotate it back and you do it really slow and controlled. And then there'd be like a weird angle where all of a sudden, yeah, like it would just, whoa, fuck. But I guess it's also good for warming up muscles too.
This is not an ad. I just want to get ripped like Arnold. And I decided we're going to start with the foundation, but we're going to do intermediate because I ain't no beginner, all right? Now, I'll be honest. Just this warm-up, which is squats.
It's baby squats to, well, not baby, but you can tell when you're not used to it, when you need to have a chair nearby. I had to have a chair nearby because I would squat and feel really weird because you have to really sit back when you squat. That was a weird thing for me. I would always lean forward because I never really worked out certain muscles. I had very weak muscles in certain regions. And at least when I was with my trainer, they were able to notice that I was better and better at being able to sit back into my squats or whatever it was. So having a chair there to work with, so that way when you fail or you have no confidence in yourself, you have something to sit on.
Incline push-ups, rows, and body weight lunge. You're supposed to do 4 sets of that. That's kind of crazy. I'm gonna do 1 set of each because just the warm-up does fuck my ass a little bit. So what's the actual workout? Incline push-ups. Look at that stud, dude. Look at that straight line. Look at all that meat popping in and out. That's the Superman.
Those are fucking hard. I did the ones where, well, I guess it's just the ab version. I remember doing one where you lean out and then I would move my arms back or something, or no, I would bring my arms in and you would try to really flex the upper back muscles and then back forward. That used to just get me so gassed.
That's what your bitch would love to see on top of her, I'll tell you that much. And there goes the lunge, and the way you do these kind of like a triple set, one after the other. And the lunges really do fuck my ass, as you can see here. My fat little knees are almost buckling every time. And then we have the body weight squat. You know, we're working on getting that lower. Here's a front foot elevated lunge. Yeah, I'm getting gassed. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know, I only have to do 2 sets of each, but I am.
Damn, it's crazy that he's only sweating just a little bit. It's nuts, man.
Wobbly.
He does look like Carl from Alcohol Tune. Yeah, 100%.
Hit it. And as you can see, I'm getting low here, bitch. Look at that. Look at that push-up. I'm supposed to do a regular push-up. I obviously cannot do that, so we're just, lowering the incline a little bit.
Yeah. I think it's a Baltimore. Like the other B. I'm not sure exactly what Carl's accent it's like, but if he just had hairier arms and wore flip-flops, he'd be right there.
Lat pull down. I mean, I'm a stud, dude. Look.
It was really hard in my home because I don't have a home gym. I just have a home and I have a couple of weights or whatever. But it was really hard for me to get lat workouts to work. I had to actually do a certain thing with my trainer to like even like have my body discover my lats because I just never really used them and I would cheat other muscles and shit. So to actually, because I would do exercises that you're supposed to work them out and I'm like, I feel it in my arms or I feel it in whatever else. And it's like, you don't feel it here. And I'm like, no. And I'm like, try to like do like you, I sat down like on my butt and I had my arm and I would like rest it on a bench or something and then try and just push down on the bench with my arm resting on it, just push down on it. And that's how I was able to actually like, oh wait, that's where that one muscle is specifically. But having a pull down bar like this where you can just, just get it straight up. Because I'm having to like use like barbells and like just lift it. It almost looks like a tricep exercise, but I have to just kind of like move it just a little bit in the right zone to get the lat to work. And like, I look at this and like, damn, that's why people go to a gym. Because that shit's so much better.
Look at that shit. Ooh, you know the good shit. The hip raise. The Superman is what your bitch wants to look up at. The hip raise is what she wants to look down at, baby. And then a crunch. Look at that explosion.
Just because you're fat doesn't mean you don't have abs.
Look at how high off the fucking ground I get off that. I'm fucking swole, bitch. First swole session of tour in the books. And let me suck your father's Okay, you know we already hit fucking Costco, you motherfuckers. We cooked up a batch of this shit. Does it look the best? Not really. It tastes pretty fucking good though. So we're gonna let this bullshit simmer. And I'm gonna pair this with some special miracle noodles. This whole package is 10 calories. I guess it's just some kind of mushroom.
Ew, that shit's so gross. I've had that shit a few different times in a few different forms. Good luck, dude. It's some weird fiber shit that's like very watery. Sometimes like the liquid it's in smells terrible and you have to drain it first. So I'm surprised he's just dropping it right in. What makes a bagel a bagel? Magic. I don't know. I mean, I know there's a certain type of yeast or something. You've never had a bagel? They don't just sell bagels? That's crazy. I mean, it's round, obviously. It's just a savory version of a donut. That's sugar directly inside of the dough, but it's just a little baked thing of bread. It's pretty chewy. Like, obviously, when you cut it in half and you toast it, you get a nice little crisp to it. But overall, there's a certain amount of, like, I don't know, gluten sponginess to it. Like, not spongy. I don't know. It's got a good mouth chew. It's not super spongy and like rubbery or anything, but it's just got a nice, it's like, you know, a dense bread. Like I'm sure you've had some breads before that are very airy, almost like an angel food cake where there's just like almost nothing to it. It's almost whipped or something, but a nice density gives you a nice big, you can really feel yourself biting into it and has like some resistance, but then obviously then it sticks together. So it's got that, it's just very bready. It's very bready. It's a dense round tube, a donut, if you will, of bread.
Ugh, this shit looks like ghost jizz. Now we see what this total weighs, and then I'm gonna combine it with these fucking noodles.
Why is he looked fucking naked there for a second.
Alfredo. I might have to
probably TOS technically.
Let's just see how it tastes. Holy shit, are these noodles a fucking game changer? What the fuck? Am I bad?
Well, when you cover them in
fried beans in here. Here's what I'm gonna do. Since we don't have salt.
Hey, you got Metamucil. Whoa, check it out.
It all came at once. Now we mix this shit up. Honestly, it's incredible.
Glad he likes it.
Pairs so nicely with this lemongrass.
Also, he's rich, so because those noodle bags are like a couple of bucks or whatever. It's not like an everyday meal thing. I don't know. Good luck. But
final macros on this meal.
He's first class, so yeah.
458 calories, 56 grams of protein, 16.5 grams of fat, 20 grams of carbs. Resourcefulness. You find that you learn this on the road.
That's a lot of fucking protein. Hold on, you say 50 grams of protein? I don't think so. I guess every body's different or whatever, but my nutritionist was telling me that like your body has struggles to get 30 grams and above of protein in one meal. Like there's a certain amount that your body can't process.
Protein, 16.5 grams of fat, 20 grams of carbs. Resourcefulness. You find that you learn this on the road.
3 more times, send it back. And then hug it.
We have made it to beautiful San Francisco, where we are joined by my good friend and opener, JP Just Penis McDade.
Welcome to my chambers.
We start off the Dreamboat Tour with
It's impressive to do a workout in a hotel room. I mean, I guess because they're on tour every day is in a hotel room, so it loses some of its thing. But I remember at one point I was given a workout routine to do in a hotel room, and I just never even got close to wanting to do it because being on vacation or whatever, it's just not the same thing.
incredible show in Sacramento.
I'll see you next time, guys. Thank you.
The show was at a casino, and yes, we did hit it afterwards.
I don't know anything about gambling.
And that's what they want to hear. They're like, "Oh, welcome in. Would you like a complimentary drink? Wait, how many chips you buy? Oh, yes. Would you like a complimentary drink? Come on in."
We followed that up with a great show at the Masonic in San Francisco.
Shut the fuck up!
Shows were fucking awesome. I may have, perhaps, gotten into the mini bar in my hotel.
I'm not proud of myself.
But we live to fight another day. I should be working out today, but I'm fucking...
Damn, day 2, dude. Or I guess it's not day 2, but it's show 2. My willpower is decent enough that I can make it a week before I start falling apart and having those, like, I can't get over it cravings. It's rough. My poverty, or I don't know, my impoverished upbringing in comparison to even if I live a middle class lifestyle now or whatever, I'm like, I can't, no fucking way am I gonna buy a goddamn bottle of, a mini can of Coke for $3. Go fuck yourself. Probably costs even more than that. But I'm like, I will never on principle. I'll be starving to death. Fucking foaming at the mouth because I'm so dehydrated. I'm like, wait, what? That $2 for a bottle of water? No, thank you. No, okay, no, all right. I just can't. I can't. So there's that element of it too. It's like both the have enough willpower to not cheat on your diet that fast, and also what the fuck are you doing, brother? But he's like, again, he's flies first class. He can immediately all that goes out the window. It's different.
Tired. My sleep's been bad. So the plan is a nice restorative day today. Having a Metamucil cocktail. About to soak in the tub. Oh, fuck.
I wonder how many tablespoons. You're only supposed to do like 2 teaspoons for a serving, but I used to do a tablespoon in a bigger bottle of water. But I used to do a tablespoon at a time when I would drink Metamucil, and I would sometimes even take 2 tablespoons in a day. So I wonder how much he would go through. But it makes you shit so fucking good. They do say you have to like be careful and only take it like 1 tablespoon at a time, otherwise your body can get fucked up. I think it's like some kind of Epsom salt thing. It's like good for the skin. Let's see.
My sleep's been bad. So the plan.
Yeah, Epsom salt. I don't know what it does, but it's. Also, he's on tour, so where did he get a giant bag of Epsom salt? Maybe he literally has it in his kit.
Is a nice restorative day today. Having a Metamucil cocktail. About to soak in the tub. Oh, fuck. We got Benny Butcheeks coming. We got Robert Oberst coming. We have a nice crew.
That guy looks familiar. Why does he look familiar?
It's an actual day off, so try not to put any pressure on ourselves. Just kind of relax. And nothing says relaxing like pounding 10,000 steps across Golden Gate Park.
If you finger pop or jack off with a Fitbit hand, it counts it as a step.
Playing golf, walking another 10,000 steps, podcasting, and recording an interview. I'm a little exhausted. Fuck, I'm such a piece of shit. But I'm pumped and bringing the heat for our amazing first special guest. We're going to go get Robert Oberst.
Robert Oberst.
Robert Oberst.
Robert
That's what it was.
Yeah, you might recognize the name. He's a former top 10 finalist in the World's Strongest Man competition. What's up, dude?
Nice to finally meet you in person.
And maybe some of you are thinking, you can barely do body weight exercises.
why did you bring a world's strongest man finalist here? Well, it's because you, that's why. Suck my
Yeah.
Robert Oberst, he's our guest. Thank you for basically consulting on how to keep me from just completely becoming a real piece of shit on this tour.
You won't take it seriously. You don't. There's a lot of really good comedians went too soon.
Believe me, I'm reminded in my Instagram comments every day. The obvious number one thing for me is losing weight.
Yeah.
The goal basically for the next 3 months is like keep up with these workouts, shoot for 3 times a week.
I mean, Farley did like a lot of hard drugs as well. I don't know what Stavi does, but he'll die when he's 60 from being obese. But if you combine obesity and like incredible stimulants, then yeah, you'll go in your late 30s.
And yeah, just do things that I can stick to, nothing too crazy.
So you're doing something every day.
Every day. There's no days.
Good. That's a huge thing. It's hard when you take 4 days and do nothing.
Yeah.
Then to like reverse that, you know, like movement heals.
True. Okay. That was sort of a style for me where I would kind of put a bunch of workouts on one side of the week and then no workout. And then it's tough to get in there on that first workout of the week. Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it does. What I will say, a quick, easy thing to do: don't do sodas and juices and all that shit. You know,
People tell me like, dude, I just cut out soda, I lost 40 pounds. I'm like, I haven't actually been drinking soda for a decade. I've been doing the right stuff. Just my
Yeah. People are like, oh yeah, I cut out beer and I cut out sugar sodas and then boom, I lost all this weight. And I'm like, I've never drank beer and I don't drink sugar sodas ever. Fuck. Yeah, I'm literally with him. Yeah. Yes, he's a comedian. He's funny. I enjoy him.
body is not meant for this. That's why these fat guy men, I'm really pumped on.
What else could you do that's like something you could easily commit to?
Right now, my job is my priority. But in the past times in my life, when that was the priority, everything else would fall to shit. And so, for now, 3 workouts is actually the goal, and it's like 2 will be acceptable in a pinch. Because injury, I just don't want to do. And then the 10,000 steps is really minimum.
Yeah.
You know?
If it's a day where you're not going to be able to go to the gym because you're injured, be like, okay, well, I'm going to do some of my steps outside just so it's different than like the exact same routine, so it feels like you've done something extra, even if it's bullshit. Like, don't give yourself an easy out, you know?
Right.
As long as you check yourself, then the next time you check yourself, it'll be.
I like, as a guy who's always been kind of pudgy, I've always kind of liked the idea of strongmen just because they're not there cutting to the lowest percentages. They're not there shirtless and have like immediate, like, you know, Captain America body, because they have an incredibly strong and well-maintained physical physique, but they also have body fat percentage. And it's a functional fitness, which is one of those things. The routine of it fucks you. Yeah, I mean, some of this stuff I'm like, okay, some interesting little pockets of knowledge to tuck away. Like for me, one of the big ones, because also the moniker of abs are made in the kitchen and, you know, biceps are made in the gym, is about losing weight is more of a food thing in combination, right? Yeah, getting the bored part of it, getting bored, keeping the variety was the big part of it. That was one of the little things. Okay, try to change even where you do it or whatever. It could be something special, something to keep it from being stale. But one of the big nutritionist things that I learned was, because I had a problem with just like, okay, cool, I'll just grab a bag of cereal and just munch on this because it's food and it will fill me, right? It's a part of a balanced breakfast, as in like a small part. But it's easy for me to just grab one thing because I'm lazy and it's simple and it's a thing that's all contained inside of a container, and I can just pour it into my mouth or get a spoon or whatever. I can eat a large amount of this mixed up cereal, whatever it is, and that's only one thing to grab, no real mess. But if I mix and match, so like if that's like a savory, mild, or somewhat sweet sort of cereal, then mix it in with a little bit of vegetables, mix it in with a little bit more protein or something, and you end up with a more well-rounded individual meal. It's easier to feel full when you have the 3 different groups being tackled at once. So it's not just bready, but it's also a little bit vegetably, and it's also a little bit savory. Like when it has all 3 of the things happening at once, it's like, oh, okay, it's faster and easier to feel like I don't need to eat more of this. I can set it aside. But when you're just eating one thing and just a lot of it, then that doesn't work as well. So even when I have like pizza or something, if I bring, 2 pieces of pizza to sit down and eat with, I should also have a couple of those fruit bags, whatever, and then maybe something like a little bit of cottage cheese, or, I'm trying to think of something that specifically is a protein, whatever. I guess meat would be kind of usually in cheese is already incorporated into a pizza, but probably just the vegetable thing, but easy, like, okay, it's a little bit of sweetness and a little bit of fiber to mix in on the side with the pizza to help, instead of just wanting to go back for more and more pizza over and over and over and over again. It's, it's different. I mean, there's always going to be some things are bad. Yeah, I mean, like eating pizza is always one of those, like, are you sure? But like, instead of eating an entire pizza in one sitting, I could eat half, or maybe hell, even a quarter, maybe only eating 2 pieces, and I feel good and I don't want to eat more. A lot of times there's this desire to keep eating, even when I've been where I feel so almost ill that I'm full, where I'm like, I'm so fucking stuffed, but I want to eat that food so bad right now. And that's like an incredibly bizarre pairing of just primal cravings fighting each other. Like, I am full and sick, I don't want to, but also I desperately want to, and I wish I could. And those are like things that don't make sense. So perhaps I could feel less like I want to if I had a better balance of things to help my mind feel like I've attained it in a different way. Yeah. Don't eat acids with sweet fruit. I mean, like an orange is acidic and is a sweet fruit. A lot of citruses I don't like in general, just because I don't know if it's just the acid I don't like or if I'm mildly allergic or whatever, but sometimes I even get these weird little like bumps in my mouth after eating like a banana or something, or certain fruits and berries. So I'm just like, ugh. Citric is acid, yeah. So what's a sweet fruit that's not citrus? Like, is a strawberry not citrus? I guess it is not citrus, but then if you eat tomato sauce with it, that's acidic. So that'd be great. Okay, grapes. That makes sense. So citric is considered an acid, but it's not considered a sweet fruit because it's just an acid. So if you have a fruit cup that has oranges and grapes together, that would be considered bad. I mean, fermenting in your gut sounds like it would just make you feel sick, I guess, maybe. I don't know what the fermenting in your gut would be the major downside, because fermenting is just what? Breaking down, digesting, right? Kind of. That's where like bacteria is doing stuff. Yeah. Or whatever the actual activating ingredient is and all of that. Like, no, I just ate a Dole fruit cup, officer. I swear I'm not drunk. Breathalyzer fail. No.
Be a little bit better.
Yeah, you're right. At the end of the day, you just have to hold yourself accountable. If that doesn't inspire you, I don't know what to tell you. Now it's time for me to rest up because we're hitting the gym tomorrow. The boys are gonna get swole. So it's the morning of my swole sesh with Robert Oberst. I'm feeling kind of like shit today, but I think we should do a weigh-in. So, see how much I weigh? Last week we were at 306.5, and after crushing my health goals this week, I'm positive we're gonna be down some lbs. What? Now I'm 308.4? I'm getting a different scale. I just don't trust this scale. How the fuck did that happen? I've been a good boy. I've been a very good boy. Fuck.
Make sure that you weigh first thing in the morning after a big piss. If you are a shitter in the morning, make sure you do your shit first. Try to keep it as consistent as possible. That water weight will fuck you. Don't get a big drink of water before you weigh yourself. Like, it's got to be the first thing you do is you wake up, take that big ass piss, and then go right to the scale. Also, consistent underwear. Like, if you only have one type of underwear that you own, then just wear that. But if you're like, different shorts have different weight to them, just have a very consistent thing, whether you're fucking buck ass naked right before the shower, whatever your plan is. But Ben Clarkson did the animation. I don't think I recognize that name. The wrong tube, man. Yeah, that's the one thing that gets me coughing. And ever since, for a while now, when I cough, especially if I cough a certain strength, I instantly start hiccuping afterward. And it's just like, fuck. Okay. I haven't seen this one before, I don't think I have. But I'm curious. Add that. Grab the thing. I've shopped at Aldi a couple of times, especially back when I was in college. It was one of the big grocery stores near the college. And when I lived near a college, because it was accessible. But there's the bizarre kidnapping of Aldi's CEO.
This is the CEO of the parent company of Trader Joe's and Aldi.
Trader Joe's and Aldi.
Work and is heading home for the day.
Yeah, work.
Parked next to him is a Mercedes 280, the same model his boss is driving. But it appears to be someone else's car. His boss left earlier anyways and should long be home by now. What he can't see is that his boss is tied up in the back seat, just 3 meters away from him, gagged and held at gunpoint.
Oh.
He has been kidnapped, and this really is his car. This, right here, is the beginning of the biggest kidnapping in German history. The man in the backseat is Theo Albrecht, one of the 2 brothers who founded the global discount supermarket chain Aldi and one of the richest people in Europe. At this point in time, Aldi is already taking over Germany. Soon, it'll conquer the world. Theo Albrecht and his brother will forever change the way people do grocery shopping, how much they spend on it, and how supermarkets work in general.
Maybe.
But right now, he's not thinking about business. He's thinking about staying alive.
The Aldi I went to, it was a lot of, I don't want to say foreign food, but it was just a lot of brands I had never seen before. And it was like very like cheap stuff. I'd grown up mixing and matching. My parents would shop at what was called Cash and Carry, which I guess later became Sweet Bay. It was very, very like South. It's very like mid-Florida, but the South of America type of grocery stores. And then Walmart and Publix. Publix is kind of like our, air quote, not like a nice grocery store, like a Whole Foods or something, but it's just a more expensive infrastructure. It's cleaner. It's got less total variety, but more, I don't know. That's one of the things. Yeah. Suburbia leans into that. You kind of do your shopping at multiple places. After a while, we became more and more and more Walmart shoppers just because they had the best prices. And there would be a few things that you wouldn't get at Walmart. My parents had a thing about never getting meat at Walmart, even though it's the same fucking meat. It's all USDA shit, no matter what you do. But they just they said it was like Mexican meat, which is really funny to think back on. That they would say it's like, it's gross Mexican meat or something, as if it's like dirty or whatever. Which is just kind of fucked up. But they felt like just because the store was always cleaner and nicer in a Publix, that's where they wanted to buy their meat from. And the produce. Sometimes the produce would be, depending upon how long it would sit on the back. Sure. But just specifically saying it's Mexican or something. Like, that's what I meant by it being fucked, right? There was also like Food Lion. There was a bunch of other places that like Albertsons. Those are all different grocery store chains. But we mostly just kind of focused. Exactly. Yeah. Like it had like this like extra stink on it. And even if I was being charitable and was like, oh, I know what you mean. You mean that it's not through the traditional distribution network, or that there's water being pumped into it or something else, just immediately associating that with bad and putting that into the same group is like, yeah, what are you doing? What the fuck? You know. Also, to your child, to your impressionable, may not even be able to understand the fact that you're not trying to be this way. Just saying it to them can color their worldview in a way that you didn't realize. You know. But then again, I guess I'm not a parent or something, right? So, if I talk to a child, would I not give him a bunch of fucked up worldviews as well? Probably, yeah. I suppose, yeah. That is interesting. A different. I mean, for the most part, Florida doesn't have issues with borders, just because we're a peninsula, right? We barely even have borders with states. And being in like central/southern Florida, because I live next to USF, which is the University of South Florida, which is like, well, we're not like Miami, but I guess we're not like we're definitely dangling. We're dangling out there in the oceans comparatively. So I guess that's South Florida, but there's not really the same problem either. Yeah. So Aldi always had like a weird. It's always a little bit dirtier, just because it wasn't as kept up as nice. There was a poor clientele, because you can just tell the people in the aisles when you're in a Publix, everyone's middle class plus, still wearing suits and ties, and not suits, but like, you know, button down shirts and ties, and very fancy, very, you know, Stedford wives style housewives going around shopping. It's quiet, whereas Aldi, it's a bit more frazzled. But I mean, we definitely shopped at it. We, you know, we especially when we were in our college budgets, we were shopping at Aldi. It just had a different. It was like a generic. Like you would get. The store's shelves would be all Mountain Lightnings, no Pepsis, right? Like that's just kind of like the difference of it. I only buy generics, right? So it's just kind of a store of generics. But that's just my Trader Joe's is the opposite. We're like Trader Joe's is all bespokes. They're not generic in the sense that they are a cheap knockoff brand or a cheap no frills version of a brand. They are specifically a bespoke brand, right? They are either the Trader Joe's specific weird puffed up corn balls or avocados from this certain farm that's special, or some kind of like frozen food thing that you would never see in another store with like very specific Indian dishes, and you go, oh wow, this is nice, you know. But all those things are very specific, higher end, or just bespoke, not health centric, but just like, you know, you're paying a little extra because it's unique. How's Trump thinking he made us buy U.S. beef? He doesn't realize there was already U.S. meats coming here. We don't just buy it. Even Macca's uses Oz beef for Big Macs, etc. Yeah, I mean, Australia has some really good beef stuff, doesn't it? I mean, like, because a lot of your continent is sort of not humans living on it, right? Like, there's a lot of like not so much empty land, but it's like available for farmlands and stuff. I guess there's the outback, which is a big desert, but that's, you know, a lot of different land masses have some form of desert. The United States, continental United States, is a huge desertous region or whatever. But I can know that like the Wagyu beef from Australia is really good, right? That's what Carter said before, at least. Where some of the meat that is sold to Japan for Wagyu actually comes from Australia. So making you guys buy, yeah, where Japan raises most of it. I mean, Japan doesn't really have a lot of land to grow a bunch of, because cattle takes a lot of land, especially if you're going to do it like where they like whisper poems to the cows, right? To make the Wagyu extra tender. Like you need a lot of space for that. Grass fed shit, right? Anyway.
Wir fahren heute so, wie es uns gefällt. Reißt die Zelte ab, Spatz, wie im Eiltempo.
Their burn has gone high on production value to the point now that like their formless human shapes that represent the crimes now can like show exactly how much balding the guy has, which is like, damn, did you have to do him like that? Like we know it's the Aldi CEO. Does he have to be that? You get to show his exact male pattern baldness.
This is
They
Teo,
do, but
and this is his brother Carl. They're the Albrecht brothers. Their parents own a small grocery shop in the West German city of Essen. It's small and simple. The brothers grow up helping out where they can, but it's a tough time for selling groceries, or anything really. There was the hyperinflation in 1923, the Great Depression of 1929, Germany bombed to rubble in 1945, and the currency reform of 1948. Most Germans are broke and hungry.
I don't know enough about Reformation Germany time, but I know that after World War One, they got real mad, and that's what made them become Nazis. And I don't know how they managed to not have it happen again. Oh. I thought they just liked salt. Huh.
Theo is in his mid-20s when he and Carl take over the family shop. They know they have to be smart to make it through these difficult times. In this bare-bones store, the two will develop a set of principles that will revolutionize the concept of supermarkets as we know it. This is Hannah. She's in her early 20s and from another West German city called Dusseldorf. She comes from money, and right now she's
West German, that's the NATO side of Germany, right? Yeah.
head over heels in love.
I thought it was just like, oh, your beautiful big dogs that are cows or your horses, they like salt. And you love your animals, so you give them something nice. They're happy. They like it. You want to give them a treat.
With this guy,
I'm always just like thinking of the map. Like one side's close to the USSR and one side's close to like Britain or whatever, right? So when I think about it, West, that's the one that's the not Russian side. So got it,
He's a bit older, as in almost 30 years older. A lawyer with a firm in downtown Dusseldorf. He too is rich. He drives flashy cars,
30 years old.
Takes luxury vacations, and somehow always wins at the roulette table. Well, almost always. The other day, his luck ran out. He had to borrow 300,000 Deutsche Marks from Hannah, but that's not going to bother her tonight. Tonight they'll enjoy themselves at a ball. Hannah will have this photo framed and put up in her bedroom. She has no idea it'll go global just a few months later. Interpol will use it for their manhunt to bring down the mastermind behind Germany's most high-profile kidnapping. Hannah's big shot lawyer boyfriend is called Heinz Joachim Ohlenburg, and right now he's got a problem. He and his partner just kidnapped one of the richest men in the country. And they have absolutely no idea what to do next. To be fair, it's their first kidnapping. Also, Ohlenburg's day job is entirely different. He forged his high school diploma to get into law school. He's been divorced twice and keeps having affairs with young women. These days, he's representing pretty shady clients, loan sharks, small-time crooks, and professional criminals. Now he needs cash, lots of it, and fast. 700,000 Deutsche Marks. He owes not only Hannah a couple of grand, but also a few relatives and even 2 serious felons. One of them is this guy here, Diamond Paul.
Average gambler, right?
His real name is Paul Kron. He's a trained car mechanic by day and a safecracker by night. He breaks into banks and department stores and snatches their cash deposits. He got caught once and did a few years behind bars. He swore he was done with that life when he got out, but he still has that one dream. A house on the Spanish Mediterranean coast. He even has a name for it, Casa Paulo. The land is already paid for. Now he just needs the money to build it. But his day job pays less than 2,000 Deutsche Marks a month. That is not going to cut it. The kidnapping was his idea. One last job, and they go off-grid forever.
Kidnapping is very different than bank robbing or like safe vault cracking or whatever.
The morning after the kidnapping, they don't know where to stash their millionaire, so Paul spent the night with him in his garage, with Theo Albrecht tied up and...
Also, how do you not have that figured out? Like if you're gonna, like the biggest change, the biggest wild card factor, the X factor would be once you have a human in captivity, they're going to try and escape or notify authorities or whatever. So you want to have a plan to like minimize that one element as much as possible. So you want to have a place to stash them. You want to make sure that they're not going to be able to get to the outside world or whatever. Like, you got to have all that figured out. You can't just be like, well, we got him in the car just because he was right here. We had our moment. We just grabbed him. We'll figure it out from there. That's crazy.
Blindfolded next to him in the passenger seat. Albrecht's wife already knows. They called her the night before the kidnapping. They promised her husband would come back unharmed as long as she stayed quiet. No cops, no press. Now they just need to figure out what to do with him. First, they need to bring him somewhere safe, quietly, so that no one will recognize him. But how do you move a hostage without anyone noticing? They weigh their options. A wardrobe trunk? Too small. A broom closet? 6 weeks delivery time. Roll him up in a carpet? That could work. Uhlenberg heads out to get one, 2 by 3 meters. Kron stays.
That's crazy. My mother used to tell me about how, because she had like 7 siblings or something crazy. Maybe she had 6 siblings in total, but she was the 7th. Or when she was growing up, there was only 7 kids in the house, but later there was another one or something. But they were children in New Hampshire, and they were born in like, the 60s. So they had nothing to do. And one of the games they would play in this like 100-year-old house was everybody is under the rug, crawling around this gigantic rug. And then everybody would slowly, one by one, sneak out of the rug. And whoever was the last person still under the rug, everyone would like sit around them to trap them in place. And they would sit there until you panic and can't get out. And then they would laugh as you panic. And then eventually they'll let you out. And that's where, because she was the middle child, so she got used to just like not giving in and not panicking, to just not let them win, and they would get bored and leave. Another game they would do is roll you up in a carpet. And then when you get rolled up in a carpet, you can't move because you're bound tight. All the dust and sand from inside the carpet is getting in your eyes, and you're freaking out. And the more you panic, the more you panic, the more you panic. Oh God, oh God, oh God, I can't breathe. And then they laugh, right? But she would just learn to like meditate and calm, and just, that was her as a middle child, just knowing how to manage both the younger siblings and older siblings at the same time. Which gives me terrible, I couldn't imagine being rolled up in a carpet. I would lose my mind. But I'm thinking, if you roll a guy up in a carpet, he's going to be screaming. It's so fucking, you can't breathe. It's crazy. Especially some fat old guy.
He's in the car with Albrecht. They agree to meet at a quiet road where they can safely transfer Albrecht into a Volkswagen.
Ah, a middle child, I see. No. I only have one sibling. He's a year and a half older, so we never did anything like that. Also, we didn't have rugs, so.
Van. The plan is to make him sit on the rolled out rug and wrap him up like a burrito.
That's crazy.
It all starts with this.
No one around you? You would lose your mind.
Post-war Germany is a country.
Maybe you could like roll back and forth.
Food is scarce.
Oh, that's cool. They have like a little like source material, a tiny little number.
Butter is a luxury. So the Albrecht brothers do something unusual. They sell their butter at cost, without markups and profits, sometimes even at loss. But
lost leader. People love going there to buy butter, but while they're there buying butter, they got to buy something else because they're there. They only get to do so many trips to so many different stores.
Word spreads quickly. There's no cheaper butter in town than at the Albrecht shop. Butter becomes their draw, or what's often called a loss leader. Other Albrecht loss leaders are bread, margarine, milk, flour, potatoes, pasta, soap, and toilet paper. They're everyday essentials at unbeatable prices, and once customers come in for those, they are likely to also spend money on other products. The plan works out. Before long, the Albrechts open one grocery store after another. Within just a few years, they're running 30 supermarkets across the greater area. While scaling, Aldi keeps it old school. A lot of paper, a lot of folders, tightly managed departments. If only they could have run on Odoo, the all-in-one management platform. Instead of isolated softwares,
Odoo
applications, and lost files, Odoo...
Is Odoo big in Australia? Because I know that the Boy, and I did a thing, use Odoo.
Lets you manage all aspects of business as you're and get access to the full suite from just 19.90 euros per month. Click the link in the description to get started.
Wait, where's this guy from?
Uhlenberg and Kron are looking for a place to hide their kidnapped millionaire in broad daylight in downtown Dusseldorf. The first idea is Ullenberg's lawyer's office, but it's located on a busy street right in the city center, just off the central station.
Order.
Getting Albrecht out of the car and into the building.
I feel like in the 70s or whatever, that's just when kidnappings were just like all the rage, man. If you were a millionaire and didn't have your shit together, you were gonna get your ass kidnapped by somebody, and they made your third wife pay or whatever.
Would mean walking him across the sidewalk,
80s, okay.
blindfolded, so he doesn't see where he's taken and by whom. He could shout, people could notice and get suspicious.
That was also back when plane, what's it called? Hijackings were big too. Crazy times, man.
The second idea is Ullenberg's grown-up daughter. She lives only a few blocks away. They could hide him there and have her move into the lawyer's office for a while. But that's probably a tough sell. Her father has never visited her apartment, not even once, and now he would just show up with a kidnapped millionaire. So, back to the first idea. Unfortunately, Albrecht doesn't fit in the rug. What now? The hostage himself ends up pitching in. He promises to cooperate and not cause trouble. Ullenberg and Kron agree. They take off the blindfold, tape his eyes with skin patches, and give him a pair of shades. Then they walk him across the sidewalk to the building. But there's another problem. The office is packed with
Where do you get skin patches?
staff and clients who've already been waiting a while. So Ullenberg shuffles everyone into back rooms so that Kron can sneak Albrecht through the hallway and into Ullenberg's private room. He usually reserves it for secret dates with his younger girlfriends. The room is a cramped 4 square meter alcove.
The room smells like sex. As the guy gets in there, he's like, I don't like this. He's been blinded, so his senses are elevated, and he's like, this smells like a sex room. I don't like where I'm being led all of a sudden.
They sit Albrecht down on the bed. Then Ullenberg goes into full gear to clear the office, rushing through client meetings and sending his staff home early. They don't
I mean, he seems like a piece of shit. Also, he seems like a stupid piece of shit.
mind. Hanna is worried, as usual. Not because she thinks her boyfriend is a kidnapper, but because she knows he's a womanizer, constantly chasing younger women. But tonight he comes home from work on time. There's nothing special on the evening news, no mentions of a missing tycoon. Mrs. Albrecht seems to have gotten the message. No police and no press.
Das ist Rentner Hugo Bansimmer. Wir fragten ihn in seiner Wohnung, warum kaufen Sie bei Albrecht?
Wissen Sie, wenn man Rentner ist, muss man mit dem Pfennig rechnen. Und ich kaufe bei Albrecht ein. Ich kaufe dort immer ein. Man bekommt mehr für sein Geld und ich kann mir hin und wieder eine Pulle extra leisten.
Kaufen Sie bei Albrecht. Zu Ihrem Vorteil.
Ooh, an extra beer. Ooh.
Karl Albrecht steps onto a small stage. He's about to give a rare public speech. He talks to fellow grocers about how he and his brother grew their business from 1 to 30 stores within just a few years. It'll be the first and last time
he's selling a course. What the fuck? That's how he gets rich.
Publicly explains the Albrecht business model.
Looking back on our operations, I see that in the early days, we were forced to keep a small product range. The sales strategy includes only fast-moving consumer goods. The limited product range eliminates time-consuming consultations for our staff, and customers can decide much faster to either buy or not buy. For example, we don't carry loose jams, fresh fruits and vegetables because they slow down sales. We also skip canned fruits and vegetables and specialty items like mayonnaise, pickled herring, herring salad and so on because of turnover speed. We carry
Specialty item like mayonnaise, really?
only one variety of each product. For legumes, we have just one type each, so only one kind of beans, one kind of lentils, and one kind of rice. For shoe polish, we only carry Erdal. For toothpaste, only Blenduxx.
What about my freedom of choice, brother? What about my freedoms?
Floor wicks in cans. So for brand products, we only ever carry the best-selling brand. We have followed this principle of small product ranges at low prices since 1950. The customer must believe they cannot buy cheaper anywhere else. Once that belief is in place, and I think we achieved just that, customers will accept about anything.
Theo Albrecht spends most of his confinement sitting on the bed in his undershirt and briefs. He gets bread rolls for breakfast, steak with potatoes and beans for lunch, and coffee and pastries at tea time. The kidnappers offer him a warm meal for dinner.
What's tea
But
time?
he just wants sandwiches and mineral water. Every 2 days, he gets a hot bath and fresh underwear. He's allowed to shave with one of the kidnappers' razors. They took his suit and shirt to a dry cleaner. so he'll look decent on the day of his release. His captors dictate letters for him to write to his wife.
Dear Silly, you have heard from me by now. I want to assure you again that I'm doing fine and that I'm being treated fairly. Please don't worry, everything will be okay. I beg you not to call the police at any circumstance and to not involve the press. I'll explain the terms of my release later. Much love, your Theo.
4 days in, and the kidnappers still haven't addressed the ransom. Ullenberg keeps dodging the topic, saying it makes him uncomfortable. And just like that, another day goes by in captivity. Albrecht will later testify in court that during those days, he lived in constant fear for his life. Day 5, Saturday. Albrecht decides to take matters into his own hands. He proposes a ransom. By this time, Aldi is estimated to be generating 2 billion Deutsche Marks in yearly revenue. But the price tag he puts on his own life is considerably smaller, 100,000 Deutsche Marks. It's a ridiculous offer, a joke. Then again, it's very on brand. Theo Albrecht is famously stingy. Daily business at the Albrecht stores is governed by a set of strict principles. 1. No heating. Employees are expected to dress warmly. 2. Lights off unless absolutely necessary. Theo Albrecht personally ensures compliance during frequent surprise rounds. 3. Zero waste. Every sheet of paper is used front and back. Plastic sleeves get reused. Paper clips and envelopes are meticulously saved. 4. No.
Okay, bro. That's just micromanagement. Also, you want to have your customers fucking trip and make a bigger fucking scene than like the tiny bit of electricity you'd be using to keep your lights on? What the fuck? I mean, I guess it was like back in the day when incandescent was going on. Did they have fluorescent bulbs in the 70s? Or prior?
Frills. No decoration, no pretty product displays, no fancy signage. Just fluorescent lighting and cardboard boxes stacked on plain shelves. 5. Speed, or what some may call German. No chit-chat, no customer consultation, no service counters. Just rapid checkouts.
Like consultation of like, what's in this jar of undescript fruit? Ah, yes, time to consult you. That's a bit of apricots and apples. Ah, yes, I see. How does that taste? Let me tell you. Like, that's the consultation at a grocery store? Like, you're not buying a fucking dishwasher. You're buying fucking apples.
Time is money. Even the bathrooms are optimized. Theo Albrecht has all electronic hand dryers replaced because they take 4 seconds too long to shut off. Refrigeration is too expensive as well. The butter that fueled Aldi's meteoric rise is sold at room temperature. At night, it's stored in a cool basement. All of this serves
Soft
one goal,
butter.
one goal only. Rock bottom prices. Affordable for anyone.
Warum kann man bei Albrecht so preisgünstig einkaufen? Weil die Ladeneinrichtung nur einen Bruchteil des Üblichen kostet. Kein überflüssiger Luxus, aber zweckmäßig und sauber. Für moderne Menschen. Albrecht-Preise sind nicht durch hohe Einrichtungskosten belastet. Überzeugen Sie sich. Kaufen Sie im Aldi-Markt.
The Albrecht grocery business eventually turns into Aldi, the discount giant that's also behind Trader Joe's. And Aldi becomes a force of nature. A retail machine that leverages its market power to squeeze suppliers and farmers for ever lower prices. The Albrecht brothers earn a reputation as brutally efficient negotiators. But right now, Theo Albrecht is not the one negotiating from a position of power. The guys across the table have a gun, and they're threatening to kill him. They flat out reject his initial offer. Ullenberg knows exactly how rich Albrecht is. He read about it in a book. That's how they picked him up in the first place. Ullenberg tells Albrecht they need to consult with their partners. First, Kron heads into the next room for a call, then Ullenberg. The calls are fake. There's no one on the other end. They're bluffing to push the ransom. Ullenberg tells Albrecht he and his partners have agreed on a number. He says there are 7 people involved and that $1 million each would be fair. That makes 7 million. At this point, it's the largest sum ever demanded in a kidnapping in Europe. Ullenberg tells Albrecht not to worry. He can probably tax deduct the money as a business expense. Albrecht
Yeah, you could do, I don't know, some kind of loophole or something, right? Yeah, that'd be all right.
agrees. It's not like he really has a choice. By now, the kidnappers have worked out a plan for the ransom drop. On Tuesday at exactly 4 p.m., they'll call the Albrecht residence. Waiting on the other end will be the 4 people involved in the handover. Albrecht's wife, Silly, the family lawyer, the company's managing director, and one of his sons. They'll be given a first location, Meisenberg Street in Essen. There will be 2 stones with a note hidden underneath. The note will lead them to another location, where they'll find another note with another direction. The same thing will happen 2 more times. The final note will read,
Continue along the B288 toward Essen. Pull over at the parking lot near the Ruhrtal Bridge and use the deposited radio transmitter. Press the right button to say, "Theo, come in please." Then follow the instructions you'll receive over the radio.
Why the scavenger hunt? What? I get the idea of having one location lead you to another, so that way they couldn't have had people ready at the drop or something. But why 7 different ones in total?
Kron will guide them via walkie-talkie to a path in the woods. There they're supposed to drop the money and leave. When the coast is clear, Kron will grab the ransom, and Albrecht will be released at Frankfurt Airport. They'll tell him they're leaving the country. Albrecht is told to board a plane back to Dusseldorf. Once he lands, he's a free man, and the kidnappers will have supposedly fled somewhere far away. It's a solid plan. Even Albrecht...
So they're going to put him on a plane and say, all right, buddy, enjoy your plane ride. You're free when you get there. That's odd. I feel like he would be free the moment he's in the airport. Why would he have to even get on the plane? I realize they want him to fly and the time it takes on the plane and how he lands far away. But he could just be like, hi, I was put on this plane by kidnappers. May I leave, please? And I'd be like, okay, you can leave. You know, like they would just let him go. And he'd be at the airport free. How can you keep him on the plane under duress before it takes off without him alerting anybody?
Albrecht feels a bit relieved. Essen Police Headquarters. These are the 4 people awaiting the instructions for the ransom drop. At least they're supposed to look the part. They're actually 4 undercover detectives. They've been disguised by theater makeup artists. One of them is dressed as Mrs. Albrecht and wearing a wig. Underneath the costumes, they're hiding bulletproof vests and guns. They're standing by and waiting for the signal. Kron makes the call to the Albrecht residence. He says hello and is about to give the first set of instructions, and immediately gets cut off. Mrs. Albrecht was the one supposed to answer the call, but it's the family's lawyer on the line.
Please listen carefully. I have a brief but important statement to make. The conditions you have set are unacceptable. Money is the only viable exchange for the hostage. Since you demanded an unusually high amount of ransom money, we had to notify the state central bank. They in turn informed the police, and the press is also aware of the situation. We must act quickly now. Name a drop location and a reasonable amount. You will have our word. You will receive the money and be given enough time by the police to disappear.
Police and the press. That's the worst case scenario. Kron rejects and hangs up. The Albrecht family and the investigators are startled too. They've spooked the kidnappers and lost their trust. Theo Albrecht's life is still very much on the line. What now? This is Franz Hengsbach. He's the bishop.
Look, I don't know, man. Like if I was sitting, you know, my loved ones were taken, do you go to the cops? Do you not? You have the money, but not. And then the lawyer being like, that's just too much money. Fuck it. We put a price on his life and that's too much, damn it. And it's like, do you really do that? Like, what the fuck, man? Because even if it was just like, look, they were notified, but we just want them back. We'll give you the money, give us a new place, and we'll go. Not with the cops are going to be, and you'll have enough time. And they might still deny that because it's not enough of their plan, and they're worried they're being bamboozled. But like, to specifically also say, and also like, there's too much money. Come on, fuck off. Like, that's his lawyer. Like, I'm here to get you, save you money, dog. I'm your lawyer, and I'm gonna let you maybe get shot and die, but I'm gonna do my best to keep your money.
Bishop of Essen, and this is the city's chief of police. He desperately needs someone neutral that everyone can trust. The police, the family, and most importantly, the kidnappers. Someone who can be handed 7 million Deutschmarks and promise the kidnappers not to set them up. The plan is to use the Christian seal of confession. According to German criminal law, clergy are not obligated to report crimes they learn about during spiritual counsel. This will hopefully give the kidnappers a bit more assurance. Maybe they really can walk away clean. Which is why Bishop Hengsbach shall handle the money handoff and save Theo Albrecht's life. Hengsbach is a man of faith. Of course he agrees. The kidnappers also agree to the plan. Technically, everything is set for a clean and smooth handover. Technically. The press has known about the case for a while now, and agreed to keep quiet upon police request. But when they find out about the bishop becoming the middleman, they can't resist any longer. It's just too good of a story. The Essen police and prosecutors are forced to call a press conference. The room is packed.
Unser Verhältnis zur Familie ist, möchte ich sagen, aufgrund der merkwürdigen, teilweise sensationell aufgemachten Presseveröffentlichung etwas gestört. Die Familie ist naturgemäß sehr bedrückt.
Now it's not just the police anymore. The entire world knows what's happening. The bishop has been compromised. The kidnappers call off the meeting. It's too risky. The Albrecht family is desperate. They've lost all contact with the kidnappers. Will they harm Theo? Their last hope for communication is to include a message in a popular show on German national TV. Hannah is doing okay, but she's worried about her boyfriend. He hasn't been sleeping well and says work has been stressful lately. At least they can unwind in front of the TV.
Guten Abend, meine Damen und Herren. Vor 11 Tagen, am 29. November, haben bisher unbekannte Täter in der Nähe von Essen den Großkaufmann Theo Albrecht entführt. Sie verlangen ein Lösegeld von 7 Millionen Mark und einen Vorsprung von 24 Stunden. Da die Verbindung mit den Tätern in den letzten Stunden zusehends schlechter geworden ist, hat uns die Familie Albrecht gebeten, den Tätern, die diese Sendung heute Abend sicher sehen werden, folgende Nachricht zu übermitteln. Bitte bleiben Sie weiterhin mit dem Vermittler in Verbindung. Dieser wird niemanden über den Übergabeort und Zeit unterrichten. Nach Rückgabe des Entführten soll Theo Albrecht 24 Stunden bei dem Vermittler verbleiben. Dadurch sind Verfolgungsmaßnahmen für diese 24 Stunden ausgeschlossen. Bitte handeln Sie bald.
Business in Germany keeps booming,
Crazy.
and Karl Albrecht sets his sights on expansion.
You're just there watching The Office, and then all of a sudden, Steve Carell turns to the camera and says, "Hey, we know you have the prisoner. The family says they will not pursue. Stay in contact with them." Anyway, that's what she said, you know.
1967, his branch of the business called Aldi Süd takes its first steps abroad, buying up Austrian supermarket chain Hofer with 30 shops. His brother Theo follows suit 6 years later, opening the first Aldi Nord store in the Dutch city of Rotterdam. Soon they expand to Belgium and France, conquering Europe one country at a time. But right now, Karl Albrecht has to take a very different kind of call. He's on the phone with one of the men who has kidnapped his brother, and the guy is furious. The ransom drop-off has to happen, now, clean and fast. They settle on a new time and place. The kidnappers agree to let Bishop Hengsbach deliver the money after all. Albrecht is to stay with him for 24 hours after the exchange. No police. Any interference could be fatal. Karl Albrecht agrees. Back at the office, Kron returns with the good news. The deal is back on. But Ollenberg has other concerns. He knows the police are recording their calls. He's been obsessing over security and telling his accomplice countless times to take precautions. So just to be sure, he asks Kron if he really changed his voice. Kron shrugs, awkwardly. Yeah, kind of. Day 17 of the abduction. Tonight's the night. The handover is finally supposed to happen. Theo Albrecht in exchange for 7 million Deutsche Marks. A lonely dirt road just off the highway.
If the police are bugging their calls, then they would know the plan to begin with, right?
There's an overpass and 2 exit roads close by. Perfect escape conditions. The kidnappers arrive. Albrecht is wearing skin patches over his eyelids, sunglasses, and an old hat from Ollenberg. They had a glass of sparkling wine to mark the occasion. Ollenberg even gave Albrecht 2 parting gifts. The 3 step out and wait for over an hour.
A goodie bag.
Is this
a Hamas
setup
goodie
after
bag.
all? Finally, a Volkswagen rolls up with Essen plates. The 2 men step out in clerical coats. One of them is unmistakably Bishop Hengsbach. The family fears a double cross. What if this is not the real Theo? What if the kidnappers pass off a decoy and run off with the money? So the bishop has to test him, with 3 questions dictated by Theo's wife. What kind of wood is Albrecht's new bedroom wardrobe made of? Albrecht hesitates. That damn wardrobe. What was the name of that wood again?
He doesn't know. It's really him.
He gives his answer, but the bishop shakes his head. Wrong. The second question is about an acquaintance they made during vacation. He gets that one right, and the third one too. All right, close enough. This has to be the real Theo Albrecht. The bishop and his
That's
driver
crazy.
get the money from the car. 7 million Deutsche Marks in cash, wrapped like Christmas presents. Ollenberg and Kron wish them Merry Christmas, hand over the Aldi founder, and vanish. No one follows them. They did it. They're now multi-millionaires. And Germany's most wanted criminals.
In welcher Verfassung sind Sie vorgestern entlassen worden?
Also ich bin gesund. Ich bin natürlich sehr, sehr müde. Es hat mich ziemlich strapaziert.
Hatten Sie während der Zeit der Gefangenschaft daran geglaubt, dass dieser Fall gut ausgeht?
Also ich habe die Hoffnung nicht untergehen lassen.
Haben Sie mit den Entführern Gespräche führen können über menschliche Dinge oder nur über die Tat?
Ich habe praktisch kaum mit den Entführern gesprochen.
Theo Albrecht is a free man. 17 days after his abduction, he's finally back. He just keeps doing what he does best, expand his empire. In 1979, he sets his sights on the US market and buys Trader Joe's. Then he enforces the same principles that made Aldi so successful: a limited product range, strong private labels, and aggressive pricing. The formula works. Trader Joe's grows from a quirky Californian chain into a nationwide cold supermarket with hundreds of locations and billions in revenue. His brother had already opened the first US Aldi store 3 years earlier. Theo operates under the banner of his branch, Aldi Nord, and Karl under Aldi Süd. They're technically competitors, but with different customer bases. Today, Aldi is the fastest growing grocery retailer in the US, and the main reason people shop there is the same as ever: unbeatable prices.
Aldi doesn't play pricing games on USDA choice beef. They have low prices every day.
Hannah is waiting for her boyfriend. She's packed his suitcase. He said he was going on vacation, without her. And now he's late. Maybe he's seeing someone else. When he finally gets home, his shoes are soaking and his pants are covered in mud. How would you get your pants that dirty at a downtown office? But Allenberg can't exactly tell her that he just pulled off a spectacular kidnapping, and that his pants are dirty because he just buried 1.5 million Deutsche Marks in the woods. So he just says nothing. His thoughts are already elsewhere anyway, with his other girlfriend, his one true love, the woman he plans to run away with, all the way to the other side of the world, where they'll use that money to start a new life. But Hannah will soon find out what those dirty pants were really about. Paul Kron is at his sister's house. Her husband is there too. They're having coffee and cake, and the TV is on, with sound.
Da handelt es sich zunächst einmal, meine Damen und Herren, um ein Gespräch zwischen einem Familienmitglied und einem der Entführer. Bitte hören Sie einmal zu.
So it's true. The police really did record the phone call between Kron and Karl Albrecht. Now the city's district attorney is playing it to the German press. He's hoping to get help from the public, that someone out there will recognize the kidnapper's voice.
Wir können das Geld ja nur hier irgendwo im Kohlenpott in Empfang nehmen.
Ja, nein, hören Sie zu.
Und dann,
Herr Dr. Meyer. Herr Dr. Meyer.
Ja.
Merken Sie denn nicht, dass wir den Bruder haben wollen und bereit sind, das Geld zu geben?
Wissen Sie, Ihr Bruder verliert langsam die Nerven.
Ich verstehe das.
Er möchte gerne nach Hause.
Ich verstehe
das. Er kann nichts anderes tun als schreiben.
Kron's sister instantly recognizes her brother's voice. No doubt about it. He's the Aldi kidnapper the entire country is looking for. That's a tough thing to explain over coffee and cake. Kron doesn't even try.
Crazy it sounds like my voice. What? That's wild.
Hannah recognizes the voice too. Ollenberg has invited Kron over for dinner many times. She knows exactly who that is. A small electronics store in Dusseldorf. The shopkeeper turns on the TV just to catch a segment of a show called Here and Today. They're also playing the recording of the Aldi's kidnapper's voice, and it sounds very familiar. Just the day before, a man with that exact voice had come in to pay off his installment plan. He even bought a stereo system for 3,400 Deutsche Marks on top. The shopkeeper calls the police. Before the handoff, investigators had written down the serial numbers of all 500 Deutsche Mark bills in the ransom bundle. 3 of those bills were used in the electronics store. It's a match. Paul Kron is arrested 2 days later, but the second kidnapper is still a mystery, and still at large. Peter Spohr is a young police trainee working toward his detective badge. Right now, he's doing an internship with the Essen Criminal Police. This is his mentor, Chief Inspector Friedhelm Meise. They're sitting in a lawyer's office on the 4th floor of the Graf Adolf Street 45. It's run by the lawyer representing Paul Kron. It's not exactly a hot lead for the 2 policemen. The more exciting assignments had already been snatched up by others. There's a pub downstairs on the ground floor of the building. Good cops think strategically. So first a beer and then a plan. Theo Albrecht never knew where exactly he had been held, but he told the police every detail he could remember. An elevator in the stairwell, a narrow bathroom with a double sink and a broken extractor fan, the sound of streetcars passing by, and a bell chiming at regular intervals.
Extractor fan is also called a fart fan, at least in Florida, by the one guy at the apartment that would always come over to fix our shit. And I thought that was a very funny name. I never used those fans. I don't know. I just never found them. They're always so loud. And I guess, I mean, they probably work if they're that damn loud, but I've never, I guess when I shit up a bathroom, I just like, just let it air out naturally. I don't know.
The policeman sees streetcar.
They say you're supposed to use it to get the humidity out when you're showering. And I'm like, no, I want all that hot air to stay in the room because I want it to be nice and cozy when I get out of the shower. Oops.
Passing by outside the lawyer's office. Then they hear the church bell of a nearby convent, just like in Albrecht's description. They peek into the building stairwell. Bingo, an elevator. So they check out the construction plan from the city's building department. The bathroom is long and narrow. They get a warrant to search the office. Everything inside exactly matches Albrecht's memories. Meanwhile, Kron starts to crack.
Paul Kron hat gesungen. Bezichtigt Heinz-Joachim Ollenburg als Haupttäter der Entführung, der ihn mit 10.000 Mark abgespeist hat. Doch der Vogel ist ausgeflogen.
A measly 10 grand?
This is Blondie, a 19-year-old legal assistant.
Oh my
She's
God,
waiting for her
dude.
boyfriend at Wuppertal Central Station. She hasn't seen him in weeks, but he promised her something big. A luxury vacation in Mexico to celebrate that she successfully passed her training. 2 full weeks. Heinz-Joachim Ollenburg is on the run. He knows the cops have already picked up Kron. It's only a matter of time before they find out that he's the second Aldi kidnapper. Ollenburg and Blondie have known each other for over a year. When she spent a few months working from the US, he started killing time with Hannah, but his heart always belonged to Blondie. They're madly in love with each other. Now they're on their way to Frankfurt Airport.
Yeah, his one true love, some 19-year-old who just finished school. Yeah, his one true love in life. And he's already like however many years old. What the fuck?
Back in Essen, Hannah has no idea. She's alone at home when suddenly the police is at her door. They're looking for Ollenburg. They seize this photo. It will become the official manhunt photo. Once they realize Ollenburg has left the country, the case goes global. The picture is sent to Interpol and investigators in over 100 countries. Ollenburg is now one of the most wanted men on the planet. And Hannah finally learns the truth, that her charming lover owes her over 300,000 marks, that he kidnapped the founder of Aldi, locked him up in his office, and then came home to her every night as if nothing happened. All while secretly planning his escape, with a girl from Wuppertal he's been sleeping with all this time. Shortly after, Hannah walks into a police station and hands them her boyfriend's dirty pants. Maybe there's something on them that will help them bring him down.
They're still dirty? What?
A luxury hotel in Mexico City.
What?
Ollenburg and Blondie have spent a quiet first night together. Now he's supposed to plan their next days. But deep down, he's thinking about something else. He could tell Blondie everything.
This 18-year-old that he met at the at the arrival station. His one true love.
The whole story. They could run. First to Cuba, a country that surely doesn't extradite to Germany, and then disappear to some remote Pacific island. But would Blondie really leave everything behind for him? Her whole life. Her family. It's 12 a.m. now, and Blondie is waiting for her boyfriend in the hotel lobby. She's coming off a travel group meeting. He said he'd freshen up for lunch and meet her downstairs. But he doesn't show up. Turns out her boyfriend has just been arrested by agents of the Mexican Federal Police. Paul Kron has thrown him under the bus. Blondie is stunned, unable to process what's happening. But all signs point to a shocking truth. Her boyfriend is the mastermind behind the spectacular kidnapping of Theo Albrecht, the crime that's been dominating headlines in Germany for weeks. So much for her vacation. They're on the flight back to Europe when she confesses her love. She'll wait for him even if he ends up going to jail.
Erst am 1. Januar 1972 kehrt aus Mexiko abgeschoben, mehr oder weniger freiwillig zurück, mit seiner Begleiterin aus Wuppertal.
See, a Gen Z girl would never. Dating is fucked. If you can't profess your eternal love for an international criminal, dating is fucked. I tell you what.
Ollenburg hat heute Mittag ein Geständnis abgelegt. Was fehlt, sind die 7 Millionen Mark Lösegeld.
Heinz-Joachim Ollenburg is sentenced to 8.5 years in prison. Aldi stands for a promise. We'll do everything we can to make sure you pay as little as possible. For millions of people living from paycheck to paycheck around the globe, that promise is a lifeline. At Aldi, they're able to afford things they otherwise couldn't. But that promise comes at a cost. Workers operate under enormous pressure because in Aldi stores, every second.
I was like, is this continuing to be even more and more of an ad for Aldi all of a sudden?
Second counts. According to one report, cashiers are expected to scan 55 items per minute. Customers can barely keep up with bagging. Low prices means high pressure, not just for staff, but also for manufacturers, suppliers, and farmers. If you want to work with Aldi, you have to deliver. Aldi and other discounters wield staggering market power. They can just raise food prices without passing profits down the supply chain to producers and farmers. Farming businesses in particular have long been criticizing unfair business practices.
So, like, that's because they were saying earlier about how they hold people accountable with prices. They keep things as low as possible. They outmarket the others, and they just never said the last part, which is, and then they can then increase the profits for themselves only along the way.
Many say they're at the mercy of the retailer's whims. Theo Albrecht's brilliant and often brutal methods made him one of the richest people on Earth. He ranked 31st on the corresponding Forbes list by the time he died. The kidnapping left a mark, though. Albrecht pretty much disappeared from the public after that. He really did try to write off the ransom as a business expense. The tax office in Dusseldorf declined. Half of the ransom money has never been recovered. Kron claimed he only ever got 10,000 marks. Allenberg also played dumb, but some believe he lived off the rest of the ransom after having served his time. Whether Blondie really waited for him all those years, we may never know.
No shot. No. How long was he in jail? Did I miss? Did they say how long he was in jail for? That's where I say government grocery stores. I'm really excited. Was this, they say 8 years? Look at the transcript. Where is it? Down there? Wait. 15 matches. Down one. Waited for him all those years. Sentenced. Olenberg sentenced to 8 years. 8.5 years. There was this line, it said 8.5, and then it came up as A2, and I remember being very distracted by that half being represented as an A2, and that just immediately let it just completely ricochet off my mind and did not actually absorb the information that I was supposed to. That does happen to me quite a bit, where some minor production element will go, huh? And then I'll miss it, really important information. It's a lesson to learn for me, I suppose, but I mean, I've thought about it before because, like, if you get 8 years in prison for doing a high-level crime and stealing $7 million, that's like what? 9-point-something million per year? You get to keep it? You bury it? No one finds it? And you only get 8 years in jail? 8.5. You know, some motherfucker works and only gets fucking 2,000 marks a month or whatever, right? Like, now he can get 7 million? What is a life but not working in a jail sentence of your job? I worked at a job for 15 years. I didn't get shit. So it's like, okay, I'll go to jail for 8 years to be a fucking multimillionaire. Hell yeah. What the hell? Worth it. Just find the right crime where you can steal as much money as possible and get as small of a jail sentence. That's the real specialty. yesterday we watched a thing about the Hamptons and the designer grocery stores. It was from a channel called Morning Brew, which I really enjoy. Although every video is handled by a different, I guess, presenter. And it was more of a story, literally looking at the business model and the market and the trends or whatever. It wasn't so much as like a full-on making fun of the rich or whatever that I was kind of hoping for, as I usually would. But now the more, like, maybe not the parent channel, but just like Good Work, the channel that I mostly associate with Morning Brew, they did one about the mega rich ruining the Hamptons. I want to see that one. Maybe it's more along what I was expecting.
It's not the affluent community that most people think of when they hear the Hamptons.
John Bon Jovi and Paul McCartney roam freely among us.
Barack Obama, Mr. Trump was in town.
There was a witchcraft case in East Hampton in 1657.
Money is power. Gucci doing a collab with somebody who makes ice cream.
People don't understand that there is poverty in the Hamptons.
We used to do real witch hunts.
Yeah.
When we were a country.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
The Hamptons, the far-reaching...
I've only ever thought of the Hamptons as rich people shit. And based off the grocery store study we just saw, that's only increasing.
Tip of Long Island, where New York's business elite and the world's celebrity overlords escape to rub moisturized elbows in idyllic beach towns and gargantuan backyards. The kind of place where you could find Justin Timberlake drunk driving from a Paul McCartney concert to a Diddy party, all before 5 p.m. But my sources tell me that beneath this moneyed paradise, the area is facing a housing and affordability crisis.
The cost of living is getting nearly impossible.
The level of rich is gone through the sky.
$400 melons, a vending machine for caviar.
It seemed clear that the Hamptons were Hamptoning too hard, even for the Hamptons, spurring questions like, who can actually afford this? And is anyone doing anything about it? These are daunting queries, but when I get whiffs of a story that's occurring close to where I live in a beautiful locale, I will drop everything to get to the scene. So get in, bitches. We're going to the Hamptons. Before this collection of Long Island towns that the guy getting hammered before pickleball calls their happy place became the glitzy Hamptons we know today, this was just a quiet, rural strip of land. It was settled in the 1600s by English folk who made friends with the Shinnecock and Montauk people by promising them that...
I've never played pickleball. I have no idea what pickleball is. I think it's something like tennis and ping pong. I really have no idea. I would not be able to describe a pickleball to you. Is it a wiffle ball? Is it a tennis ball? Is it some special unique ball? I literally don't know. I know they use paddles, but different paddles than tennis or ping pong. A racquetball. That's not the... Wait, is that the one with a little feather at the back? Or like the little like white lattice? Like little like grid? A lawn dart kind of has that, but that's a big spike that you just throw in the air and let it fall to the ground. A rubber ball like in squash. Oh, that's badminton. You're right. I could, but it's just one of those things that you hear about it, but you don't really care about it. But then you hear about it so much, and I'm like, I have no idea what this is. So, racquetball is like just like a little orange-red ball that's like kind of rubbery, not too bouncy, but still kind of bouncy, that they whip around. What's the one with the big like scoop thing that they have? The big like horn scoop that they hold and catch the ball in and whip around. Is that also racquetball? I don't know. I've never been much of a sports guy, I guess.
their names would one day be on bars and golf courses. A couple of centuries later, it became an artist settlement, with American Impressionists arriving in the 19th century and pop artists coming in the 1960s. But its deadly combination of bucolic beaches and close proximity to the world's capital of capitalism meant that it couldn't stay a hippie secret forever, which is how we got to today, where the Hamptons are a summertime epicenter for expensive bar food, private chef influencers, John Hamm sightings, and
Dude, that tender tower looks fine. It doesn't look particularly good, but it looks fine. I would fuck it up. I would fuck it up. I wouldn't fill up on all the fries, but I could probably fuck up 2 of those tiers. Easy. 100%. Fuck me, dude.
circle driveways of imported gravel. To learn more about what to expect from a wealthy beach community in 2025,
my man has the biggest tan line I've ever seen.
ways of imported gravel. To learn more,
This B-roll bro really needed to apply, like, to get you're out there filming B-roll, bro, and you got a fucking wife beater burned onto your skin. What the fuck, man? Oh my god, bro. What are you doing? Just order a tanning booth and just even that fucker out, you know?
more about what to expect from a wealthy beach community in 2025, I hit up Dion Searcy, a veteran journalist for the New York Times who currently covers wealth and power.
What are the Hamptons?
Well, I like to call it Planet Hampton.
This is unsettling to film an interview in a green screen like this.
It's just a place where a collection of some of the world's wealthiest people, not just New York's wealthiest, but the world's wealthiest people hang out in the summer. It reminds me kind of when those cruise ships dock and people pour off, but all these people are like wearing all white and or have really toned, shoulders and abs and that kind of thing. It's sort of the epicenter of where everything happens. There are political fundraisers, there are galas, there are just cocktail parties. A lot of young people go out there. It really feels like a pilgrimage of, the wealthy that go out there.
In the Hamptons, do they pronounce it gala or gala?
They say gala.
They say gala.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with that, I had everything I needed to know. So I set off for the Hamptons. And was then immediately hit with bumper-to-bumper traffic. I should have anticipated this. The traffic is a common Hamptonian complaint, as I've heard from the Real Housewives of New York's Bethany Frankel.
I'm the one who is glued to the Hamptons, and you can't drag me out. This summer, all the videos people are posting about the Hamptons being off, the traffic is suffocating.
Huh. Preach, Queen. And while I can't confirm that the traffic does actually blow, I did eventually.
I imagine so. Bethany Hinkle is some Desperate Housewife, TV star, something, but she has a brand of skinny girl, no sugar added beverage enhancements, and now she also has a clothing line because she sold it at HSN. So
make it to the land of a.
And she would do all of her sales through Zoom. She would never really make it to our facility. She might have been there once or twice, like at the very beginning or something. I honestly don't remember. But for the most part, she would just Zoom in her stuff. Lacrosse is the one. Highlight. I did not know it was spelt that way, but I had to think about how to pronounce it and also remember my dad talking about it. And yeah, that's highlight. I literally thought it was spelt high, Ligh or something, but that makes way more sense. My dad used to go and bet on highlight games. I don't understand how that works in any way whatsoever. It sounds like a gambling addict, and then my dad ended up losing a bunch of the family money to online gambling. So, what do you know? But he did not kidnap a CEO that I know of. So, could have been worse. But I definitely would think that she's zooted. She's like Desperate Housewife, Stepwife, whatever type of zooted, rich, Kim Kardashian zooted, whatever that designer rich person drug is. It might just literally be I don't know, Xanax or whatever. I don't know.
Abundance, where I immediately went
Or
for a
just
stroll on
booze.
the beach with Vanity Fair and New York Magazine contributor Stephanie Krikorian.
That was my big story for Vanity Fair that got picked up. Rich people of the Hamptons have a new headache, even richer people. You can buy trees for $150,000 to $200,000 per tree. It's 50% of that to plant that tree. So you're looking at $250,000 for a tree.
A money tree of sorts.
It is essentially a money tree, but the reverse.
But is that a new thing, or has that always been the case in the Hamptons, where you're like, look, yeah, of course we got rich people, and then we have like royalty.
The level of rich is gone through the
Through
sky.
the roof?
Yeah, there's just nowhere to go. There's nowhere for people to live.
Stephanie made it clear, outside of the ritziest folks in town, people were.
I mean, it's like saying that like the richest neighborhood, there's nowhere for me to live in this richest neighborhood. Just move 10 miles in the other direction. Like, is it really? I can't live in the Hamptons anymore, which is a specific suburb area. Like, you're not the richest guy anymore. Barack Obama lives there now. You're fucked. Get out. That's it. I don't know. Like, you've now experienced what has happened everywhere you've ever been before. That's exactly what everyone else is feeling.
Struggling to keep their head above water. I simply had to burrow deeper into the community's business circles. And folks, you
What is
burrow
that baby
deep
doing
enough,
there?
you're gonna find a guy like Gavin Menu, the chair of the East Hampton Chamber of Commerce and co-publisher.
That would be interesting. Just leave a baby carrier somewhere and just see how long it takes for someone to walk up to it. Like, what the fuck is this? Because there's a lot of places in Florida that are just empty because it's too fucking hot outside. Like, there's a lot of areas where there is some traffic and stuff, but like there's a rule that you're not allowed to bicycle down the sidewalk because, hey, sidewalks are for a walking, not for a bicycling, right? But it's too fucking hot and nobody's just out strolling on the sidewalk. There's occasionally one or two people, you know, whatever, but like they're not busy. It's very easy for you as a cyclist to just kind of like stop cycling to get around them, then recycle again. And it's also incredibly deadly to be on the fucking road in Florida for other reasons. And also the fact that we're bad at seeing cyclists or whatever. And we don't have a very good lane designed for cyclists. But it's just like I've noticed that the sidewalks are almost always unused. So I imagine you could find some place and just set a baby carrier down and you just see how long it takes for someone to go, is there a baby in this?
Publisher of many local newspapers.
I don't know what that would say. I guess it's just like, you're a good person. Thanks for doing it. You're the first one to do this. It only took 4 hours for someone to come over and say, what the fuck's going on with this baby?
We don't throw around the word crisis or disaster lightly, but that's exactly what it is. I think that the crowds here this summer, we have a joke that we say it gets worse every year, but it actually does. And I think that
Are you referring to us visiting?
Partially, yes. There's always been sort of a tension that our population booms like it does, and there's so many people.
A family home and massive sky rises and $1 million places go up around you. I see. I thought you were just like making fun of them for being rich, but you were saying the sky rises and $1 million places go up around you. The more properties around you are worth, the higher the rates are. Almost lose the home she grew up in before the city became a mecca. Yeah, I mean, property value. We just got something in the mail saying how, like, hey, just so you know, your property taxes aren't necessarily correlated with the value of your home specifically. So if your home gets more valuable, that doesn't mean that your property taxes go up specifically. I don't really look at the paperwork or whatever to really dive into it, but they're trying to like decouple people's expectations. I don't know if that's supposed to encourage people to continue making their homes worth more and more or something, because maybe they're worried that people want to make their homes worth less and less according to the math, so that way their taxes go down. I don't know. So taxes based off, because like property taxes here do a lot of local things, including schools, is a big part of it. And I imagine there's there's certain percentages on the roads and police and other shit, but I know schools is one of the big ones for property taxes. And someone technically has to pay that because unlike the federal government, the municipal governments only have a budget based off the money that they rake in from their fees, which is separate from like your federal, at least under modern monetary theory. So that money is actually necessary for funding those things. So you have to tax to some degree. Yeah. And the value of the homes is an easy way to tax the value of people's wealth, because like there's been issues with wealth taxes because you can't tax unrealized gains, but you can tax property to some extent via property taxes. So that's one of the easiest ways to tackle the wealthy specifically and tax them. And also the wealthy are good at liquidating their equity in things into value, whereas a person with one home doesn't do that. So the way that we get around that is having like exemption statuses. So this is your only home. You get a big cut off of your property taxes evaluation. Whereas if it's your multiple homes, you only get to do that to one of them. So you would pay full property taxes on other ones. So maybe they should have a homestead exemption like we have or something in your area to help that 90-year-old not have that problem. But I don't know. Like, I feel like property taxes are pretty important in order to allow local areas to tax the property wealth, the ownership of the wealthy appropriately. Companies around her tried to have her sell to them, but the public fund raised the rates of how much she has to sell her home for. I don't understand.
Here and our roads are overcrowded, and at the same time, it's what supports our economy. So, a business owner might say,
"What the hell was that?" It's like that dude in the background, like, "Don't fucking film me." What was this? Like, he's waving at first.
Roads are overcrowded, and at the same time,
and then kind of did this. I don't get that. But the public fund raised the rates, was more than she got on pension, and was a fibo hose. A fiber. Is that like a fibro hose house? Is that like a fiber house? Yeah. What am I trying to think of? The fiberglass fiber, like a portable home or like a manufactured home, like a cheap house. Asbestos stuff. The companies around her tried hard to have her sell to them, but the public fund raised the rates more than she got on pension, and it was a cheap ass house. They raised money to pay her rates. I see. So the public fund of people, the public, raised the money to help her pay for her taxes. Fundraiser, yeah. I got you. So she wants to grow up. She's a 90-year-old living in the home that she grew up in. And places want to buy it from her. But instead, people just paid her taxes this one time. But I assume that next year is going to be the same problem, right? I mean, property taxes seem to make sense to me, to some degree. With proper exceptions, like imagine if like this lady didn't file her homestead exemption, right? Is in an example for Florida, and then she's mad that the house she live in, she's going to be out taxed or something, and it's like, well, you need to file that homestead exemption, otherwise you're fucked. You know, like we can't stop an entire system designed to fund an entire city full of humans because one 90-year-old happens to be in a bad place. Like I just, you know, I don't know. There's no way that however, you know, 30 million people can have a proper system without one person feeling a little bit miffed by it, right? There's always going to be something. Yeah, that sounds like it's reasonable to have, you know, protections made for certain individuals who, you know, whatever. So maybe that 9-year-old's just being a shithead. I don't know. I mean, am I the asshole who sits there and watches the special about like this one person having a hard time paying? And it's like, yeah, well, what are they not telling you? Yeah. You know, well, they, you know, they're the ones buying avocado toast. I'm turning into the shit that I hate. I don't know. I guess there's a lot of situations and there's a lot of details behind the scenes and a lot of assumptions made. I want that 90-year-old to have a good thing. I want her to continue having her house at a reasonable price and to have plenty of disposable income for herself to live the life that she loves. First house there has more impact than an apartment block charging price for rent. I mean, at some point, just take the money. Like, if this is such a problem and they want to buy your house out, like, I get it. It's the house you grew up in, but I mean, I guess to me, I don't give a fuck about a house that much. Like, the fucking walls that they are don't matter that much to me. I mean, maybe I'm a jerk for feeling that way. But it's like, dude, go be rich and enjoy that money and go somewhere nice. You're 90. What the hell? Why do you want to live in this stanky ass house, all dilapidated? Because it's not like she's doing work on it. She ain't getting up there into the attic and doing shit. It's an asbestos house. It's a FIBO house, right? Get something nice for yourself. What the fuck do you want to live in this trailer? What are you doing? You're fucking it all up. We can't keep making rules to let you do this because then the rich fuckers are going to fuck with it. Just take your money and live somewhere great. We're going to put you up in a fucking sick ass life for your last fucking 2 years you're going to live, you know? What the hell? But that's me not knowing enough of the situation and then just coming down on this 90-year-old lady.
It's what supports our economy. So, you know, a business owner might say, boy, the roads sure are busy, but so is my restaurant, or so is my store, or so is my business. So the tension is...
I guess when you said imagine asbestos, and it was a FIBO house, made it sound like that was a diminishing quality of the house, right? They're like, oh man, it's so insane that her rates are this high for what is essentially a shitty house. But now it's a nice house. Like, oh, well, now it makes sense for her property value so much. Wait a second. Hold on. She's a rich fucker. Yeah.
Always existed. I think that it's gotten worse over the last decade or so because of that cost of living is making it that local people feel they can't stay here any longer.
I got one question for you. You want to live your whole life naked? Well, if that answer is no, then you should consider investing in Surfshark VPN. That's right. I ensnared you into viewing an advertisement by asking you if you want to get naked. It's called being a goddamn professional. Get used to it. Here's the deal. We basically all live online at this point.
What is...
I know I do. But most of us are living our lives online totally vulnerable, exposed, naked, without a Surfshark VPN. Without a Surfshark VPN. Using a Surfshark VPN to surf the web is like wearing clothes for when you go outside. As soon as your device connects to the internet,
like quality? Is that QLD? Oh, Queensland. Got it. Sorry, I caught on. Miami is... I mean, I've only been to an area nearby Miami. I haven't even been in Miami. But it's like a party city. It's like a nightclub shit. it's rich people. It's one of the bigger cities, but like there's going to be like the downtown part of it, and there's going to be the suburb part of it, you know? Because not everybody can live in a fucking party. You know, they got to live in a house eventually, or an apartment. And there's going to be jobs and grocery stores because there's humans, right? When there's a concentration of humans, there's a certain things that sort of come with it. So restaurants, housing of some form. I guess usually when there's a highly congested amount of people, it means you're going to have like multifamily homes and apartments and shit. Then jobs that do that, but also the rich areas. So there'll be the more mansions, McMansions, suburbs, yards, but also close to the action, fancy stores, shit, you know. I probably should go to Miami at some point, living in Florida. I always heard that Miami is like a different entity. It's almost like there's Florida and then there's Miami as like a separate part of it. I just never been. I don't know how much canal living, like coastal, like beach living, I guess. I always just think of Miami more as there's probably some pretty intense beaching, right? Because there's a beach there and there's rich people there. That's going to be a big factor in it. But I guess because I live near beaches as well, that the beach life aspect is not really the thing I think most about Miami. I think about the specific club city part of it, because that's what's different than what I have.
All your information is encrypted, ensuring that snoopers and hackers can't see your personal information. Furthermore, Surfshark VPN makes it so that you can watch whatever you want, wherever you want, without worrying about country restrictions, annoying ad pop-ups, or censorship. Whatever you want, wherever you want, without worrying. Right now, Good Work viewers have an exclusive offer of 4 extra months if you sign up through the link in the description. Or just go ahead and navigate to surfshark.com/goodwork and you'll get 4 extra months of fully clothed internet navigation. And if you don't like it after 30 days, you'll get your money back. Guaranteed.
But surely this is just how resort communities like the Hamptons have always worked, right? Rich out-of-towners come and disrupt local life. That's certainly what I like to do when I go on vacation. So I took my kids to the East Hampton Historical Society for some context, left them in a hot car, and did an interview.
People were coming in here before the Civil War, but what happened? Wall Street. When Wall Street blew up, that, I think, has accelerated the pace of development out here.
Hugh King is the official town crier of East Hampton, a former teacher, and a lifetime resident of the area. He says that the affordability problems out here are only going to get worse.
The pandemic, accelerated some of these people leaving the city and then getting a house out here instead of renting, buying. And of course, they could afford the extremely high prices.
In 2019, the median price for a Hamptons home came in at around $960,000. After the pandemic, it was $1.3 million, and today it's over $1.9 million. And it wasn't always this hard to get housing here.
I was getting
600 square feet. 600 square feet. What the fuck? It's a closet. Holy shit.
a haircut in Augie's barbershop on Newtown Lane, okay? Guess what
Good old Augie's.
happened? I bought a building lot in Springs for $2,500.
Classic boomer thing. I bought something for fucking the cost of a nickel. I spat out some used gum and someone gave me property.
And I had to pay him $50 a month. And that's how I got my first house. We need apartments here, and we're not going to get them. It's too late. That ship has sailed.
Why is it sailed? I mean, is that just because of zoning laws? Or?
Yeah, zoning laws. There's no land left. If you look in the stores, you go all around, what's the one sign you see? Help wanted. Help wanted. We're going to be losing doctors, I think, out here. Most
Nobody wants to work anymore.
of the school teachers don't live in Navigant where they teach, or East Hampton where they teach, or Springs. They live up the island. So that means they don't have a connection to the community.
And it isn't just teachers and emergency workers who are being priced out of the Hamptons. It's the folks in the working class that make a resort community function.
Lance.
Like, how many miles away is a teacher allowed to live before they get mad about it? Like, I hear about that specific critique of policing, where a lot of times the police are from a different neighborhood than the neighborhood that they police. And that makes sense to me, I guess, because there are people who are they are the boot of the state, and doing it to a community that is not your own means that you might be more willing to be cruel or unlawful versus in your own backyard or whatever. But teaching, I guess that the teachers could be cruel or willing to teach poorly to the children. Like, that seems like a more ridiculous critique of the individuals because they don't live in the exact zip code or whatever. But like, the teacher can't afford to live there. Usually, I guess it's the opposite, right? The police get paid even better than the neighborhoods that they're in, so they don't live in that neighborhood. Whereas the teachers don't afford enough to teach in that neighborhood. They don't get paid enough to afford to live in that same neighborhood. So I guess it's like the same critique, but it's on the opposite side of it. One is the employee is hurting the community, but this one here, the community is hurting the employee.
Landscaping, construction, pool maintenance, tennis court maintenance, and so forth.
Mayor Morn is the founder of Hamptons Community Outreach, a nonprofit fighting poverty in the Hamptons.
A lot of the people that we work with, what we see is that many of them do landscaping from May to October, and then October comes, they get laid off, and then because they no longer have a paycheck, they move into the woods. And then they struggle to survive from October to about April or May when they get hired again. You see sleeping bags, some have mattresses, and then there are tarps above these mattresses or sleeping bags, and then typically you will see some food, like laying around.
Okay, they're doing slavery in the Hamptons. What the fuck? That's crazy. Oh, I full screened it somehow.
Sometimes they've created a little makeshift kitchen with like a piece of wood, something like that. But they're very, very simple.
Mara told us there are dozens of workers in the Hamptons living in these conditions. As the day went on, I drove past lush fields and farms when I had the same thought I always do while discovering beautiful open space. That land seems developable.
The town did a housing plan over 20 years ago and said by now we should have over 3,000 to 5,000 units of housing. How many have we built? Well, 266, and I built them.
Curtis Highsmith Jr. is the executive director of the Southampton Housing Authority, an organization that builds affordable housing in the Hamptons. The affordable housing he builds is affordable by Hampton standards. Curtis's goal is to bring in middle-class folks that earn 60 to 80% of the area's median income and play important roles in the community like EMT or teacher, and not just kinda knows Bon Jovi's son's friend. He showed us around a few areas, one of which was Sandy Hollow, a 28-unit complex he built in Southampton, but not without opposition.
I've had people come to my house while I was cutting the grass, yell out the window, "How dare you ruin my community by building the slums?" When the project was approved, the local community, led by the neighbor...
Slums? It's hard to have sympathy for those people who go, gross, spit on the ground, look at these slums. I want my workers to be living in the woods when I don't pay them money. Ah, yes, wonderful. These slums with the approximate 28 houses that are, in this, probably if you turn around, there's a couple more, whatever, but...
By building the slums. When the project was approved, the local community, led by the neighbor, sued us. Basically, they didn't feel the zoning should have gone through. At present, we are in contract with the neighbor. Sue the zoning board then. Don't sue them.
They got approved by the zoning board. Well, I don't think it should have been approved. Well, then go get the guy that approved it. If all things to sue, what the fuck?
Who now loves this project so much and is holding out for us for zoning that we're going to have phase 2 of Sandy Hollow next door.
Ah, zoning. The key to any respectable town. We used to zone in my neighborhood back in the day. Long summer days where me and my friends would just take out a map, zone up the neighborhood a little bit, apply various laws to keep out certain... Anyway, every building in the Hamptons is expected to fit the beach community's aesthetic character. If it doesn't, the project can be blocked. That's called zone defense. In order to
It's just an HOA.
To appease the community, Curtis's buildings are made to look like typical Hamptons homes because
Shingle siding. Looks so gross, in my opinion. Barn top hat. Is that for like chimneying or something? Tree to obscure view / hide Adam Levine. Sea moss colored door. Wow, that's a thing, huh? Point things, shutters, bendy lamppost. Blue sky.
nobody is exempt from the all-seeing Hampton zoning boards. Billionaire investor Carl Icahn was knocked for an unpermitted gazebo in his yard that he said he needed to protect him from wasps when he was eating his breakfast. Robert Kraft has been battling the town of Southampton over a $2 million elevator, and current Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick had to fight to build a barn that he said was going to be for an apple orchard, but others suspected was going to be used as a garage for his classic cars. And while Southampton has made a more concerted push to fund affordable housing since 2022,
Board approves fund to help build affordable housing. Raises $44 million.
Is hard to come by, and much of it has been bought and preserved from building by the town.
It was given to us by the county of Suffolk. They appraised for $1.4 million. We sold them for $300,000 each, and we got a $50,000 down payment assistance. The individuals that were selected for each one of these homes was a teller, local teller at the one of the local banks. This here is a EMT medical professional, long time.
That's crazy. They're just like, oh yeah, that guy. Hey, get out of my yard. I'm living here.
I'm Southampton person, went to Southampton school, and the person over here is.
That home is worth $300,000, and it's supposed to be worth $100 million. That's crazy. It's so small.
School teacher at the Southampton school, and also in the summertime when they're off, they're beach attendant for Cooper's Beach, which is by the way the #1 beach in the world right now.
The number one.
The number one.
According to who?
According to the world. And so,
okay.
A little defensive on the beach fact check, huh, Curtis? I mean, sure, he's doing solid work for his community on the housing front, but why try so hard to stop an investigative hound like me from seeing if Cooper's Beach was really the #1 beach in the world?
Cooper's Beach, which is by the way the #1 beach in the world right now.
Like he made it extra. He put that on there extra. Like no, you better get it right.
The number one.
The number one.
According to who?
According to the world.
According to the world. According to the world.
Very Eric Adams of him.
Then it hit me. That was the one thing I kept noticing about these goddamn locals I spoke to. No matter how much people like me were coming in and adding to the traffic, buying up the real estate, and driving up the price of melons, they still loved their community.
We love living here. It's an absolutely beautiful, spectacular place. Many of us don't think that the place is ruined or overrun or anything along those lines. But the challenges are real. We love that people come and visit us. We need people to come here. But there's challenges, and you got to be respectful of that.
No matter what your day is like, no matter what you've been through, you can go down to that ocean and walk along that water. My parents used to drive down to the ocean and navigate it every night and just look at it, make sure it was still there. I mean, look what we're doing. We're trying to keep history alive and trying to remember the past.
But if I was going to get a real sense of how locals felt
Heritage, not hate. Heritage, no.
about the John Hamptons,
wrong part of the
I had
country.
to go to the one place all unfiltered opinions come from: the youth.
People will talk about how bad it is with all these people coming out, but I love it. I bring so much excitement out here, and it gives opportunity for the newspaper.
Billy and Harry are a couple of high schoolers that started the Ditch Weekly, a local newspaper in Montauk written by local kids.
I walk on the beach and I see everyone just on their phones. Everyone's coming out here spending so much money to be in the Hamptons. This is where everyone wants to be, and no one's looking up. This is something that brings the community together. It gets kids going.
All right, Billy, well, thank you so much for showing us around. You got any other plans today?
How about you help us with our paper route?
Sure, why not? Let's do it. Just like that, I found myself at the behest of a teenage boy, doing his paper route and running up and down various driveways of local Hamptonites. And it was
barefoot. Very, very beach community.
During our little tour handing out the ditch that I realized this was really the summer that changed everything. Billy went on to become editor of the New York Times. He runs the Gray Lady now with an iron fucking fist. Hugh is still at the Historical Society, bragging to tourists about how cheap that house he bought was. Gavin saw Sylvester Stallone at J. Crew last week. He didn't say anything because he knows how to be cool in that situation. The Hamptons have become legally zoned as a foreign nation, ruled by Bethany Frankel, in which it is illegal to be anything other than a billionaire. All their landscapers are Tesla robots, their #1 export is brand activations, and they have recently waged bloody war on Key Biscayne. Harry went on to become a professional surfer. And me? Well, for good work, I'm Dan Toomey.
The paper is weird to me. Just because, like, you could even tell the paper it's printed on. It was not. That's not newspaper paper. That's like paper, which is expensive and it's color. Who has an article for this thing? Who has a story for this thing? The random goings on, they would go up and down the beach and see kids on their phones and hand them a paper instead. It seems like it's, I don't know. I guess good on them for getting out there and doing something, but it's just like, I don't believe it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the idea of the kids all working on it and writing stories that they care about and stuff, I suppose is one thing. I just see that being a thing that exists for like 2 months or something, and then it falls apart. Just because it's a lot of work. It's a very expensive thing to run those things. And then you have to keep doing it. So it's just one of those like how long has this paper been in force? And how long is, because it made it sound like it's this thing that's been happening for a very, very long time. But like, wait, maybe it's just like a brand new thing or something. I don't know. I'm suspicious of the success of this paper, but I don't need to be a hater about it. There was a local newspaper at my, there was like a school paper or something, and it was the same problem that the teacher basically had to assign a bunch of random things that people would have to create these stories, and there's not much to it, and it's all just a bunch of like just doing something for the sake of doing something. I don't know. I mean, that would be an impressive thought if they did it just for the vid to fake these kids having a thing, but yeah. Interesting, but not as much of a specific deep dive, I guess, about the mega rich being the ones, because at least a lot of the coverage was just kind of a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Okay, I'm getting hungry, which means it's time to watch food video. This title, I don't agree with, but we'll see. You know, I'll let them cook specifically. U.S. pizza is an abomination. Oh, yeah? I think it's pretty awesome. See Tug from about a month or so ago.
I know what you're thinking. Yes, Chris has gotten really good at video effects. It looks like I've actually left the house. Oh my god, no. Oh my god, this is actually real. Oh my god, oh my god. I'm here in New York City to try some of the best slices in town. Don't get the wrong idea though, I'm not trying to ride the greasy coattails of the other pizza guy, Dave Portnoy. I don't want to be anywhere near that. No, this is a spiritual successor to the one and only, you know, worth talking about pizza influencer online, the Pizza Rat. If New York City is a character, then clearly the Pizza Rat is its understudy, waiting in the wings for its next big break. And if he can make it in the Big Apple without having a series of panic attacks, then so can I. Before I sink my teeth into authentic New York slices, let's see the history of how pizza became a pretty popular food. Also, check out Kiara's Pizza Place. They let us film in front of it, and they were really cool, and the pizza's actually really good. To say that Americans love pizza is an incredible understatement. 21% of Americans say a floppy slice of za is their favorite food. At this point, it might be the only thing we can agree on. Unless you put pineapple or anchovies and or both on your pizza, and then all of a sudden it becomes a horrible race war.
This is about race wars.
But every second, 350 slices of pizza are consumed from any one of America's.
Oh, that means racing. Like, it's Fast and the Furious. Okay. I was like, huh? Okay, got it.
61,269 pizzerias. That adds up to just about 3 billion pizzas sold annually every year in America. That's nearly 9 pizzas per person per year. Jesus Christ, no wonder we're all dying.
Kids are gayer than ever, and they're fat. Repulsively fat.
But as important as pizza is to the American cuisine, it has ancient roots. And it's a big tug video, so I'm going to talk about history of pizza a little bit before we get into the juice of it.
Pizza time.
The first pizzas weren't much of a pizza by today's standards. Ancient historians trace pizza's origins back to the ancient Egyptians, Greeks, and Romans when they were making flatbreads. These early flatbreads could barely be called pizza. They were mostly topped with oil, herbs, spices, and today we'd call them by different names, like it pretty much was just pita. Anyway, the Greeks founded Naples around 600 BCE, bringing along the taste for pita, but it would take over 2,000 years for some wise guy to decide to add better topping. We're gonna skip over a few decades here because pizza that we know it as today didn't take shape until like the at least 18th century, when it became a staple of the working poors in Naples. The working class population was known as the Lazzaroni, which coincidentally sounds like a mix of lazy and pepperoni. Probably has something to do with that. The Lazzaroni needed cheap food so they could eat quickly, and pizza became a staple of Naples street vendors and small restaurants. Pizza would rise in popularity in Italy, but it would take nearly another century before they added the most important ingredient, cheese. They were doing this shit without cheese for so long, that's the best part, otherwise you're just eating saucy bread. Today, nearly 25% of all cheese in the US is consumed via pizza. But in the late 19th century, somehow, nobody had ever dared to dream of dairy on bread. It wasn't until 1889 where it was used as a topping, when Neapolitan baker Raffaele Esposito, wholly Italian, changed the course of every kid's birthday party ever by making the first cheesy pizza. Ironically, Esposito was going for more of a vibe than a flavor. His pizza used tomatoes, basil, and mozzarella to literally look like an Italian flag, like hometown pride. So I guess it's a good thing that the flag wasn't purple, otherwise we'd have grapes on our pizza, or whatever the is purple. Around the same time cheese was being added to pizza, Italian immigrants were swarming in America with their AOs and their wallet chains. Starting in the 1880s, hundreds of thousands of Italians passed through Ellis Island in what historians call the Great Arrival. And they did what any cool person does when they come over, they brought pizza. It served the same role in the US as it did Italy. It was a cheap way to serve poorer people. And by the early 20th century, Italian immigrants were making pizzas in their homes and selling them on the street and in grocery stores. And people were like, give me some more of that sweet hot slice. This is amazing. It's 1905. Holy hell, open up the first pizzeria. 1905, that's when they did that. American pizzerias offered individual slices for the first time, making this already accessible food even more convenient for busy workers. Pizza became a popular dish across the Northeast, with shops opening up in New Jersey, Connecticut, Philadelphia, and Boston. However, it was considered an ethnic food, which is hilarious, but other than urban areas, it was not a widespread phenomenon. People in the suburbs had no clue what was going on with the good old slice. Many historical accounts of pizza attribute World War II to its widespread popularity. As the story is often told, many American soldiers stationed in Italy acquired a taste for za. However, this might be more lore than actual fact. Once again, the internet lies, and also so did GIs during World War II. It seems more likely that after decades of Italian immigrants living in major cities, they began to filter their way across the country and into the suburbs. Not only were Italian immigrants bringing pizza to the suburbs, but nearly half of all pizzerias in the mid-20th century were owned by Greeks, which is interesting. Pizza was just good business. The initial investment and overhead were low, creating business opportunities for the lower class. The dish was slowly absorbed into the American pop culture through shows like I Love Lucy, articles in major magazines like The Atlantic, and even music. You know that song that's like, when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. Dean Martin scored a #2 hit with that nonsense in 1953. And in 1958, novelty singer Lou Mont recorded an entire album called Songs for Pizza Lovers. 1958 also happened to be the first time Pizza Hut opened up a location in Wichita, Kansas, which is not where you'd expect Pizza Hut to start out, but everyone's got to start out somewhere. The popularity of pizza in the 50s led to the rise of dozens of pizza chains like Shakey's in Sacramento, California, Little Caesars in Garden City, Michigan, and Papa Gino's in Boston, Mass. But the two biggest pizza chains in the world also got their start around the middle of the 20th century. The aforementioned Pizza Hut and Dominick's Pizza, which would change its name to Domino's Pizza in 1965. Dominick's is also the name of BDSM pizza-related. So don't look up Dominick's. There's something going on there. But despite how much I used to love Domino's, there's no denying that Pizza Hut was America's first pizza chain. By 1973, it already had reached $225 million in annual sales from its 1,800 locations. They did this by nailing the ethos of an Italian-focused yet completely suburban family pizza night. Most white Americans fear the Italian. We don't want all of that culture coming at us at once, so give us some checkered tablecloths and call it Italian and we'll just eat pizza, you know? While Pizza Hut was busy serving vibes, Domino's took more of a direct approach. From the very beginning, Domino's was all about convenience. Their stores usually had more delivery drivers than cooks, and they didn't even offer tables for dining in. And to make their delivery process as efficient as possible, they innovated faster folding pizza boxes, only offered 2 pizza sizes, and didn't have any needless salads or appetizers. When you consider that Domino's owner Thomas Moynihan was a former Marine and seminary school dropout, the strict, no-nonsense approach makes sense. So the next
But also, they had a whole thing where like everybody hated it so much they had to redesign everything. Yeah, I mean, I still fuck with Pizza Hut. The pan pizza is my favorite. It's very Detroit-ish. So fucking buttery and greasy and gooey and soft. I fucking love it, man. I'll die eating Pizza Hut.
time you see a Domino's delivery car driving down the street, make sure you salute it, or do a sign of the cross, whatever fits your religion better. Once the 80s were in full swing, Moynihan's obsession with speedy delivery became a guarantee. Your pizza would arrive in 30 minutes or less, or it was free, which became more of an issue than a good thing. Domino's delivery success pushed Pizza Hut to offer delivery for the first time in 1986. And now there was real skin in the game. Domino's was in danger of losing money if they failed to deliver on time, and now they had Pizza Hut to contend with on the road. This resulted in the deadly pizza war. And in 1988 alone, 20 people died in car accidents involving Domino's delivery drivers. The National Safe Workplace Institute claimed Domino's delivery drivers had the same death rates as literal coal miners. By 1990,
Goddamn. Also, damn, I had something I forgot. Oh yeah, just the confirmed kills. Domino's confirmed kills, just funny.
200 lawsuits had been filed against Domino's, and in 1993, after losing a $78 million lawsuit, their 30-minute or less guarantee officially ended. They lost the battle, but eventually...
I mean, Pizza Hut delivery is more dangerous than being a police officer by a sizable amount.
Won the war. Even with Pizza Hut rolling out innovations like unholy pie with hot dog stuffed in the crust, consumers always care more about convenience than mad scientist you're throwing on a pizza. In 2019, Pizza Hut closed 500 dine-in locations, and Domino's is currently the most popular pizza chain in America with a market share of over $3 billion higher than Pizza Hut.
Interesting. Huh. Well, Pizza Hut's owned by Yum Brands, which is owned by Pepsi. So I don't think it's because they're the little dogs or whatever. Interesting that because they're also now with like Wing Hut and shit. So they kind of have like, they probably have some sort of, yeah, I wonder how the market share is decided specifically. Whether it's between raw sales or ownership of real estate or how they decide it.
Domino's went through a weird phase where their pizza sucked, and then they did a whole ad campaign saying like, hey, listen, we're ass. We're gonna fix this right now. And they kind of did. We'll find out more about that later. While chains have made billions and dominated the natural pizza discourse, the heart of Americans' obsession with pizza lies in its regional pies. Many cities have regional pie variations, and it might be minuscule or it might be huge in terms of what they're doing different. And everyone has a lot of pride based around what kind of pizza they were doing, but is it worth
Team sports.
Well, let's take a look at some of America's most popular variations of pizza and just see how it gets. First off, I have to talk about it, Chicago deep dish pizza. Disgusting. People from Chicago do not eat this pizza. I lived there for 8 years. It's something you do with tourists. It's definitely a knife and fork pizza. You can't eat this with your hands or unless you can unlock your jaw like an anaconda. It's like 500 calories per slice of this. It's like you're eating a cake, a lasagna, and a pizza all at once. No one eats Chicago deep dish pizza for lunch and then has a productive afternoon. Next up, we have Detroit style pizza, which is one of my actual favorites. According to pizza lore, the first Detroit style pizza was baked in 1946 using a rectangular pan meant for car oil. This might be bullshit, but it's the type of myth that connects Detroit to the pizza because Detroit was always like the car capital of the world. Whatever the case may be, deep rectangular pans are still used to help caramelize the cheese and create a crispy exterior for the airy crust. Next pizza style on the list, we have New Haven, Connecticut. The people who enjoy this kind of pizza are pretentious assholes, but it does taste pretty good. The major appeal of New Haven pizza is using coal-fired ovens to get that crispy, burnt crust bullshit. Like if you've ever wanted, like you're eating a crust of a pizza and you're like, I wish this kind of tasted like a cigarette, this is what you're looking for. And one of their most popular toppings is clam. It's clam. I'm telling you from experience, if you eat a real genuine New Haven slice of pizza, you're gonna smell like you had sex with Sebastian for the rest of the week. It's terrible. A lot of New Haven joints call their pizzas a pizza.
I'm not a fan.
Is that a pizza? What are we doing? What? You're not that Italian. But maybe the biggest wild card on this list is California style pizza. This style is shorthand for it. I'll give it to you, California Kitchen Pizza invented the barbecue chicken pizza, which is fantastic, but some of the other concoctions from the Golden State are dicey at best. We're talking like figs, truffles, goat cheese, avocado, eggs. You, California. And finally, that brings us to New York. And all this talk about pizza is making me want to crave a slice. So instead of talking about all the classic New York's pizzerias and just make my mouth water, I thought, why not get out on the road?
I guess he lives in New York now?
I knew that I had to discover the 5 most truly authentic, freshly made New York pizza pies that the city had to offer. Until recently, 7-Eleven used to sell a breakfast pizza, which is actually what every Italian starts their day with. Go on, ask them.
I made it, Mom, the Big Apple. So inside, I was able to purchase one 7-Eleven cheese pizza. It looks heinous. Brother, there's like a layer of ooze.
It's okay.
It's not like
it's all right.
cheese. It looks like, I can't say
It's
it.
all right.
It looks like
So 7-Eleven has the super rapid oven thing because they have a frozen pizza, very, very frozen. And they throw it into the rapid oven, and within 5 minutes, it microwaves and super bakes it very fast to reheat it. And then you get fresh pizza. It's very cardboardy, and the sauce is incredibly acidic. But damn it, it's pizza.
So, Chris, bleep that if you can.
It's
and
not
then
good,
the pepperoni
but it's pizza, baby.
Because I think the grease is being contained by the meat. But overall, $5 for 2 pieces of pizza and the Pepsi. Although the Pepsi, they told me this didn't count. It had to be the bottle. But whatever, I like the cans more. That was kind of shit for them, honestly. The idea of is in my head and it's f***ing me up crazy. I don't know how to describe this. You ever go to like a basketball game and they have like the square pizzas that are like rotating on that thing? It's a step above that, but a step below every other type of pizza I've ever had in my life. But let's see if the pepperoni's any better. Oh, this one actually is crispy. Look at this, there's a crisp to it. Let me get that on audio maybe. It's not working, but it's way crispier. Wow. It's like this one is like made by a different company. The pepperoni is unbelievably better. But there's like a bunch of little ones that they loaded in there. Like there's not a bite on you that's not gonna have pepperoni. So that being said, if you're a stoned college kid or a stoned toddler or a stoned high schooler, the pepperoni pizza from 7-Eleven is actually pretty goddamn bomb. $2.50 for 2 slices. So overall, 5 out of 10. Let's start basic right at the beginning. 5 out of 10 for 7-Eleven pizza.
Well, it's $2.50 per slice. So it's $5, right? That's what you said?
Pizza Hut. You know how they got that name? Their founder was actually a Scottish guy who kept burning his tongue on the pizza. He'd say, Pizza Hut. That's a dumbass joke. Pizza Hut is known for just being all around dog shit, but they did have fancy little buildings with funny hats. So I don't know how bad this is gonna be, but it doesn't...
What? I don't even get that joke. Pizza Hurt? I don't... But, or hot? Hot. But why Scottish? Would they say it with that accent? I guess I'm imagining it's somebody with an accent. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I guess I'm picturing it somebody with their mouth full and they're like, all like, oh, for Pizza Hut. Because their mouth is all fucked up. Weird.
Have a hat on the building, so it's probably gonna suck.
One, how much do you think a...
How can you, I mean, I guess because I live in suburbia in like Florida, where I'm like, how is it possible you are a vaguely millennial-ish aged individual, perhaps late Zoomer at best, or aging Zoomer at best? How is it possible that you have never had Pizza Hut? I just can't imagine. But yeah. Boogers are like onions?
Small cheese pizza at Pizza Hut is?
$13.99.
$6.50. I have evidence here. Hold on. $6.96 with tip. That's incredible. I didn't know Pizza Hut was doing deals like that. Although we don't know how big a small is. They might have downsized, shrinkflation. Things might be getting bad. But overall, service was terrible. $7 for a pizza you could spit in my mouth. That's for a full cheese, a full small cheese. It's gonna be delicious. So they said 5 minutes. So we're just gonna wait for that and we'll see what's gonna happen. So we figured out why it was so cheap. I don't know about you guys, but a small used to not mean this. I don't know if Pizza Hut's always been doing this, but this is a small to Pizza Hut.
It's a
and
personal.
that is small. They hit the nail on the head. If you looked up small in the dictionary, it would be a picture of this goddamn pizza. This is adorable. We need to wait a second before I eat this. Wow. The 7-Eleven pizza is way better than that pizza. This is horrendous. The cheese doesn't taste like cheese. The sauce has no flavor. This is horrendous. This is terrible.
I mean, I do.
That's what I think about pizza. The crust is the same consistency as the middle of the pizza. This is a 2 out of 10. I would eat it if I was starving, but this is genuinely really bad. Would anyone like a slice? Cameraman, you're good? Okay, thank you for shaking so people know that you said no. All right, 2 out of 10, bad. We'll move on. I'm so disappointed in the Hut. 7-Eleven out-pizzaed the Hut. That's ridiculous. All right.
That's crazy.
Moving on. My tongue's on fire.
I mean, I do tolerate 7-Eleven pizza. I'm trying to make sure I pull mine back. 7-Eleven pizza is not good, but damn, I do love me some fucking Pizza Hut. Interesting. I mean, Pizza Hut in New York is kind of a it's silly. To
Stop recording.
In New York. Little Caesars, I fuck with, but again, it's not as good as Pizza Hut, but I fuck with it. Also, it's not.
Little Caesars.
It's the only one that's not BDS out of all of them.
And you'd be right, because there's pretty high likelihood of getting stabbed by a group of guys in here. It's crazy cheap. That's what Little Caesars is known for. And they had a lunch thing going on right now, so we got a full pizza, a soda, and these things called Little Caesars Puffs, which I've seen ads for, and they seem terrific. It's a cup with pepperoni and cheese in it. I'm stoked on it. So it should be pretty, I mean, it's gonna be awful. It's Little Caesars. But in terms of money to ratio, we know Pizza Hut is dog ass. 7-Eleven did a pretty good job, but I'm hoping we can get higher than 7-Eleven. I'm hoping. Little Caesars, I'm believing in you. Stop recording. Stop holding it. Are you zooming in now, you piece of shit? Let's go somewhere quieter so we can eat this in peace. So, I will say, they said 6 minutes. It was longer than 6 minutes. But the customer service was impeccable. She was fantastic in there. She apologized for the wait. It was fantastic. So it was like $11 altogether. I found out that the Little Caesars cups were not included in the deal, but I really wanted them. So this would have been $6.50 without the cups. So that's what we're looking at. I've got a lot of faith in this. I have a lot of faith in Little Caesars right now. And this is what I thought was gonna be the worst out of all of them today. So I'm excited to try it. It smells garlicky. Fuck. Don't look, we have the cups. There's pepperoni in them. The commercials made them look a lot bigger, but I'm very excited for these. They're obviously piping hot, which is kind of an issue.
Crazy. He's seeing commercials.
Oh, wow. Okay, it's like a garlic knot with cheese and pepperoni on the inside. It's the best thing we've eaten so far today. This isn't technically the pizza. This is their appetizers. I'm giving them too much of a leg up right now, but I saw a commercial about this and got real fat real fast, so I was really excited about this one. Oh my God. Good. All right. There it is, in all its glory,
you got
Detroit style. You can see the grease pooling.
Never gotten a
it's
small.
a sign of high quality. A good amount of firmness for what it is.
It's gonna be good.
Man, I was so excited. That's such a bummer. If you look at this, there's no sauce under the fucking cheese. There's no sauce at all. What were they doing back there? That lady was so nice to me. She wasn't making a good pizza at all. This is god-awful.
Well, you can't eat Detroit without eating the crust.
I say worse than Pizza Hut. I want something.
I do think it's worse than Pizza Hut, but I just
okay, I won't say worse than Pizza Hut because we got a lot more for what we paid for, but we got a lot more food for it, and it's very filling, very bready, but just tastes like shit. All of this ends up tasting like shit. I was very excited for this because those cups are winners. If you're gonna go to Little Caesar, get the cups. Whatever I just got, the cups are amazing, but this is pretty dog shit. I'll give it a little bit more than Pizza Hut, which was a 2? Oh, that seems a little low. We'll give it a 4. 4 for Little Caesars for their hot and ready dish. If you're gonna get the cups, 7. Easy 7, fantastic. For the money, I understand why people go here and get diabetes. That was obviously the last line. Where did we find you? So normally at this point in the video, we do a voiceover, we walk, it's very campy, kind of Wes Anderson-y. I hate Papa John's more than life itself. Papa John's is sugar sauce bread dog soggy, awful.
Sarah likes
so
Papa John's.
I'm going into this with a lot of
really
bias. I hate Papa
believes
John's.
in the
If
founder.
you like Papa John's, let me know in the comments down below so I can block you. Don't ever be a fan of me, it's disgusting. So I'm gonna go in here, try my best, see what I can get done, but once again, I'm gonna be probably have a really shit face on every bite I take of this. So, let you guys know. Should be great. Papa John's, you don't think this is authentic? It has Papa in the name, and that's Italian for penis. $9.79, 10-minute wait. We're already in the red here. This is not how it should be. Also, there was an option to tip, and he immediately hit no tip for me, so they just don't even have the self-confidence. I'll give it a good shot. I'll give it a good shot. This place sucks. If you don't stop filming me right now, if I walk away from the camera, if I walk away, don't zoom in. You're ridiculous. Jesus Christ. All right, so
Well, these are the chains, and he's a New Yorker, so. Because you just go to the small places in New York, yeah.
So we just found out that Papa John's also serves something I believe to be a quesadilla at the bottom there. So we're also gonna go ahead and order that. The cop is getting louder, so I'm gonna go in now. Up first, oh, it came with ranch. I was gonna say, people are gonna get mad at me because I didn't get like the, what is it, the garlic dipping sauce, where it's just like a greasy layer. I think that's so gross. But all right, the ranch. It's gelatinous, like cold gravy in the fridge. So that's good. This is the
Ooh, that hit me a little bit.
It's up. I hate Papa John's so much, dude. It's making me so mad. All right, buffalo chicken. That's hot as shit.
I like ranch. I don't mind ranch as a dressing in a lot of instances. That ranch in particular, pretty, it's just lard. It's just a lot of lard in there. A lot of straight up fat.
It tasted terrible. Okay, so this is just a folded pieces of pizza. I should have guessed that. When I asked for a quesadilla from Papa John's, I probably should have understood that this was going to be
It
a
literally
folded
just
piece
looked
of
like a pizza had fallen over on
god-awful.
itself.
It's pretty terrible. I mean, I don't know what I was expecting once again. I'm going to give up.
So my high school had Papa John's as the pizza on hand for every lunch day. And you would pay $2.50 for a slice at school, and it's a small pizza slice. Yeah. It was the rich kids would spend $5 to get 2 slices every lunch day. And he's right. It is a sugary pizza. It's a very American pizza in the sense that it's too sweet. But I enjoyed the sweetness of it. But it's not my go-to pizza in any way. I can handle a Papa John's. I could eat it. I could eat that shit I could eat any one of these, Domino's included, all of them. I could eat them every single day the rest of my life and die happy. Fuck, I love pizza so fucking much. I'm a human raccoon, you know? I just love that trash, dude. Oh, man. But yeah, the crust even, the sauce is definitely sweet, but even the crust is sweet. It just has too much sugar in it for some reason. I guess because they know it's addictive or something.
Up on this. Once again, I am going into this with a bias. That's a good looking pizza. Oh, they gave me the garlic dipping sauce. They saw the camera. They knew they had to show out for this. This is what the garlic sauce looks like. Once again, it's just melted butter. It's just margarine.
No, yes.
Was I wrong? Interesting. Hold on. Overall, in terms of pizza we've tried today, it's all been relatively dog shit. Once again, the puff cups were amazing, but this is the closest thing we've had to like a real piece of pizza, which is different. There's no sauce, same thing as always, and it's very
also, it's very New Yorker.
I don't know. This is actually.
It's very New Yorker to want to look at the cheese pizza specifically. I don't know, something I as an outsider of that tri-state area, cheese pizza was like the cheap struggle pizza. You would always get at least pepperoni. That's like the default pizza for me. But for them, default pizza is cheese pizza. Maybe because there's more vegetarianism or something in the multicultural environments versus suburbia of Florida. I don't know. But yeah.
Surprisingly good. I'm kind of bummed out. I talked a lot of shit. Damn.
So in terms of how much we paid for it and how long we waited for it, obviously they were just straight up making a pizza. I think at Little Caesars it might be pre-frozen or some shit, and then at Pizza Hut.
So they had the conveyor belt oven system at Pizza Hut or Little Caesars. I think a lot of places have the conveyor belt system, honestly, but I know for a fact they do because you can literally see it. They pre-make the pizzas and then they freeze them. And then they put them through the conveyor where they start out room temp, chilled, frozen, whatever the version is. Because you do see them throwing the dough and making little pans, but they just make up the pans and sauce them up with their little saucing gun thing. But then they store them in like a rack chiller thing. I don't know if the chiller is specifically frozen or not, but then they throw that pan straight into the conveyor belt, which takes it through an oven that's just kind of permanently on, permanently at that temperature, and it runs it through on a conveyor belt. The conveyor belt makes the pizza go through at a very specific amount of time, so that way it'll start out halfway into the machine and then into the machine and all the way through the machine, and then at the end of the machine it has a 10-minute timer, whatever the timing is to get from one end to the other. Yeah, I mean the conveyor oven is just like a way to guarantee the temperature and the time, as long as the conveyor belt doesn't speed up or slow down and the temperature is just constantly running, right?
That was just dog shit. And 7-Eleven, that shit was made in a factory in China. So in terms of wanting a piece of pizza, Papa John's is probably the most real pizza you're gonna get. So I think it is a dog shit piece of pizza, but it is pizza. It's the closest thing to pizza we've had today, besides the Puff Cups, which once again are shocking. This is the best pizza so far, so like a 6.5. It's pizza. It's the closest thing to pizza we've had. That being said, I still hate it, but overall, I lost. It's a 6.5 from Papa John's. I'm sure people are gonna be thrilled about that, but no, 5 now, because this, they were trying horrendous. I didn't chew this. That's just how it looks. 5 out of 10. 5. I've eaten nothing but like bad pizza. That's gonna make me poop pretty bad. The shot is over. Are you just holding it this way? That was a long one.
Domino's is named after the fun gambling game, because after you eat here, you're really gambling on whether you're gonna be able to take a shit for the next week.
So now we're at our final stop, and that is Domino's. Domino's has done me so right throughout my life.
True.
Out of all of the worst chain restaurants to get pizza at, has consistently been the best over the course of my lifetime. So we're gonna put that to the test. We've tried all the other ones. We left this one for last because we think it's gonna be the best. I hope I'm not gonna prove myself wrong here. Let's see what we can do, okay? It's gonna be great. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Oh God. Oh no.
Runs into traffic. That guy's laughing at him.
Here's Domino's. Oh, it smells so good. The best thing Domino's does is the crust. You can see the garlic they put on it, dude. It's just so much better than other fast food. Also, I forgot the price. It was cheap. It was like $9. Nice, crisp, super flaky. It's unbelievably good. It's always good. Domino's always kills it every single time. But this is everything in terms of drunk dog pizza that you get at the end of the night. This is what you want. Domino's has perfected the cheap, easy pizza. It's amazing every single time. So that's 8 out of 10. I mean, for what it is, in terms of chain pizza, 9 out of 10. This is all I would ever want. Perfectly greasy, perfectly crispy. The cheese is fantastic. The sauce is a little sugary. It's not gonna be the best thing you've ever had in your life, but it's gonna be exactly what you need. Domino's is the best. It's the best. It's the best. Here's the spread. So we're gonna go down the final ranking of what we got here. The Papa John's was good for being pizza. That's it though. It was like I think we gave it a 6 out of 10. No, 5 out of 10 because it took too long and it tasted like, yeah. Next up we have Little Caesars. Little Caesars pizza was absolutely disappointing, but the cheese puff cups, these are next level. Have you ever had one of these? I would give you it, but it's been on the ground, but it is fantastic. That was like an 8 out of 10. The pizza was terrible though, and that's what we're ranking. 7-Eleven pizza was shockingly good. The cheese pizza was like nauseating, but the pepperoni, they did something special to that. So I'm gonna put that above Little Caesars. Actually, we're gonna switch these out because Pizza Hut I think is the dead last. Pizza Hut is dead last. That is the worst pizza I've ever eaten in my life. It belongs in a mall, and that's it. And then finally, Domino's. We all knew Domino's was gonna win. I'm gonna fall down. Domino's was gonna win as the garlic crust. They make it with love. I told you they run it like a Navy in there. It was fantastic. My stomach's a nightmare right now. That was so much bad pizza in a row. And like, I know the poop's gonna be bad, but I don't know when it's gonna happen. Anyway, let me know down in the comments below if I tried your favorite pizza place. I'm sure I hit all the classics in Brooklyn. It probably, you know, I did my job. Also, if you guys have any cures for heartburn, it's hitting me like a brick train. Like, comment, and subscribe.
That would be the 7-Eleven that's hitting them there. If I know my pizza. Rip tug breach containment. Being at NYC and ranking pizza but only chains is wild. Little Caesars meant to be eaten cold out of the fridge for breakfast exclusively. I do appreciate that. One time I went to Papa John's and the manager was crying, screaming, throwing up because it was her first day, ? And she was overwhelmed. I was the only customer in the store. I felt bad, but I just wanted pizza. 5 commas. I also wanted to give her a hug, but I thought that might be weird, so I did not. Anyway, if you're out there, lady, I hope you're doing better. The mic is crusty like the video. It's just because he wants the mic to be somewhat hidden, so he put it on the inside of his shirt. But when the microphone element presses against his skin, it sounds like you're stethoscoping, which is... I don't even know if that's actually a term, but someone said it once at HSN, and I was like, whoa, that's actually very good way to put it. CZ is just singing the Kara right now. That's crazy. Let's see. There's definitely some more on here. I don't know how nerdy y'all want to get. This is something that has nothing to do with anything. Let me unpin this so we don't get confused. Unpin. I don't know what this is. I just saw the title. I guess I'll just put the title in there. Fuck it. Pope Leo, some number, declares teen computer whiz the first millennial saint.
Today, Pope Leo canonized the first millennial saint. Carlo Acutis was born in Italy in 1991. He created a website to document miracles and spread his faith, earning him the nickname God's Influencer. He died of leukemia when he was only 15 years old.
Fuck,
the story
no.
attracted wide attention from Catholic youth.
Oh,
Many
now
of
I
them
feel
were
like a
at the
piece of
Vatican
shit.
today to witness the ceremony.
Oh, I feel like a piece of shit. Oh, I maybe I should have known that saints can only be dead or something, but just that one shot
Influencer.
of just some kids like wearing a backpack like up on the fucking wall. That's kind of surreal. Oh my God, Catholics. Now they're gonna pray to the kid? That's nuts, man. Okay. This is a guy who always makes videos, and I'm always disappointed. Not to throw immense shade at this dude, but he never follows through with a full video's purpose, in my opinion. How millions of sugar cubes stop polio. Also, this is modern YouTube clickbait. This is modern YouTube algorithm surfing. Yeah, true. True. Have yourself out of focus. Have a word like genius with an arrow to it, something simple. Have an insanely suggestive but simple title. Very few words, actually, comparatively to what some of the other ones are. This is... I've seen this 100,000 times now in thumbnails. I'm going to guess it's a company that found a way to put a medicine in... Wait, this is probably for livestock and shit. Wait, really? Is that supposed? Is it a hard number of miracles? I don't know enough about Catholicism. Kara might know. She passed, right? You passed the school.
The new oral vaccine developed by Dr. Sabin.
Oh, it's straight up is a vaccine. So then, people wanted to eat it. I get it.
It's a sugar cube with some pink syrup on it. Likely more than 100 million of these were distributed around the world. But these cubes are just one element in the amazing logistics of the polio vaccine. We'll chronicle the creation, approval, and distribution of this vaccine, and pick
those however many million sugar cubes. They can't stop RFK Jr. He's coming. They're no match.
the most surprising elements of the logistics and how it worked to crush polio. We'll meet the sacred monkeys and see their abandoned cages. We'll find forgotten testing prisons and learn how Soviet experiments changed American policy. We'll track the portion cups and cardboard boxes to learn how they saved millions of lives with sugar cubes, just like this. So during this video, I'm going to fill 1,000 of these paper cups with 1,000 sugar cubes and some syrup, because it's a great symbol for this story. This story is a story of logistics, and it starts with an island full of monkeys. There's still a monkey island.
But doesn't every story technically start with an island full of monkeys? Like anything in human history, doesn't it always kind of start off with that, theoretically?
One off the coast of South Carolina. It sits here, and it's called Morgan Island.
I did not really think that there were domestic monkeys natural to the East Coast, to America in general, other than like tiny ass little goblin monkeys in the forest or something. But like East Coast?
It's home to 3,000 rhesus monkeys who live there. And it's a descendant, at least as an idea, to the creation of the polio vaccine. So how did we get there? There is a political cartoon from the 1960s that I think is great. It says he's a victim of a very rare disease.
Like non-imported monkey. Yeah, Reese's monkey, I know. It's hard for me. Whenever I hear Reese's monkey, all I can think is either feces monkey or Reese's cup monkey, right? I'm a simple man. I mean, I guess there must be some sort of monkified monkey mammal stuff, like with South America. There's got to be some shit down there with like Amazon rainforest and shit, right? So then that makes sense that there'd be some monkeys, but like just like through the deserts of like Mexico and stuff, I don't really see them. I mean, I guess Mexico is not just the Mexico filter piss-colored yellow wasteland all the way up. Obviously, there's got to be some foliage because it's in the tropics, but I just feel like there's a break somewhere where the monkeys kind of just did not make it into North America, Canada, etc. Like there's forests up there in Canada, but there ain't no fucking monkeys. There's cold monkeys all over Asia, but ain't no fucking monkeys in Canada, as far as I'm aware. So I just don't think there's monkeys in North America. That's why they're not domestic monkeys. They're like imported monkeys, you know, like invasive species. They're invasive feces monkeys, right?
Called polio. The doctor actually has...
Also, just pouring little cups full of sugar and then throwing in a drip of Hershey's strawberry syrup. You can get cubes, dude. Did you even get cubes? Okay, it does say cubes, but I guess he's just putting it in cups to keep them from leaking. I thought it was just raw sugar. Like, that's not even close to being a cube. Okay.
Explain what polio
I'm coming after him maybe a little bit harsher than I should be.
is. And to some degree, we live in that amazing, unimaginable world today. As of July 2025, there have been well under...
That makes sense. A lot of competition for the monkey-sized mammal.
100 cases. So what was polio? People needed to learn how it was transferred. It was a kind of mystery. It could kill people, but it's best known for the paralysis that it caused. The iron lungs that you might be used to seeing, they helped people with respiratory paralysis breathe. It was especially frightening because it affected...
That's brutal, man. That pillow is woefully unfluffed and nowhere near the person's head.
With respiratory paralysis breathe.
Like, look how far down that pillow is. Like, you need 2 pillows minimum for this. How is that not accounted for.
It was especially frightening because it affected children. This chart shows weekly cases of poliomyelitis, polio, before a vaccine was fully licensed. You can see that the high week had more than 4,000 cases in the United States. There were some weapons to blunt the march of polio.
Okay, sure. I'm actually kind of curious how an iron lung works. I've seen it in media and old Looney Tunes shit and all that kind of stuff, but it's kind of a mystery to me that you just have your head sticking out of what looks like a horizontal, like one of those weird sauna machines, but it breathes for you. It must be a pressure thing or something, because it doesn't go on your face.
Including,
but never curious enough to actually look it up. That's, yeah.
Preventative attempts like gamma globulin, which at the time was believed to increase protection. But a vaccine was always the goal. My argument is that the fight against polio is often described as the search for a magical vaccine. And it was, but it was also a logistical battle. And that logistical story begins with funding.
March of Dimes funds were needed everywhere, needed desperately by patients.
There, I was making some breakfast. I don't think I deserve a full, what is this, an English breakfast? Where do you guys, there's no blood sausage. American breakfast? A couple of hash browns, some eggs, some pre-cooked bacon, right? And then a couple pieces of toast. That's crazy. I'm going to fuck this up. I wanted, yeah, well, because we're watching the pizza video. I just got an unasked for breakfast from my braless wife. How's your day going? That's the ninja tweet, in case anyone's curious what the hell I'm talking about.
Needed by an army of scientists who searched for a preventive.
The National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis, better known as the March of Dimes, had 3,100 nationwide chapters.
I didn't know the March of Dimes was a polio thing. I feel like it's still going on. Maybe they just repurposed themselves.
To distribute grants to promising polio vaccine developments. We will focus on two in this video: Pittsburgh's Jonas Salk and Cincinnati's Albert Sabin. Initially, the key difference was their approach. Salk used a killed virus vaccine that would be injected. Sabin hoped to use a weakened live virus that could be administered orally, but both faced the same initial logistical hurdle. They needed massive amounts of poliovirus in order to develop and test the vaccine. They needed to grow it. And this is where I finally get back to the monkeys. Can I tell you about my 2 p.m. problem? I'm editing this video now, and when 2 p.m. hits, that is when I need that afternoon cup of coffee. I need the good stuff, something strong and complex that doesn't take a million years to make. I love the sponsor of this video for a couple of reasons. First, they are powering this video through, coffee.
News. No.
And secondly, it is all about how a breakthrough can come through a delivery technology. The sponsor of this video is Cometeer. It's kind of a breakthrough, a brand new way to make a perfect cup of coffee. You take a flash frozen capsule of coffee, pop it out with this little button, add hot water, melt, and mix, and boom, you're done. I have a clear cup just because it is so satisfying. The best part, no grinding, no mess, no measuring, just a perfect cup of coffee in a few seconds every single time. They
If you have hot water on standby.
Best of roasters, and this, what a breakthrough this is. Cometeer works for an iced coffee or latte too, but really, like, the taste rivals anything that I have made at home, and it's kind of like going to a cafe. Dude, how nice is it to make iced coffee by the cup? You can try a new flavor with every cup of coffee. So while I want to tell you that the Humbler is my favorite, it's got this nice note of date to it, the truth is, I like being able to switch every time 2 p.m. comes around. That champion 1 p.m. I am ready to get back to it.
I mean, instant coffee
Today,
sounds
the
fine.
National
I don't
Institute
give a
of
shit.
Allergy
What
and
if Kara likes
Infectious
instant coffee?
Diseases owns the monkeys on Morgan Island. It began in the 1970s as an attempt to create a national resource of monkeys for research, once India stopped exporting them in the 70s. South of that, decades earlier, Okati Farm served as a distribution center for the nation for monkeys. Two types of monkeys could grow polio for study and development of a vaccine. So-called monkeys in test tubes had been part of the polio fight since the 1930s, but now it had a complex logistics operation. This article is really awesome because it shows the exact routes that they took. These monkeys went from the Philippines to Savannah. Rhesus monkeys went from India to London to New York to Okati Farms. Once there, they went to a kind of basic training, basically adjusted and recovered, before being shipped nationwide to vaccine producers and March of Dimes grant recipients. In 1954, 74,000 monkeys went through Okati Farms. On the list of recipients, University of Pittsburgh, think Salk, and University of Cincinnati, Sabin. Imagine tens of thousands of caged monkeys every year, then sacrificed to grow polio viruses. Today, these sacred monkeys are no longer necessary to grow the vaccine.
That's crazy. I mean, I'm not like a big animal rights activist or whatever. These monkeys are here to serve humanity, but it is fucked to ship in these monkeys to grow the virus inside of them just to kill them and then harvest it. It's kind of fucking crazy, but what are you going to do? You know,
But at the time,
I guess you could not. But...
So it was only after this massive crowdfunding campaign and the shipment of thousands of monkeys that they could begin polio vaccine trials. Salk gave his vaccine to his family, and then mass trials began, leading to the successful development of a vaccine.
In 1954, a vaccine to prevent paralytic polio, developed by Dr. Jonas Salk, a grantee of the National Foundation, was tested in the largest field trials in medical history.
Vaccination campaigns did work, and so did...
That's what killed FDR, right? It was polio.
The vaccine. This chart shows a decline in fatal cases. So in some ways it feels like the end of the story, but it wasn't, not even close.
And the entire world heralded the discovery which assured an end to one of mankind's most dread diseases.
Huh. What year was that? Good on you, too.
What was reported as an early vaccine test failure, the so-called Cutter incident, in which live poliovirus in the vaccine accidentally caused paralysis, probably made it harder to keep testing other options, especially a live virus like Sabin's.
Many questions have been raised in recent weeks about the new vaccine against poliomyelitis.
But Sabin was still developing his alternative. He believed his option would be better because polio still could be transmitted while the Salk vaccine was being incubated, while his vaccine would catch it in the intestine. He also knew that there would be a logistical advantage. Oral administration was easier, and people preferred it. But the approval of the Salk vaccine gave the masses the impression that the polio march was over. He had to get creative.
It seems like a guy making a vaccine when it's not as needed, right? He lost the race. It's like, no, my product is superior. Buy mine instead. Well, it's not ready yet, but buy mine. And yeah, during the couple of weeks that someone gets injected with it, I guess there's a problem, but like, that's a problem that'll probably be fixed by the time that you're ready to output this brand new thing, right?
This is Chillicothe Prison, outside of Cincinnati.
I don't like they were starting at a prison with this.
It sat far from...
I guess forced eating of this vaccine. What the fuck?
Okati Farms. But it was another key testing ground. To get his vaccine approved, Sabin had to be really creative about trials. He started by testing on his family, just as Salk had. Then he tested 9,000 monkeys and 140 chimpanzees before testing on 133 prisoner volunteers. An oral vaccine in a
a prisoner can't give consent. If you say with good behavior, if you take this thing, we'll give you a year off your sentence. You know, prison is technically a crime against humanity. Of course, they're going to say anything under duress. What the fuck?
Teaspoon of milk. If you think this raises questions about medical ethics, yeah. These tests weren't enough to get the vaccine approved in the United States. You had to have bigger trials. But the
we just need more prisoners. What the fuck? 1700s? So like even his vaccine, like to me, I've never heard of an oral vaccine before. So I guess maybe a vaccine is a broader term than I'm originally expecting. And it's more about getting your body to be resistant to this thing no matter what. And I suppose getting exposed to the virus to give your body the proper antigens or whatever can be done through the mouth, I guess. And as long as your body now is defended against it, what's the difference? I suppose that's fine. It's just a much more simple, I guess, version of it compared to like the mRNA vaccines that we're coming out with nowadays.
The US was kind of closed for business, so he decided to go farther away. In the USSR, virologist Mikhail Chumakov had been developing a polio vaccine, but he was willing to try Sabin's. Keep in mind, this was in the middle of the Cold War.
Some vaccines do have live ones in the blood. I'm not a virologist or epidemiologist or whatever. It's always been pitched to me that sometimes there are weak ones, sometimes there are dead ones, but I assume some of them have, maybe it's only ever been dead ones in the blood, maybe. I don't know.
War, but Sabin needed these Soviet trials and other European trials.
Just thinking about it, I feel like I've thought that sometimes there is a weakened, a live one still. Just expecting it for your body to be able to outmatch it or something. But again, I'm a fucking idiot, so obviously I've been wrong about all kinds of shit 100 times over. So that's an easy one. That's one like, oh wait, hold on, I'll see myself out. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait. When my confidence comes from a place that has no bearing in, it has no reason to be there to be that strong. So what did it? There you go. Partial replica. That's sounds like a piece of a replica or something. I don't know. Or like an inert replica or something.
To prove that his vaccine could work and maybe work better than the Salk vaccine. Look at this paper by Chumakov from 1961. It lists
you can't trust those dirty Russians, though.
77 million vaccinations in the USSR and distribution of vaccines to countries like Hungary, Japan, and China. As importantly, the vaccine worked well, and even better than Salk's. This chart shows USSR regions that used a killed vaccine, like Salk's. This line shows the ones that used a live vaccine, like Sabin's. So Sabin's polio vaccine, it does this insane end run around the Cold War to save lives. On the strength of that, it was approved in the United States in
Does it have the same... Hold on. I want to see the graph it was showing specifically. Rate per 100,000. Live vaccine versus killed vaccines of different types. Bunch of different line styles. Old blast. Oh, wait. These are different. Yeah, Leningrad, Sverdlovsk, Primonovsk. These are different zones. What is months? So what is it tracking? Number of people who got it afterward? Yeah. That part I understand. But I'm just wondering if giving people a live version of the virus in their stomach could lead to a higher chance of outbreak infection, whereas the other ones with the dead virus don't do that, or the dead partial virus or whatever. So like even if it works faster, it may not be interesting. Every year. A redose? I feel like maybe I never even got the polio vaccine. I'm not sure if it may not have been included in my childhood one just because it may have been seen as herd immunity is already achieved, no longer necessary. I'm not sure. Maybe I even had an oral one. I just forgot about it.
Polio vaccine, it does this insane end run around the Cold War to save lives. On the strength of that, it was approved in the United States in 1961. That is where these come in and where the real hustle begins. The oral vaccine had another advantage. By vaccinating many people at once, you could stop the ability for polio to spread. The vaccine was about timing. Sabin oral sundaes began crossing the country. Will you answer SOS? They were building immunity with the oral vaccine, just like this. Now, sometimes the vaccine was clear, sometimes there wasn't a colored syrup, but this was basically how polio was defeated in the United States, through immunity campaigns at the grassroots level. The song, "A Spoonful of Sugar Makes the Medicine Go Down," was inspired by this.
Oh.
But it didn't just help the medicine taste better. It sent it across the country and the world. Look at this pamphlet about one Cleveland Sabin oral sundae. It was sponsored by the Cleveland Academy of Medicine. The key distinction is that it helped prevent patients from being a virus carrier with just a few drops. With old Welby on board, it would taste good, work fast, and prevent polio. Business gifts.
What do you mean, no switching needles? Sometimes they come a few times a year and they weren't supposed to, and you would hide? That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, I guess I can understand the idea of it being a local community thing, but one driven by central planning. So seeing a grassroots, like your local church being involved in it is a way that you can get people to trust it or whatever it is. But yeah. Oh, wow. That doesn't even seem, I guess they would just stab, refill, stab, refill. Like it had a big jug of it to like, I mean, there's a lot of different things. Hepatitis, there's all kinds of different bloodborne illnesses. I guess they're like, hey, why have a bunch of syringes? What a waste. Yeah. That seems bad. But did Mother Teresa share needles?
Of sugar cubes were also common. This SOS coloring book shows the process. You'd get a paper cup, a few drops of vaccine. It would happen at a local building like a school, and then your family would be polio risk-free.
I've heard about her doing some monstrous shit, yeah. Or just being not as good as they say she is. I don't know what monstrous shit specifically she did. This looks like a drug dealer. What's going on here? What is this? That looks weird to me. Also, that looks like a pig.
Vaccines were administered in arrangements like this one, some managing 5,000 people an hour, in which maximum efficiency could occur. And because
babies go here. I guess I would put her more in the awful piece of shit category if she knew germ theory and shit, right? Like, I mean, she wasn't that long ago, right? Mother Teresa. Like that's a name that I hear, you know, it's not Jesus level old, but it's like dead before I was born, I'm pretty sure. So I guess like I feel like older than MLK. It was the 70s. Okay, that's definitely younger than I thought it was. Closer to current time. I didn't think it was like full on Victorian era, but I guess I thought it was somewhere in between. I guess I was thinking somewhere around 40s, but I guess it makes more sense that it was more modern. Oh yeah, cholesterol medicine. Hell yeah, or vitamins. To give me some extra cholesterol, you know, to really fill it up. No. I never really cared much about Mother Teresa. A, because I was never Catholic, and B, why the fuck do I care about Mother Teresa? Other than she's supposed to be the number one best person. Oh, wait, actually, she's not that good. Okay, fine. Right. Washing it with shit rags, like, on purpose seems unnecessarily cruel. Is a scourge on all of South America. Weird. I guess she's just racist or something. She just thought that she wanted to be evil to them for some reason. Yeah, on purpose. Yeah, it's fucked. Yeah, it's about as fucked as you can get for the most part. Yeah, that's crazy.
Shots weren't needed. It was much easier to inoculate massive amounts.
I can imagine it being easier to give a kid a cube of sugar than a needle in the arm. Kids really hate needle in the arm. I mean, you do it. We did it a whole bunch and abuse people on top of that. There's a lot of good. Like, there's literally, like, what are you, Mother Teresa or whatever? Like, what am I, Mother Teresa? I'm supposed to be that good? Nah, I can be a little fucked. I can be a little evil. What am I, Mother Teresa? Like, that's like a common term. That's a thing that people just say in like everyday lexicon. That's nuts that she was. I feel like whoever first told me that she was bad should have been like, no, you need to understand. She was really bad. Like, it was one of those, like, she's not that good. It's how I kind of came away from the knowledge about it. Oh, I see. Oh, not that like permits it, but it's like a weird religious thing attached to it. I can see how that could also make certain people look the other way about it. Right? Because to suffer is to live, and only through God can you. So I'm here to give you things. Well, actually, I'm here to make you suffer, but then you'll suffer through God, and then you'll come to me to see God or whatever. It's like, oh, yeah. And then when you recover from this shit illness that I ended up giving you, you'll see my intervention as benefit instead of negative. That kind of, you know, wielding the power of suffering to enhance your proselytization and shit. That sucks. That's like another layer of evil that some people still kind of ignore.
Of people. I love this certificate that I got. I'll show it to you. It says Sabin Oral Polio Vaccine Program, Lower Lawrence County. In grateful acknowledgement to the recipient, Mrs. Helen Isaac, for faithful and meritorious services given in our campaign to eliminate poliomyelitis from this area.
That's like USSR shit, where like people will get medals from the USSR about being a good citizen. Like, that's crazy.
January 14th, 1964. Certificates like these, not hundreds of millions of dollars, are what powered the polio vaccination effort. And that mentality traveled around the world.
Usually there was a short wait, then the formalities of the vaccination cards to be completed before the sugar lump with its vaccine was handed over.
After the 1950s and 1960s, Sabin continued the effort to distribute his polio vaccine around the world, and it had a big effect on bringing down polio rates. But even this display, it falls a little short at conveying the scale and success of his efforts. Imagine that one of these cups right here represents 100,000 doses of the Sabin vaccine. That would make this 100 million doses. And there's more that have been distributed around the world. Though Salk versus Sabin was a big headline, the vaccines worked together and continue to do so to crush polio. But I made this video because while any epidemiologist or older person would know about the Sabin vaccine, I didn't. I had only heard about the work of Jonas Salk.
It's a day of triumph for 40-year-old Dr. Jonas E. Salk, developer of the vaccine.
I don't think this bias is just ignorance, it's reflected in the media coverage at the time. I found 2 editions of Life magazine. Here's the coverage of Jonas Salk, and here's the one picture of Albert Sabin I found in the 1950s, above a caption saying that he had a stormy personality. Both of these men were heroes, but we clearly celebrate the scientific breakthrough when the breakthrough cannot be understood without the context of logistics. The Sabin vaccine saved millions of lives and performed a totally different function based on how it was distributed as well as how it worked. Today, when in a low polio environment, the Salk vaccine has become a valuable tool again. The Sabin vaccine's risks of vaccine-induced polio are too high for some places. Ending polio...
I forget which is which now. I don't remember which one has the higher risk. That's what I was thinking too. He might just be graying at a younger age than he seems. He could be, well, he's probably in his 40s. But yeah. Okay. Let me look back here. Sabin Bin is the one with the sugar.
Was distributed as well as how it worked. Today, when in a low polio environment, the Salk vaccine has become a valuable tool again. The Sabin vaccine's risks of vaccine-induced polio are too high.
Gotcha. So I guess taking the live one in the sugar cube has a small percentage, but why take the risk? Well, he did go to the USSR to help get his shit done, but he was definitely American according to this story that I just found out about him. This guy that I just heard about, yeah, I know for a fact he's American. Yeah. Oops. That was my other choice, because it's like I was just a little weirded out. Gotcha. I was a little weirded out by, I'd never heard of an oral vaccine before, and then also the guy who wanted to make his own version of the vaccine, even though there already was a vaccine out there. Although it does make sense that it's easier to distribute a piece of sugar with, but it's like, if you asked me, hey, do you want the one that has a very low chance of giving you polio, or the one that has an even less chance of polio but has a shot in the arm? I'd be like, a shot in the arm, please. I want as little of a chance to get the deadly virus polio as possible. I mean, maybe you can overcome it if you catch it through the vaccine, that you'll be okay. But to me, that seems so much worse as a possible product. Right? Doesn't that seem worse? Shouldn't you just be like pushing the use of the needle one instead, especially if it has a better efficacy rate? Even to go, it works faster, it's fine as long as everyone gets fucking vaccinated. You know what I mean? I mean, it's probably a very small rate, but it's just not as small as the other. You know what I mean? So, yeah, he made a works vaccine that wasn't nearly as groundbreaking and experimented on his family and prisoners. Why he's getting forgotten by history. Yeah, I mean, because like nowadays, if somebody wants to make sure, I mean, yeah, you're probably good. Can you walk? I mean, I don't know how fast it takes for the legs to go out. I was seeing kids in leg braces and shit. Fuck, man. I mean, that's gotta, I mean, that there's just a bunch of different diseases out there that attack the nervous system. MS being one that I'm well aware of, where your body's immune system attacks your nerves and you start going paralyzed between, you know, you have convulsions and weird things, and then eventually just complete loss of bodily function, including your heart and shit. And it's like, oh my God, awful, literally awful. Like, the fuck. Quick, give them full-blown HIV so that way they have a bad immune system. That'll help, right? Are we cooking here? Hold on. Like, fuck. Fuck. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, if you don't have any other option, obviously take the one with the very high chance that you're going to be fine. But if there is the option, give me the option. You know what I'm saying? Like, interesting.
For some places, ending polio or any disease means that there are risks and resources that have to be managed, not just discoveries that need to be made in the lab. Having more
Thank you for your service, monkeys. I will no longer call you feces, monkeys. Thank you for your service.
common knowledge of the incredible success of the polio vaccines, it would help us make better decisions and more informed decisions about the treatments that we face more commonly today.
It seemed like there was a different wave. I mean, and if there was a logistical problem of like making the fucking ones in the vials, and you have however many millions of Americans to do, but you can only do a few thousand at a time, whereas this version, you can make 1 million of them instantly. I can understand the logistics of it. Like, imagine if COVID, right? COVID A is non-deadly disease, generally, to the average public. Every disease is deadly, right? But the 1% or less rate comparatively to polio's rate, right? So polio is seen as, I guess, like a more virulent disease, right? If you could give everybody in 2020 the oral version with a fraction of a 1% chance at catching it versus slowly rolling out over the next 3 years a different one, you go, wait a minute, give them the one that stops the spread entirely right now, right? Yeah. America is behind most fucky shit. It's actually incredibly interesting at first, and then it becomes immediately less interesting because you're like, I've heard this story before. I know how that one ends. Come on, writers, give me something new. I need a new storyline. It's like, imagine watching every fucking Bond movie and it's always the fucking American government that is at fault. It's like, I already know this. At first it was a shock, but now I just don't give a fuck.
Today, the logistical effort to cure polio is as worth celebrating as the discovery of a vaccine. One doesn't work without the other.
Now, like, see, like this video I think is better out of his other ones, but even then, he's still more like, he looks at like, wow, look at the supply chain more than the story that's there, right? In my opinion. And there's also a logistics supply chain, like those same exact graphs of people come in, they get vaccinated, and then they leave out the door there. That's a voting booth. That's a fucking polling place. They all work the same way. And this would also work exactly the same with a fucking shot or not, right? Like it's a cup of sugar. It's the same fucking thing. Just, you know, give them a shot and give them a lollipop after, right? You know, I'll get them in the door the same way. Being enamored by that layer of the story instead of the other is where I find myself a lot of times with Phil's. But Phil does cover topics that are interesting. Like he did the photo shoot of that roadway, of the famous Strode coming off of a highway. And he just kind of examined how the history of the highway worked and then fell apart and no longer really is used that much anymore. And it's like, that's not really the Strode story, in my opinion. And I wish he would cover the constant use of Strodes all over America that makes it so you can't even tell what state this is in, even though you should have incredibly different regions, but they all turn into the same thing. It's just one of those, like, I just wish there's a little more of a leftist twist, I guess, put on the same thing. I mean, I trust vaccines. I mean, I even trusted them. I mean, before COVID, I was like, I don't need the flu shot. I'm built different, brother. But not like because I was afraid of the flu shot. I was just lazy. I didn't want to go get one. I would never be afraid to get one. But it's like, oh, I got to sign up for it. I got to sit down and do some paperwork and insurance stuff. But when Publix would be like, yo, we give you a free $10 gift card if you get a flu vaccine, I'm like, hell yeah, I'm getting a flu vaccine. They do it right there in the store. Don't take that long. A little bit of paperwork, insurance card, blah, blah, blah. But then, boom, I get a fucking card. I go buy a sandwich, and I'm like, this is great. You know, I was never afraid of the science or whatever. It was just, I'm lazy. And I felt like I never really got sick. And I wasn't afraid of the flu. If there was like a super deadly disease, I'd be like, okay, I feel like I should get that, you know? I am a cis white guy. That's true. Yeah, I mean, I don't. This is coming from a cis white guy, but I feel like the black community in my neighborhood would not be afraid that the Publix is going to give them syphilis or something when they get a flu vaccine and they can get a $10 sandwich out of the deal because the white people around them are also getting the same vaccine, right? So, like, that exact example maybe is not a good one. Yeah, being offered to gay. Well, my understanding, and this could be from a position of trusting, but it's like it was a thing that was spreading around the gay community first because of the way that it spreads. And even if it's not like, oh, only butt sex will do it, but just because it happened to end up in that community first and then through contact, and generally, unless like people are bi or whatever, are mixing in different communities, but it's only done through sexual contact directly, then it was absolutely not. It was not a primarily. It's possible that I was misinformed. I guess, which sucks. So similar to my other video idea that I wanted to make with the fluoride thing and figuring out when to trust the information that you're provided, right? Alex Jones tells you a thing, you know better to not believe it. But then when a representative from the government comes and tells you something, sometimes you should believe it, but sometimes you shouldn't believe it. So when they were talking about the COVID vaccine being safe or whatever, we should believe it because we know better. How do we know better? The global scientific information. So, you know, rewinding back in time, would we be able to find a proper source to be able to trust the monkeypox vaccine one way or the other? The vaccine got fuck shit going on 100%. I haven't heard anything, but then again, they'd be happy to keep it quiet. I forget the exact year, whose administration it was. Not that Democrats would be immune from doing some fuck shit, but they were the ones trying to get people to take the COVID vaccine, and then the Republicans were the ones trying to avoid the COVID vaccine. So with that in mind, I think that they would be, if you're going with the typical, they're trying to be on team vaccine right now, they would probably not want to create some evil anti-human vaccine to fuck with the gay population because they're being weird Democrats or something. That's where my assumption would come from. But it could have been even the Trump administration. I don't even fucking remember. So just thinking like, you know, could there be a situation where you would think that you should be able to trust them more than not? And also, is there not a scientific community you can look to that would then give you the lowdown on it one way or the other? Because I don't think it's a group was available for the Tuskegee experiment because that wasn't there. I would be surprised if the CIA was involved in the monkeypox vaccine as of a couple of years ago in America. It might come out to be true. I would be surprised. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised, but I would be surprised. I would be. I don't even like America. I know America does fuck shit, but I would be surprised that it came home that fast in that exact way, that publicly. Because the gay community is a wide community that includes billionaires, right? It's not just, you know, every vaccine plot, but that makes it sound like I guess they're not behind every vaccine, but now we're assuming that that was a vaccine plot, which we don't know. They've done hundreds, right, but they don't do... Right, well, but is there a scientific community consensus around the monkeypox vaccine specifically that they were giving out to people? Because, like I said, the Tuskegee experiment, the scientific community was not allowed in with that one, right? In my imagined truth. Like, I don't think they were, because I would hope the scientific community would not allow such a thing to happen. So they were excluded. There was the CIA's science involved, but not the scientific community. They wouldn't. I doubt the wider scientific community knows what's going into a specific vaccine, especially if there's a conspiracy behind it. But is there a conspiracy behind the monkeypox vaccine? I guess there's one technically happening right now, but like, you know, a specific proof that, oh, look, there's some garbage in it. Probably exclamation point. I don't know. You can just say that. Now I mean, I don't know how, I don't even know how to properly look all that shit up. Because I don't want to spread misinformation, technically. I'm just generally uninformed. That's my thing. We're talking specifically now, or like 2 years ago, whatever monkeypox was specifically happening. Vaccines for gay people first are not trustable, but it's like saying vaccines for old people first are not trustable, because that's the group that was most specifically at risk, at least according to the information. That was so, like, in this situation, it's reasonable if the population is the one at risk to give it to them first. I could imagine that there could have been. I forget the name of the movie where old people die because they're useless or whatever, right? Sterilized, they already did that themselves. they got too old, so. Well, you know what I mean. Ender's Run is about like getting rid of the old people and keeping the population young. Because old people are social security risks. Social security is like one of the bigger spenders of America, and they hate that shit. So you just end the problem. Useless eaters kind of stuff. The strong pack, the sick and the old, they fall first. That was in the Philippines. The one I'm aware of, or at least on top of my head aware of, is the Philippines, where they did anti-vaxxer information to stop the China vax from being popularized in that area as a win for China. They didn't want a soft power win for China, so they spread anti-vax shit. The world hasn't ended multiple times, yeah. Getting rid of Social Security, I mean, generally that's seen as a negative. Like, for example, all of the town halls where people are getting their asses chewed out by Republicans who hate their Republican people because of what they're doing. Will that change something? I don't know. But people knew to avoid that calamity. Only under the most recent insanity that is happening in our current politics are people even willing to even go for it. And the proposed changes aren't going to happen for 2 years, so we'll see if they're able to somehow crowbar them enough to get them to upend it and change it. Probably not, but for the longest time, that's been the golden goose that they never touch. So that could be a reason to then have something to hurt that population specifically as a way of solving that problem without taking all the flack for it, right? As an example of how a reason could be made for it. These are evil things. So there's an evil reason to do anything, right? There's not a good reason to do anything towards the gay population or the old population. There's not a good reason. There's not an ethical reason behind any of it. There's not even a reasonable reason to do anything behind it, because it's all evil shit. We're all stronger together, in my opinion, and in many people's opinion. Let's see. Methods, results. Tables. Where's the conclusion? Wait, is it down here? Conclusion. So this is the public's attitude towards Mpox vaccination is a critical factor in the success of programs. Understanding the factors, so this is more about the public's, understanding the factors contributing to vaccine acceptance or hesitancy is critical for developing effective health community strategies. This systematic review and meta-analysis aims to bring together evidence from observational studies and attitudes towards Mpox vaccination, including willingness and rejection. Methods from this review, the review's inception until June 2023, a comprehensive search was conducted across 4 major databases, criteria, blah, blah, blah. An analysis of 27 studies involving however many, 81,000, revealed that 56% were willing. In contrast, 10 studies involving that many revealed 30% were unwilling. Females were less willing to receive than males, the ratio of 0.6. Furthermore, homosexuals were found to be more willing than heterosexuals, with an OR of 1.44. Odds ratio. Oh. Vaccination is emerging a critical strategy for preventing Mpox vaccination and fostering herd immunity against potential outbreaks. Improving public awareness and acceptance of vaccination is critical to avoiding situations similar to COVID-19. Targeted educational and outreach programs could explain the benefits of vaccination, bridging the information gap, and encouraging proactive public health. Sorry, I missed a few messages. Let me go back. CIA dumped chemicals into the waters of Miami 20 years ago, and we're just finding out they don't stop doing this shit. We don't know about them yet. How come so many Americans are becoming anti-science? I wouldn't say that GOAT is specifically anti-science, but it's concerning that even if the science community is behind something, there's concerns that the CIA could supersede and interject in between. So they say, look, this is safe. Here you go. Oops, say I grabbed it before you got it, and now you got it, and you go, oh no, now I'm not safe, right? Like I think that's where most of the concern is coming from. There's a 0% chance you can uncover a conspiracy by checking a paper on it. Only way to know is if the CIA tells us, given the distribution methods on minority groups, I cannot in good conscience say that this vaccine is safe. COVID is, though, get that shit. Theoretically, though, using the same methodology, I guess COVID is a vaccine. I mean, I feel like even the Mpox vaccine is given to everybody, right? Because even this review talked about people who are gay or heterosexual, homosexual or heterosexual. And there's a difference between the two, but that means most people, I guess people who are straight, like, that's the gay vaccine, brother. I don't want that one. That's for the gays only. I accept cookies from ScienceDirect.com. Vaccine effectiveness of third-generation Mpox vaccines against Mpox and disease severity. Systematic review and meta-analysis. This one is from the end of 2024. Highlights: before the current outbreak that began in 2022, the real vaccine effectiveness was not known. 1 and 2 dose are highly effective at preventing Mpox. Estimating a VE post-exposure, blah, 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 may prevent against severe illness and hospitalization. A total of 12,000 records were identified via primary search, 3,000 via citation chasing. 33 studies were identified of third-generation vaccines, 32 of which were this one, 2 additional studies, blah, blah, blah. All VE are calculated from random effect estimates. Studies were rated as poor and fair. I see there's different ratings of the studies. Both 1 and 2 dose are highly effective at preventing. Effectiveness estimates, specifically of PEP, are limited by immortal time bias, predominant mode, mpox transmission, and real-world vaccine timing of administration. What the hell? I'm too dumb to understand this shit. What is this? Download high-res image. View full-size image. That is not a... Did I not hit the right one? Oh, here you go. Methods, cohort findings. One... One dose, 76%. Two dose with a 28-day thing, 82%. PEP should be given 4 days after high-risk exposure. VE, okay. Vaccine effectiveness, VE. Oh, I see. So if you were given mpox exposure less than 14 days, you get the one dose of vaccine and you have a 20% chance. It sucks. I guess it's better than nothing, but. I guess the other question remaining, we know that the CIA still did some fucked up shit, but scientist community is different. CIA can hijack anything if it's in the American government. Yeah. I guess. But then, imagine if there's like, South, what is it called? It's where Hassan lives. It's that West Hollywood, right? That's a gay section of California, or a heavy gay population. The COVID vaccines being given there, the CIA could interject and fuck with the shipment that goes to that one hospital injection site. Like when I got my COVID shot, I went to some random ass fucking stupid, defunct, discredited hustle school. I went to some like Institute of Technology place that they used to advertise on daytime television that was no longer in, and then they set up a shop in there and they gave the vaccines. So the CIA could intercept anything in any community and fuck with them, right? Theoretically. So that the CIA wouldn't even need a vaccine to be going to just the gay community. You could just find a gay community and get in the way of anything, even a flu shot, right? If they really wanted to. To me, that's like being afraid of a meteor. There's nothing you can do about it. If it's coming for you, it's coming for you. That's my modus operandi as a cishet white guy who has very little to fear in that same arena. But I think about things that I have no control over and that are outside of my control. And otherwise, you're just boxing at shadows the entire time. And it sucks. And it's a legitimate thing that, like, we have to be aware of these problems and eventually just try to disband the CIA, right? But what the fuck? I don't know how to operate in a world that's like that. People aren't aware about how many scientists lost their jobs because of things that the Trump government is doing. Yeah. That's true. That's unpredictable. They will lie about vaccine they're giving out in gay communities. There's nothing you can do to predict that. You just gotta hope. Thinking that way, even foods are water, but people will need to ask first why. Oh, you mean like with all of our shit getting fucked? Yeah. There was some guy who said that our local, because a pipe burst or a fitting burst outside by our water softener. So we had to give the guys a call, and they charged us like $400 to come out and fix it. And it really sucks because he did a bad job with the fast drying glue on a different fitting that he made. And then when he's ready to leave, I'm like, hey, is that leaking? And he's like, ah, crap. I was looking to get out of here. And then he had to redo it all. And then he charged me for the extra 30 minutes that he was here. But I'm like, brother, if you just did it right the first time, I wouldn't have been charged. But you were going to leave with my shit leaking permanently. Like, that's fucked. I would have had like horrible water bills for forever without knowing what the hell's going on until I find this drip leak outside by the pipe that's happening 24/7. And like, you charge me for the extra 30 minutes of time? Like, you're the one that did it wrong. I mean, I get it. You got to get paid your labor, but you get that from the boss. Don't get that from me. But he was saying that they took fluoride out of the water, which I had not heard about, but he said that's what happened. And then he also said that they replaced it with extra chlorine. And I'm like, but chlorine and fluoride do very different things. Why would they increase the chlorine? He's like, yeah, what you need is a second tank of just charcoal to get rid of that chlorine. You want to buy that? I'm like, no, I don't want to buy that. I didn't believe him that he tested my water and saw extra chlorine. I'm thinking he's a fucking liar. And he was a bad worker. And we gave him a house plant because he saw one outside. And I was like, yeah, did you want it? Sure, go ahead. Like, I was being as nice as possible to that dude. And he ripped me off and did some shit wrong. But he deserves health care. I was a little worried because he was using this like weird glue shit to like glue all of these PVC fittings together. And I was like, that's the line that goes in the house, right? Doesn't that mean that all that glue that's gushing out of this fitting is going to go into like our water? This is like after the filter. This is going into the house. He's like, yeah, well, that's why I run a hose on the other side of your house. So that way it flushes it all out. And I'm like, I hope it flushes it all out. I hope it all gets out of that and then is no longer toxic for me to be drinking water that comes from this glue. Fuck. I mean, they have to glue it other than getting a whole brand new pipe. It's just, it looked and it smelled pretty rank. And I guess it's fine. It's just one of those things. I just wanted to ask questions. He said he tested the water after the filter. That's why it wasn't hard water, but it still had chlorine in it. I mean, it's possible that just like the charcoal inside of our thing is all used up, so now the chlorine is showing up. And it's not so much about more chlorine being used. I just don't think that's a shady vaccine. I guess I'm an idiot. I'm a Mr. Rogers clown head. It's like, I understand the history being possible. But without any other evidence, because like there's been vaccines that like you trust, like the COVID one. I guess how targeted was the vaccine against the gay community? Yeah, fluoride. I mean, technically, you can get fluoride from all different forms now. Like when it was first there. Like when it was first found, it was like the only way you're getting fluoride in your system. But nowadays, toothbrushes, mouthwashes, all these different things have fluoride in them. I mean, I think the idea is to give it to children as they grow up because that's what helps build the teeth for the first time. So as an adult, if you lose your fluoride in the water, it doesn't really hurt you because you're not only getting too much benefit from it, but it doesn't hurt you. So what are you worried about? It's more for the kids. That's the takeaway I got after reading a bunch of things. That like if you lose fluoride and you're already a fully grown adult, it probably doesn't impact you too much. But if you're a kid, well, be able to brush your teeth, kid, because you're gonna need that help. It does for adults and it's different. Probably. I mean, they still put fluoride on my teeth at the dentist now, right? So, and they still put fluoride in adult toothpaste. So, you don't care about fluoride. Water's undrinkable. I guess that would be well, you don't, if you have well water, that's not even municipal water. So, it wouldn't really even be impacting your area one bit. Unless there's like a well water municipal thing that the municipal pipes water to your house. Billionaires use taps. Man, if one thing ever comes after a billionaire, GOAT's going to lose their mind. Luigi Mangione works at the water treatment plant. Oh, no. We can't trust anything. I mean, I'd be the same way, honestly. CDC. So this is the CDC Mpox. September of this is literally fucking a couple of days ago. 2-dose development against Mpox and smallpox. Oh, you get a double dose. Wow, nice. Getting both recommended doses for the vaccine provides best protection against Mpox. 4 weeks after the first. Whether or not you've been vaccinated, continue to reduce your risk of getting Mpox. Recommendations who should get the vaccine. People who have been vaccinated, who are vaccinated, should still continue to avoid skin-to-skin contact. If you have a certain risk factors that make you eligible, you can help protect yourself from Mpox by getting the Mpox vaccine. At this time, getting more than 2 vaccines isn't recommended. You don't need any more, even if you've been exposed. If you recover from Mpox, does not recommend that you get the vaccine dose at this time. While it is possible for a recovered from Mpox to get Mpox, is very rare. If they did get it again, milder than the first time. Countries expecting person-to-person clade 1 Mpox spread. People traveling to countries with clade 1 outbreaks or new clade 2 outbreaks. Countries clade 1 Burundi, Central African Republic, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi, Mozambique, Republic of Congo, Rwanda, South Sudan, Tunisia, Uganda, Zambia. Countries with new clade 2 outbreaks include Liberia and Sierra Leone. Recognition vaccine if exposure to someone with Mpox, had a sex partner in the past 2 weeks who was diagnosed. You are gay, bisexual, other man who has sex with men, MSM, or someone who has sex with gay, bisexual, other MSM who are in the past 6 months had any of the following. You are a gay, bisexual, other man who has sex with men. MSM. Man, sex, man. Got it. MSM. But a woman having sex with a man, I guess it's chill. Kara, you're all good. In the past 6 months, has had any of the following. A new diagnosis of a different STD, more than one sex partner. You had any of the following in the past 6 months. Only having one sex partner, I guess you're safe. Sex at a commercial sex venue. Like a sex club or bathhouse? Is there a commercial sex venue? Sex related to a large commercial event or geographical area. Uh-oh. Dude, CPAC. Look out, guys. Oh, man, Lindsey Graham. Did he get vaxxed up yet? I hope so. Well, I can't say specifically what I'm hoping for, but I have hopes. You had a sex partner with any the above risks. You anticipate experiencing any of the above scenarios. If you're traveling, I anticipate having a commercial sex venue. I better get vaxxed up. If you're traveling to a country with a clade 1, blah, 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 new partner, you should not get it if you're straight. No. You have severe allergic reaction. Talk to your provider if you had an allergic reaction. Oh. And then how it's given, whatever. So, like, you had known or suspected exposure, had sex with someone who's had Mpox, and then if you're gay, with a man who's had in the last 6 months who's been one of these things. So if you're gay and you've had sex with someone who, as of 6 months ago, has had had other sex partners or has been diagnosed with an STD, then they think you should get the vaccine because that increases the likelihood. But I guess not specifically just gay people in general, but gay people who have sex with people who have had some kind of STD or just had sex with more sex partners. But it still does seem like it's leaning towards the gay community specifically, obviously. Fluoride isn't really as good for teeth as made out. It weakens the inside, so you get tooth blowing out. I had 8 teeth do it. Microscopic hole ended up rotting out inside. The tooth ruptures. You might be thinking of fluorisis, whatever it is, but that's only if you have way too much fluoride. Like, you had like motted teeth or melotted teeth that are like all brown and disformed? 'Cause I've heard nothing about. I did a decent amount of research on it when I was writing a video that I never made, but never heard about it weakening the inside of your teeth so it blows out. 8 teeth do it? Eight days monkeypox vaccine is probably safe because it's available to everyone now. Nowadays, monkeypox is safe because it's available to everybody. See how much gay shit's in here? Freaky shit. Well, it's just because it was prolific in the gay community, right? I understand what you're saying about the RFK government, though. They are replacing people like one of the heads of one of the organizations. Hey, Zoomers are way ahead of you on the not having sex part, I guess, according to some people. They're the one guy who's in charge of something. He's like selling human organs or something. He was all on in favor of because they will help out the poor people if they can sell a kidney they don't need. And it's like that you don't see. Oh my God, that's crazy. It's like right now the system is who needs a kidney or a liver the most. That's who gets it. But they want who can afford it. They want the rich people to get those things first. Which is like, because even if you are a rich fucker, you can probably get around it. But like the idea is, even if you are able to afford it or whatever, if you show up to the line of people who need a kidney or need a liver, you end up in the back of the line if you are a chronic alcoholic or something. Because if you're going to get a liver, you're going to fucking take care of it. We're not going to give you a liver if you're just going to ruin it again. So like the need, who needs it the most? A person who's dying of cirrhosis and has no actual desire to change their habits is at the end of the list. I guess if there's just a liver sitting here and no one else needs it, they'll give it to you. But like if someone who could actually take advantage of that liver needs it first, they get it first, and they don't like that. They want to just keep constantly putting new livers in themselves so they can drink themselves and never have any consequences. Or whatever the problem is, right? You know. Well, you know, I got my house because I got crushed by a pesticide truck and I had a little bit of extra money for about 5 or 6 years. Well, I guess it was like 7 years. But nowadays, maybe the Gen Alpha can sell half their liver and let it grow back over time as they sell their plasma and their other kidney. And then they can have, you know, a down payment on a car. Then they can just get into the gig economy and then start grinding, and then they'll be just fine in our new system. They can't afford the AI self-driving doesn't work, so they'll just get a neurochip put into their brain, so that way it can make them grow organs faster, and they can drive cars on Uber for the rich. But it removes their mouths; so they don't talk uncomfortably, right? Yeah, get crushed, and then somehow survive. That's the tricky part. You know? Damn, Kara got up so early. I'm not used to this. Let's see. All right. Cleanser. I'm noticing a pattern in how they title their videos. All right.
Hello everyone, this is your Deodos of Pets. This little guy thought it was grass.
Oh, what an idiot. She better not go away.
High five. High five. High five.
What the hell? Ooh, oh no!
Be honest, do we look alike? No, you did me dirty.
He thought he'd get a cat to scare off the mice.
Is that a empty pool you're gonna drop a cat into? The big face. Dogs. Wicked.
Now this is a guy that appreciates art.
Dumb but cute.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What an old puppy. Ice cream, dude.
I think this cat is in his seat.
That dog is jacked, dude. That looks like nice grass. I've never seen grass that soft. Like,
Y arrastrar. Empujar y arrastrar. Empuja con la palma y arrastra con las yemas de los dedos.
rat lady or snake guy? Rat lady for sure. Yeah.
This dog makes his own entertainment.
He's catching the snow. I hope he's easy if she ever gets on top of the door. That's a hitting pose right there.
These dogs walk themselves.
God, they're so cute.
This guy isn't a fan of bugs.
Ooh, strong smell, huh? Oh.
This guy does not like his nails being trimmed.
We don't even have a Ring doorbell. I guess your dad used to say.
This cat doesn't like it when their owner sneezes.
Dude, what is that, like an egg and ham sandwich? No. I saw this one the other day, I think. What the fuck? Oh.
And then they do amazing double track chorus and we think everything's all right again, but are we sure? So what you're expecting is a little person feeling sorry for themselves, and then you get pop music, then you get disco, and I think that's absolutely fascinating. Is that's what they honed, and that's the craft.
These two are best friends. These siblings are not very alike.
God, look at that ruined chair. Dude, its head is the level of the counter. That's dangerous. It's a washing machine. What's that Alaskan Iditarod? Is that what the name of it is? That one big
How are you feeling, Walt? How are you
dog
feeling?
sled thing?
Okay.
Going to the dog park for that one.
Dumbass!
Yo, bro, could I pet?
Yes.
This dog has a problem with others being in his car park.
Spending too much time around humans that scream. Get me out of here.
Mikey, what are you doing? Can you please get off of her? Hey! Hey! Mikey! Mikey! Really? Mookie, get off of her!
The lady seems more mad than the dog did.
What are you doing?
Such pretty kitties. Why did X go twice? Lost to a cat. Ooh, what the hell? Is that a sandwich? I thought it was like a... Oh, yeah.
Can I talk to Sky?
Yeah, she's right here.
Okay. Hi, Skyboo. It's Mama. What are you doing? Sky. What are you doing? I'm sitting here with Kylie. I'm sitting here with Kylie, and we're in West Virginia. Do you want to come to West Virginia? I wish you could right now.
This cat likes the muffins a little too much.
They should have taken it to West Virginia.
Smokey!
What are you doing? Yeah, what are you doing?
Oh my god. Dude, you're gonna roll out. Move so I can shut it.
He wants it open.
What are you doing? Move. Oh my god.
People say to get your cats a concrete block. Just get, oh my gosh.
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
That was nice. I appreciate that. That was nice. Let's see. That was almost all the ones that I put on the list for today. There is a 2-hour video, which is part 3 of the Debunk series that Minuteman did. Minuteman did. Not very many. There was a couple of nerd videos I put. Oh, there was also this one. Now that Goat's here, this could be good. Well, you better take that dog to West Virginia. If you go, you better take that dog.
Is traditional Moldavian friendship cake.
Robin's right. He has a strange artistic
Do-do-do!
Right you are. A monster umbrella.
Sorry, Batman. I'm afraid the boy is underage.
It's the law.
Glee for the Riddler. Gloom for Batman.
Hi, Batman. Hi.
Oh, the irony of it.
They discovered this.
What?
A good likeness.
Commissioner Gordon, have Batman and Boy Wonder finally met their match?
Well, let me say this, Fred. I'd hate to think so.
Boy, how I'd like to top him with a punchline.
Quiet.
A riddle a day keeps the Riddler away. I won't forget you told me that.
Which is this Tim or is this Dick? Which one is this? Which Adam West looks insanely young here. Holy fuck. Which Robin is this? This is Dick. Okay.
Don't.
I'll bet that would tell us the location of the bomb, all right.
Well, stop fiddling with that atomic pile and come down here.
Clock. Stairway. A river.
You shake a pretty mean cake, Batman.
It's nothing.
Holy iceberg. We can expect a crime wave.
No, Robin. A cold wave of terror.
But we're only human.
All too true.
We only have so much to give. Aw, come on, you crook. You can't be all bad. Let the poor lady go, huh?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Doctor. I suppose you'll be wanting to find Batman now.
That's right, Mr. Wayne. I will.
Egads, what sorcery is this?
No sorcery. Merely the precaution of a universal drug and a dope pill. Naturally, you didn't know I was wearing my special super thermal B long underwear for extreme cold.
First I toy, then I destroy. Have you ordered the airplane to go zoom, zoom, zoom?
No! No!
Nobody says no to me, never.
That dude's helmet looks like a giant penis.
Am I not right? I am right.
Good night, sweet guard.
I'll bet Mr. Wayne is out on some yacht, eating sherbet and changing his clothes.
That's not true.
Hello, criminals, wherever you are out there. Do you hear me, criminals? Our phone number is 555-2345. I give you my solemn word of honor, this line is...
Two lonely figures lie quiet, peaceful, serene.
Two such magnificent specimens of manhood.
Diamante means diamond in Spanish.
A riddle a day keeps the Riddler away.
What?
Most obviously stuffed puppets put on these fans. Also, they'd be dead. They would just be dead.
Is Robin cool?
I think you can see a bust of Gotham City's first mayor. And, of course, how could our Museum of Fame exist without Batman and Robin?
Sorry, Commissioner. I used the bat rope to get up here because I didn't want to be noticed.
Sorry.
That's a dude making out with his prom date. Ah ha ha, masturbation.
Slipped on... Sorry. Slipped on the baked Alaska. How is she?
Oh, we're quite well, Boy Wonder.
Bending and winding section.
Batman and Robin to die?
Couldn't we talk it over, handsome?
Poor deluded child.
She is.
But I'm sort of glad they didn't do you in.
Thank you.
Back, everyone! Back! Take cover! It could be explosive! Wow!
Curious? It looks like an ordinary umbrella, except for its unusual size. Oh, well. We've come a long way from the Prime Minister's exploding cake.
Maybe they didn't have it. What's the clip? It's been a while since I've seen a folding ideas video. There was a couple of really big ones on crypto bullshit a while back, and I saw that he had made another one, and I was curious what it was. I remember seeing one of the cutscenes in Call of Duty where like you follow this one guy and you're playing him in the first couple of missions, but then you end up getting nuked and die. And you're like crawling through the wasteland of a just happened nuke as you then die. And that was kind of like a whoa, crazy kind of like scenes. And I guess that's a similar scene. I haven't played the whatever game that's from, but
Call of Duty Ghosts might be the worst game I've ever played. Now, that requires...
Ooh, shit. We're just trying to move the thing.
Now, that requires a lot of qualification and humming and hawing and generally being annoying, but such is the cost of these things. Ghosts occupies an odd place within the megalithic franchise that is Call of Duty. At this point, it sits roughly in the middle, being the 10th main title in a series with 21 full banner annual releases. It begs us to ask, what is a Call of Duty? Well, back in the late 18th century, modern nation-states as we know them began to coalesce within a new ideology called nationalism, which will differentiate with a small n to distinguish it from the nationalist political movements that would arise in the 20th century. Within small n nationalism, people began to view themselves as part of a new national identity that encompassed or even
a lot.
Don't move, I'll get the universal drug antidote.
Oh, hell yeah.
Reach, Batman!
Well, Molly, I was wondering when you'd get around to that.
What? You mean you saw through my disguise?
A criminal always makes one mistake, Molly. Those straws you gave Robin to breathe through, I spotted the defect in the mask instantly. That was the one hole in your plan.
Well, there are gonna be some holes in you, Batman.
Foolish girl. You were so bent on your murderous scheme, you failed to notice. In the Batmobile, I burned off your revolver's firing pin with a hidden bat laser beam. Molly?
Got him. Not sure why it was stretched, but
superseded their local ethnic identities. This would lead to a bunch of stuff. As the story goes, when US soldiers started killing and dying during the Great War, it became necessary to start giving medals for doing a particularly admirable job of killing or dying. Additionally, it was felt that the US Medal of Honor had been handed out too frivolously during the Civil War, and the medal risked being trivialized as over 3,000 had been awarded. Okay, this is just... It turns out this was a huge boondoggle, actually a double boondoggle. Look, I had to play Call of Duty Ghosts like a dozen times to make this. Y'all are gonna sit there and listen to my goddamn research. President Woodrow Wilson ordered the War Department to do a review of the system, and the committee in turn revoked 911 Legacy Medals of Honor. Boondoggle 1 is that apparently in the Civil War, tons of Medals of Honor, being the only award that...
That's fucking brutal. They go, actually, under further review, fuck you. Give me that medal back. What?
Military had at the time were handed out for some pretty suspect reasons. Many had been promised basically as a recruitment bonus, over 500 were awarded to a unit that had already gone home for a mission they didn't do, and Buffalo Bill wasn't even in the military at the time he did the thing that got him the medal. Boondoggle number 2 was that Buffalo Bill, for better or worse an American icon, had his Medal of Honor stripped from him the week that he died. Battlefield surgeon Dr. Mary Edwards Walker, who got her recommendation from Sherman himself and spent 4 months of the war in a Confederate POW camp, was one of 9 civilian surgeons to be awarded the medal, and the only one to have it revoked. She was also the only woman to have ever, even to this day, been awarded the Medal of Honor. Just to not leave that story hanging, she refused to return it to Congress and wore it proudly until she died in 1919 at the age of 86. Congress did eventually reinstate her award in 1977. However, amidst the bureaucracy and sexism, a phrase was born. Miller.
If he was at the Alamo, then they were all pretty shitty.
Oscar F., Major 361st Infantry, is awarded the Medal of Honor for conspicuous gallantry and intrepidity above and beyond the call of duty. And 85 years later, we've got a video game franchise. Since its inception in 2003, the Call of Duty first-person military shooter brand has produced 21 mainline titles and 22 spin-offs. Originating as a cinematic shooter in response to Electronic Arts' Medal of Honor games,
those first couple of Call of Duties, they were pretty fun when I played them as a kid. They were also a single-player game focus, even if they had a multiplayer in it. That was just neat to do. Axis versus Allies, whatever. But like Call of Duty 1, Call of Duty 2, Call of Duty 2 was the one that I played a shit ton of. I can't remember if Call of Duty 2 was the one that basically just had Enemy at the Gates as its Eastern Front side of the war. But that's a kind of a cool movie as a kid. And I loved it, and the game was cool to play as well. I think it also has a bunch of myths about, like, you only get one guy gets a rifle, one guy gets bullets, because when the guy dies, you pick up the rifle. I guess that's supposed to be like a meme or not real, but they had it in the movie and they had it in the game.
Which were themselves soft adaptations and expansions of the film Saving Private Ryan under the supervision of Steven Spielberg. The games are known for their giant set-piece levels, heavily scripted sequences, extensive voice cast, cutting-edge visuals, and just all-around high production value.
Plus
Quickly
the new
though,
ones,
let's
yeah.
introduce our corporate cast of characters.
There was no Kevin Spacey fucking child pedophile guy in the later ones. What, Enemy at the Gates? You forgot about that movie? About the Russian sniper?
The franchise as a whole is published by Activision.
A movie that also had a love interest in it. Because when you think about a Russian sniper surviving and killing Nazis, he's got to get some tail in the movie or whatever. He's got to have a lady to lust after or something. That's just movies, you know.
Now Microsoft Activision Blizzard King. The original game was developed by Infinity Ward, but after the success of the first game, Activision brought in a second studio, Treyarch, to begin working on a third game while Infinity Ward worked on the second. The idea being that the sequel would drop in 2005, and then Activision would already have a sequel to that game ready to go for 2006, which would give Infinity Ward 2 years to make the game after that, and then the game of Leapfrog would continue. Eventually, they would need to bring in 2 more studios, Sledgehammer and Raven, to wrangle the ever-ballooning scope.
I don't remember if the movie, I mean, it's been so long, I do not know if the movie was about this sort of, like there's supposed to be, like, the Ghost of Kiev is kind of a similar thing, where there's, like, this one particular soldier who's supposed to be almost supernaturally spooking the other forces because of how often they do stuff. You can, but by the box art, you probably recognize it. Yeah. So I don't know if you're supposed to follow. I think you're just playing like some Yuri guy. I think you're just playing some guy, but you might be a part of that deeper myth or something. I'm not really sure exactly. It's been long enough that I forget.
But we're getting ahead of ourselves. This plan for a yearly release paid off huge when the 4th game, subtitled Modern Warfare, smashed sales records and catapulted Call of Duty from being a merely successful franchise into being the video game franchise, a cultural shorthand for the idea of a video game. Indeed, Call of Duty was pushing the leading edge of production value so hard that the franchise became the definition of AAA video games. In the same way your grandmother could describe all video game consoles as a...
I'm sure they're going to talk about how, like, I know in one of the Call of Duty games, they talk about, like, basically, I forget which, there's a certain trail, not the Trail of Tears, but there's like a specific war crime of like a road bombing or something, and they say the Russians did it in Call of Duty, but actually America did it. And then they just like rewrite history in Call of Duty. And also Call of Duty is a game that is heavily vetted via the Department of Defense or whatever, where they like give them the ability to have certain assets and use things, but they only get like their final say in the matter over things. That's crazy. I mean, I remember seeing the statistics of all the civilians. Yeah, propaganda stuff. Yeah, basically, 100%. Like, well, look, we'll help you and we'll give you some funding. See? You'd love it. You, as a capitalist, are so happy to get some free money out of it. And we're happy to change the scope of the narrative specifically. Look, a war crime we did, now the Russians did it. Hate the Russians, not the Americans.
A Nintendo, AAA video games could be simply a Call of Duty. Ghosts, released in 2013, is the 10th mainline title in the series, the 6th made by developers Infinity Ward. The game follows two brothers, Logan and Hesh Walker, as they shoot their way through a series of nonsense levels strung together by a jingoistic plot rooted deeply in American insecurity that was bubbling up as the global war on terror solidly entered its second decade. It is the near future.
God bless it.
Great energy-producing deserts in the Middle East have been destroyed by war, cutting off much of America's energy, leading to a collapse and decline. In the power vacuum that followed, South America has been united or conquered under the banner of the Federation of the Americas, often simply referred to as the Fed. The game opens as two astronauts perform maintenance on the control station for the orbital weapon Odin, a kinetic bombardment system utilizing tungsten rods dropped from space, an impractical but popular pop culture weapon often shorthanded as rods from God. As they are performing the finishing checks on this decidedly military superweapon, the station is attacked and hijacked by Fed forces who gain entry by posing as an American supply shuttle. The Fed successfully target and bomb a large swath of Southern California, Texas, and Florida before the temporary prologue protagonist, or prologonist, destabilizes its orbit and burns up in the atmosphere. That sounds grammatically incorrect, so just to be clear, both the prologonist and Odin burn up in the atmosphere. Parallel to this, Elias Walker tells his sons the origin story of a fabled special ops team called the Ghosts.
It was a different time, a different enemy.
This is weird because this is like an alternate history, obviously, in this version of Call of Duty.
60 men from Tier 1 teams were sent to face down a force of 500 enemy fighters.
Okay, this is a Thermopylae situation, right?
Their objective, to force the enemy back from a civilian hospital.
A 300 for a modern age.
In this other backstory, in another time, another war, 60 men from a joint special ops team were tasked with guarding a hospital, and they get obliterated over the course of a couple nights. 60 become 15, and eventually these remaining 15, they evacuate the hospital and send one of their own as an escort. Then
it's like, yeah, whenever there's like a near future stuff, it always feels a little, I don't know, it's like it's not sci-fi enough to be sci-fi, and it's too... but it's too futuristic to feel real world. It's just kind of like a weird mix. Like Battlefield 2142 is always like, oh, these guns are kind of weird and these airplanes are kind of weird and it's kind of whatever. It doesn't feel... It's too fake to feel real, and it's not fake enough to be fun.
The remaining 14 cover themselves in blood and sand and hide under the bodies to ambush the enemy fighters. The prose in this story is florid, reverential, bordering on spiritual ecstasy. They are baptized with blood and anointed by the sand, then massacre the opposition with hit-and-run tactics that are so sick and badass that the one remaining enemy fighter goes crazy.
He expressed warnings to others of a force so menacing and unbeatable, it could only be described as supernatural. He called them ghosts.
God damn it, it's even got the ellipsis right there in the subtitles. I feel like this is what folding ideas sounds like to people who don't like folding ideas. This literal campfire story is then interrupted by the rods from God falling on San Diego as the Fed uses Odin to obliterate basically everything south of Santa Monica. The body of the game takes place 10 years later, long after the war with the Fed has come to a stalemate. It's not really relevant to anything, and you need to dig into the codex entries to sort it out, but basically the US military doesn't have branches anymore. It's all just one big blob, which is really just the underlying justification for the main characters, Logan and Hesh, to run around doing whatever the designers thought was cool. After a tutorial mission and some walk and talk, the boys are...
Rule of cool is valid, IMO, right? I mean, I guess a lot of military game enjoyers are military dudes, right? But I don't give a fuck about the way the military is structured, right?
Sent out to scout some Fed salvage operation back in San Diego, their first big mission beyond the massive border wall the US has built. They are assisted on their
U.S. border wall. What a crazy idea. I don't know what era this game came out.
Their missions by the game's
the exact
spectacle
timeline.
feature Riley, a trained German Shepherd, and his doggy Cam sneak attack. Despite the lengthy geopolitical setup and
Being
held
mauled
up
to death by a
backstory,
dog.
the game's lore is extremely front-loaded, and the meat of the game revolves around a man named Rourke, a ghost and Dad's former commanding officer. Oh, spoiler, Dad's a ghost, like that's why he knows all their backstory and stuff, but not like a cool ghost. He's an assassin, special ops, badass. It's treated as a twist. It's treated as a twist. They play it like it's a real twist that you didn't see coming.
But your father's not there anymore.
Dad, this whole time you were one of them. You're a ghost.
Right, the ghost.
So Rourke, along with your dad, was one of the original 14 ghosts who were anointed with sand after defending the hospital, and his psych profile is basically that he's Rambo, but like Rambo 3 or Rambo 4 Rambo, not really First Blood Rambo. Rourke went missing in Caracas 2 years before the Odin incident and was presumed dead. When the Fed threatened all of South America and ordered all US-born residents killed or imprisoned, the US preemptively invaded Venezuela and sent the Ghost to assassinate Fed leadership in a mission that culminates in Federation leader General Almagro ordering a missile strike on a massive dam overlooking the city. Now, this self-destructive action here, we're going to have to set aside the fact that America's enemies are so insane they'll nuke themselves was already a recurring plot beat in the franchise by this point, so we can instead focus on the silliness of the scenario. If Western media gets accused of playing fast and loose with its audience's lack of knowledge of the rest of the world, few other instances will really compete with this game, stashing 1 billion gallons of water a kilometer in the air above the Caribbean Sea. So the ghosts do successfully assassinate General Almagro. You play as
Would have worked on me. I didn't know shit about that.
your dad Elias for this mission and shoot him yourself, but the helicopter crashes, Rourke falls into the water, and after weeks of searching for his body, the ghosts are pulled from Caracas and Rourke is declared MIA. Since he's the antagonist, he obviously survived, and now he holds a grudge against the ghosts for a combination of not rescuing him and not having the decency to die trying to rescue him. He was instead captured by the Fed and tortured in a jungle pit where they used all the old standards: isolation, temperature extremes, sleep deprivation, stress positions, keeping him wet, presumably
Oh, just like all the things we've used before.
direct physical and verbal abuse, and they feed him psychoactive poisons, implicitly ayahuasca. This process, stylized for the cinematic, blows all of the white off of him as black alien crystals burst out of his skin. That's interesting iconography. That might come up later.
Rourke was their ghost now. The perfect weapon to use against us.
He becomes the main villain of the entire game, and he's Bane, the Batman villain, specifically the Bane from The Dark Knight Rises, a 2 steps ahead criminal mastermind with seemingly limitless resources to pour into a plan that uses lofty geopolitical ambitions as a smokescreen for a personal grudge against a couple specific dudes. There's a series of Rourke-focused missions, including backstory, then an infiltration mission to find where he's hiding, an assault on the hideout.
Everything always comes back to Batman. I don't know. I guess I just fuck up like that. I don't plan it out. It just happens.
Capturing Rourke, then getting hijacked by Rourke's people and dumped in the jungle, after which the game switches to hardcore filler mode. There's a winter science facility level in Chile, then an oil rig level in Antarctica, then an underwater level in the Atlantic, then a factory level in Brazil, somewhere north of Rio. After blowing up the factory, the team heads to a safe house in the remains of Las Vegas to hang out, where they get ambushed and captured by Rourke again.
You are right, Elias. I'm not a ghost. I'm the man that hunts them and sends them back to the other side.
I'm a YouTuber. I'm a ghost hunter.
Dad, I'm a ghost.
There's a sinking aircraft carrier, then a tank mission, and a second space mission, and then finally you fight Rourke on a train. The thing you learn in all of that faffing about, maybe a nugget per mission, is that the Fed has cloned Odin. That wreckage way back in the San Diego level where Doggy Cam was a mechanic, that was Odin, and I guess that information isn't exactly hidden, but it's really downplayed.
This is definitely the place. Stoker 6, we got something here. Looks like it's digging through some wreckage. What do you mean? What kind of wreckage? Not sure. It's guarded, but we're gonna push through.
It's actually kind of amazing how good a job the game does of making this theoretically important discovery feel utterly beneath notice. The crashed satellite looks unremarkable in the muddy brown gloom that pervades the game, and all leading lines direct the player away from it. You get a glimpse at the top of the hill, but the shape of the hill and the people shooting at you from down below pull your attention downwards and then to the left. When you exit the cave, the shooting is again coming from the left, pulling your view away from the crash site. Even when you exit the building and traverse a catwalk that goes right next to the satellite, the game makes sure there's people shooting at you off to the left, pulling your attention away from the wreckage. In glimpses and fragments, this crashed satellite just looks like indistinct industrial wreckage, a refinery or a silo of some kind, not a grounded weapon of mass destruction that's the reason everyone's in this mess in the first place. The only way to really appreciate that it's the wreckage of Odin is to sit around and explore, but this is a game that very much does not want you to explore. Cinematic shooters are 90% high-gloss hallways. That's kind of the core pitch. You trade freedom to wander for extremely intricate scripted sequences and spectacle. Wandering off is almost always tightly constrained. A door that you aren't explicitly directed to open will almost never open. A side hallway that isn't part of a shooting arena will almost always dead end quickly with nothing to see. In the case of the Odin wreckage, poking around is explicitly punished by falling into radioactive kill zones, sending you back to the previous checkpoint. Curiosity in the genre is structurally discouraged. So nominally, Logan and Hesh were sent to San Diego to figure out what the Fed is rooting around looking for, but when they find it, they just go, I don't know, some big busted thing. Looks expensive. And are then immediately derailed by Rourke capturing a ghost named Ajax, at which point the actual mission is discarded in lieu of meeting up with ghosts Merrick and Keegan and heading off to rescue Ajax from the ruins of Dodger Stadium. So the fact that the Federation is rooting around in the wreckage of Odin is uncovered in Chapter 3 and then deemed so unremarkable that aside from a stray mention in Chapter 9, it isn't really relevant again until Chapter 13 when the team stumbles into a factory loading up Federation Odin clones, a project called Loki, named after the shape-shifting infiltrator that ends the world. Now, here's the very important thing to remember about Loki. It is said out loud to call your attention to this. The important thing to note about the clone of the orbital penetrating rod weapon of mass destruction built by the South Americans is that theirs is smaller. It's less girthy, it's not quite as potent, but it is significantly more numerous.
Yeah, these are smaller, but there's a lot more of them.
There might be some symbolism in there, I don't know. There's another space mission where Americans hijack Loki and start raining hell down on South America. You drive a tank, you fight Rourke on a train. You eventually shoot him and your brother, and all of the windows crack, like blow open, he drowns, and you and your brother sit on a beach watching the world burn as the credits start to roll before the inevitable and tragic sequel bait when an apparently immortal Rourke kidnaps Logan, that's you, and drags him off with a post-credits clip implying that Logan is being subjected to the same jungle drug torture brainwashing as Rourke was. So, Ghosts falls apart in basically every way. Like, if we're talking about a bad game, what are the ways in which a game can be bad? They can be just technically bad, unstable as software that doesn't launch right, crashes frequently, or breaks at the programming level. That's one type of bad. It can be just not particularly fun to push the buttons, like the responsiveness of it, or the feedback that you get, or the rewards that you get, the way that it respects or disrespects your time. Or it could be offensive on some narrative level. The story is full of holes, it isn't told in a way that carries the player through, character motivations are vague or thin, actions and consequences don't really seem to line up, and maybe it espouses some morally reprehensible worldview. Ghosts is all of these. So the long story short behind all this is twofold. One is simply that games of this scope take, as a rule of thumb, about 3 years to make, and Activision had their studios cranking them out in barely 2. While Ghosts was not noted for its development crunch, this is because it was still so ubiquitous and normalized across the AAA industry in the early teens that it was deemed unremarkable. A contemporary Guardian article about the development of Ghosts opens by talking about crunch in an extremely matter-of-fact way, like how you would say that being a sailor involves the risk of getting wet. The second is that around the release of Modern Warfare 2, Infinity Ward went through a major upheaval. Studio co-founders Vince Zampella and Jason West had wanted to sever Modern Warfare from the Call of Duty brand, getting Infinity Ward a bigger slice of the record-breaking pie. When Activision caught wind of this, all hell broke loose. The two were fired, then they sued Activision for basically manufacturing cause for their dismissal, then Activision countersued, calling them insubordinate and self-serving schemers who attempted to hijack Activision's assets for their own personal gain. This got very messy. It came out that Activision had a thing called Project Icebreaker that West and Zampella alleged was a scheme to oust them from Infinity Ward, while Activision insisted in their defense that Icebreaker was merely a scheme to spy on employee emails in order to improve the relationship with the studio. In the fallout, almost 4 dozen devs departed Infinity Ward in solidarity, leaving a big old hole in Infinity Ward's dev team. While Modern Warfare 3 would ultimately come out on time, it was only because Activision brought in Raven and Sledgehammer to help finish the game. Afterwards, it was decided that the 2-year leapfrog cycle just wasn't enough time, and thus the third game out from that point would be developed by Sledgehammer, starting a 3-studio rotation. All this required was for the folks at Sledgehammer to be brought fully up to speed, not just finishing assets for a game already in progress, but working from scratch with the new engine and all the various intricacies of making a Call of Duty. This added workload on the remaining Infinity Ward staff, creating a massive technical debt that would ultimately be paid by Ghosts. None of the problems that plague Ghosts are unique to it, rather Ghosts is unique for suffering from every single problem that plagues AAA video game production. I have taken the liberty, for the sake of pacing and shaking things up a bit, of organizing all that into a numbered list. The focus in development was on getting the game ready for the launch of the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, which left the PC version in a pretty bad state, with numerous development problems leading to frequent crashes to desktop, broken script triggers, and numerous soft locks. They fixed a lot of this over the years. It is a lot more stable these days if you play it on a modern machine, but it's still really easy to soft lock various levels because Call of Duty games are extremely complicated on a scripting level. If, in Chapter 2, you exit the tunnel into the LA River and immediately try and shoot down the helicopter, you can actually sort of shoot it down, but since it's supposed to come back later and you've already tripped the flag saying it's destroyed, it just never comes back for when you're actually supposed to shoot it down and the level soft locks.
I hear more literal birds than I hear helicopters. Alright, well, only one option.
Too good. No!
The experience of the game, the
Not be
gameplay
tolerated.
itself, is sluggish. Even sprinting feels more like a waddle. There's multiple vehicle segments that just do not function the way that you'd expect them to. The helicopter fights in particular have a very bizarre control.
Get bad, bro, is kind of a banger sentence. I feel like I do that better than the best.
Scheme that I still do not fully understand. Lateral movement works more or less like you'd expect, even if it feels terrible, but altitude control is semi-automated within a very shallow layer. It's very awkward if you expect the helicopter to control like a helicopter.
Why is this always the way in?
It's just kind of ugly. Even at the time, Call of Duty games were remarked on for being dominated by shades of brown, green, brown green, brown, and gray. Online comic strips like VG Cats were already mocking this trend in 2007, and yet 7 years later, Ghosts somehow takes that and makes it even worse. The brown-gray shooter has effectively become an archetype, and Call of Duty Ghosts is its avatar. The game's average color is taupe. This actually brings us to our next point, which we'll hand off to Folding Ideas' Mexican office. A major marketing point was the hiring of Oscar-winning screenwriter Stephen Gaghan to pen the script. Now, Gaghan won an Oscar for Traffic, a movie with its own, let's say, interesting relationship with Latin America. Traffic can be almost single-handedly credited with convincing audiences that Mexico looks like piss, which in turn became the visual language of hot places that are also dangerous, which became the visual language of war writ large, which is in part why Call of Duty Ghosts looks the way it does. In all fairness to Gaghan, I just happen to have a copy of the published shooting script, and it doesn't say anywhere, Mexico, a land the color of piss, everything is a shade of piss, even the sky. So that one's more on Soderbergh, or, well, Peter Andrews, who's just Steven Soderbergh with a Carhartt beanie and a Leica. Gaghan's pedigree as a writer is honestly, like most writers, a little mixed. He wrote Traffic and Syriana, but he also wrote Abandoned and The Alamo, and not relevant to Ghosts, but still funny, he would eventually write and direct the 2020 film Doolittle starring Robert Downey Jr.
Oh, good heavens!
The writing of a video game is complicated.
There's
More
dragons
so
in
for
it?
a game like Call of Duty than most, but there are elements that we can pretty safely put in Gaghan's lap, like the mission briefings with their absolutely tortured stoic prose.
The sand stuck to their skin like a shroud, changing them, anointing them.
This is just kind of a whirlpool of hell. The performances aren't saving the script, but the script isn't giving the performers material worth saving.
Dad, this whole time you were one of them. You're a ghost.
Try the ghost!
The bulk of the story is very stupid and is plagued with obvious backfills that are emergent from the way that the game is made. The cinematic shooter is so reliant on massive set-piece events that they have become the cart leading the horse. This aspect is basically an open secret of how the game and an embarrassing number of modern blockbusters are made, but it is rarely as obvious as it is with Ghosts. Cool moments were devised first, production was started, and artists and coders and scripters were put to work building a sinking aircraft carrier years before a writer would be sent in to figure out why an aircraft carrier is sinking. After all, enemy gunships and boats just move around on predefined paths. The exact model of helicopter, the flags being flown, or the uniforms on soldiers can all be swapped later. For a big part of the process, they're just floating cubes and other placeholders anyway. Even the dialogue and character interactions have the hallmarks of being as unintrusive and generic as possible. Characters are mostly an ephemeral presence barking immediate orders into your ears.
Sick on Riley. Move to the next floor.
The door's down! Flash now!
Keep an eye on your depth gauge.
Position clear!
Lay your charges!
Logan, pick up Riley!
The why of what you're doing simply needs to be kept to a minimum presence so it can slot in easily at a later time. This is why every mission has, on average, one moment that actually matters. The character learns or accomplishes one thing, frequently by watching a video or reading a document, and the significance of that thing is more often than not shuffled into the interstitial monologues that serve as loading screens. You're sent to blow up an oil derrick off the coast of Antarctica in a bluff to lure away the Fed's navy, but that doesn't make any sense. Not as a plan and not as the motivation driving you through the mission. It's simply the results that you're told afterwards, and then later that diverted navy just shows up and sinks the US's last remaining aircraft carrier anyway. The crashed Odin in Chapter 2 is so conspicuously unremarked upon that it's entirely possible that it wasn't even decided what rubble the Fed soldiers would be searching through at the time the mission was started. Like, not to get repetitive here, but this is the full exchange.
This is definitely the place. Stoker 6, we got something here. Looks like it's going through some wreckage. What do you mean? What kind of wreckage? Not sure. It's guarded, but we're gonna push through.
You don't interact with it, it's surrounded by killer radiation, so you can't try and do anything with it. Merrick and Keegan don't ask about it, and despite the fact that you were sent out explicitly to figure out what the Fed were doing in San Diego, this information is seemingly never relayed. The thought that the Fed is trying to salvage Odin in order to make their own isn't floated as a possibility, even as the characters are watching the Fed launch mystery ballistic missiles that NORAD loses track of after launch.
NORAD was able to say conclusively the missile launched in the Yucatan did not hit the USA.
There isn't even a beat where a character puts two and two together the moment that they walk into the room and see Loki being loaded up. Even the bit with Loki is like, okay, they walk into the room, they see something, there's a bunch of radio chatter about it, and then they move on. This level could be 95% completed without the artists even knowing what's going to go in that slot. These events, these thoughts, are all siloed from one another, interacting only through the narrow tunnels between missions. There is simply zero internal cohesion to the story. It's so obviously and shoddily a series of set pieces that were hastily strung together. It's actually difficult to keep them in order in the memory simply because there's so little logical connection between them. In the game, you infiltrate the lab to get files on the missile program, blow up the oil derrick to lure away the Navy, then sink the last destroyer guarding Brazil so you can sabotage the factory. But we could just as easily make it that during the factory sabotage mission, we uncover Loki. Then we blow up the destroyers so we can get access to the oil derrick, which as a 1-2 punch will lure the Navy in the Pacific towards the Atlantic, so we can infiltrate the lab and steal the access codes needed to subvert Loki. All it would need to replace is a few lines of dialogue and the interstitial monologues. Other missions are less egregious, but never properly escape this artifact of their creation. Missions are in the order that makes a reasonable amount of narrative sense while breaking up the mechanics. Many of these set pieces are extremely obvious in their influences. Again, it's basically an open secret that Call of Duty level designers just look for moments from movies and go, wouldn't it be cool if you could play that? But I don't know, it just feels so hack when the inspiration is so obvious. Rourke allows himself to be captured for no particular reason except that it allows the game to recreate the opening of The Dark Knight Rises. One level is lifted in pretty equal measure from The Dark Knight and Transformers Dark of the Moon. The game doesn't really have mechanics, it has the simulation of mechanics. In a typical game, hell, let's get saucy and say, in a real game, the player is given a suite of interactions that they can perform, and it is then given to the player the freedom to figure out how to best string together these interactions to accomplish their goals. Ghosts instead gives you a gun and a context prompt. Things like night vision goggles, thermal optics, the dog Riley, a blinding strobe light, a motion tracker, and gas grenades aren't tools that you are given, tutorialized on, and then expected to deploy at your discretion. They are gimmicks that pop up at predetermined moments and persist in your toolkit for only as long as deemed necessary.
Logan, sync up with Riley. Here we go.
Now, there are a lot of compromises that are made in the service of the cinematic in cinematic shooter. The player is ultimately on rather tight rails with little freedom in how they approach the world. This is not inherently bad. Roller coasters are literally on rails, and roller coasters are really, really fun. And at a certain level of abstraction, this is true about basically every game with a linear story. Using Doom 2016 as an example, while the player can backtrack through large areas of the game for a substantial chunk of the playtime, this is ultimately little more than the freedom to hunt for collectibles, as the actual bang bang pew pew rip and tear gameplay remains constrained to a predetermined chute you must climb into if you want to rip cacodemon eyeballs out. The argument in favor of Rails is that they are needed to provide a kind of tightly crafted experience that a freer sort of sandbox environment just can't deliver. But with that comes an unspoken contract, that I, as a player, am ceding an amount of control in exchange for something impactful, and the expectations that the Rails will be reasonably well disguised. I shouldn't feel the Rails, because the path forward should simply be the one that I most want to go down. This way for cacodemons and their eyeballs. Call of Duty Ghosts is littered with so many friction points, the poorly laid out levels, the obnoxious characters, the incoherent story, that the illusion, the buy-in, just falls apart. You begin to notice that you're thrust into situations where tools you were given earlier would be useful, but you don't have them, because they weren't actually tools in the first place, they were single-scene gimmicks. There is a veneer of realism here in the sense that your commandos aren't going to be showing up with the same ever-ballooning kit of toys to every single mission, but that realism shreds like tissue paper when a very useful tool like the strobe light is only functional within a single specific room. The fake commitment to realism results in frankly boring gunplay. While you will occasionally stumble across a shotgun or machine gun, by and large you will spend the campaign cycling through a series of indistinct assault rifles. Step after boring step of the game is saturated with barked orders from your commanding officers who perpetually sound pissed off that they even need to deal with you, giving the distinct impression that the game not only feels obliged to hold your hand, but resents doing it too.
You can stick with us, but you do what I say when I say it. Understood?
Put all in a package, Ghosts is a great simulation of what an escort quest must feel like from the perspective of the NPC. Help, I'm trapped in a numbered list factory, the bosses stole my passport, if you're reading this, tell my wife I'm still alive, please send rescue. Ghosts are cringe. The amount of worshipful religious prose that is poured out talking about the ghosts is weird and embarrassing, especially given that the source of most of that is Elias talking about himself.
And this really happened. So the legend goes.
But it really reaches the next level after Elias is killed. In the story, the ghosts are a quasi-official interdepartmental unit consisting entirely of 14 people. There were 15 soldiers left at the hospital, one of them was sent to escort evacuees, 14 stayed behind to be anointed by sand. That event, in and of itself, is within the lifetime of all of the game's characters. Merrick, Rourke, Elias, Ajax, and Keegan were all there. They are first-generation ghosts. Logan and Hesh are implied to be the first initiated ghosts ever. From the events of the game, the ghosts are depicted as both quite new, very exclusive, and badass to the point that prior to Rourke killing Ajax, the unit has suffered 0 confirmed casualties. So, with all of this framing, it's all just so deeply cringe when Hesh spends a loading screen detailing all the ghost funerary rites and customs like they're a deeply rooted tradition with generations of practice.
In the event a ghost is killed, his remains are placed face down, with his head pointed in the direction of his home, his weapon next to him. We do it this way, so that when our fallen are taken to the other side, they can watch over us and keep an eye on our enemy.
Let's talk about the dog. Ghosts had 2 big elements that became the backbone of the marketing campaign for the game. The lesser of these is the aforementioned hiring of Oscar-winning screenwriter Stephen Gaghan to pen the script. The big one was Riley the dog.
This is someone you care about. This is a squad member. He does everything from sniffing out explosives to protecting the team.
Riley is only mechanically available to the player in 2 chapters. He's less like a squad member and more like a specialty grenade that you have access to for 3 specific gunfights. He's barely in the game. There's a whole thing in chapter 14, that's the one where your dad dies, and Riley kind of appears out of nowhere and then gets shot, and you need to carry him through the rest of the level. After that, they show him at the start of the aircraft carrier mission, the one where the carrier sinks, but since there's a 3 days later fade in between, Riley is just sort of quietly ushered out of existence in the uncertainty of that transition. The political undercurrents of the story are repulsive and reflect the madness of an America trapped in a quagmire of its own making and desperate for a new villain. Diegetically, America is on the back foot, is in decline following the collapse of the, quote, energy-producing deserts, and is embroiled in a defensive war against a superior foe. At least, that's what we're told. Since so much of the story is really about Rourke's personal grudge, the geopolitics sink into the distant background. America being in some nebulous decline is simply the prerequisite to justify the conflict, to make it a fair fight. America built an orbital weapon of mass destruction when they were in decline, so, take that for what it's worth. So let's actually look at how Rourke fits into all of this thematically. We have this soup of action set pieces strung together by a plot written around them. What emerges from that soup? The theme that comes through, loud and clear, is that Rourke gives the Fed their potency. The plan to hijack Odin is cooked up by Rourke. The attack on Santa Monica is Rourke, and Loki is Rourke's doing. All the various filler tasks ultimately revolve around getting ahead of Rourke. Rourke is an attempt at de-racializing an inherently racialized conflict. You simply cannot have a conflict between the United States and Venezuela without invoking the specter of U.S. interventionism in South America.
What do you mean by political? That doesn't mean anything, right? The question, is this a political game, doesn't actually mean anything, because it's what does the word political mean to you? Do we touch topics that bear a resemblance to the geopolitics of the world we live in today? Hell yeah, because this is that is the subject matter of modern warfare.
Despite the developers' insistence that their games are simply good, sugary fun that happens to resemble something in the shape of geopolitics, kind of like a candy cigarette, they do remain aware of the implications of the things they make, and in the early teens were visibly sensitive to the pushback. They received criticism for how the Arab factions in Call of Duty 4 were depicted, with a nuclear suicide bombing, so Modern Warfare 2 instead revolves around the threat of a duplicitous US general, and then in Modern Warfare 3 it was revealed that the nuke had actually been the machinations not of al-Assad, but of that game's antagonist, Vladimir Makarov. Rourke is in one sense a safe antagonist. It makes the game about Americans fighting Americans, white people fighting a white person whose most vocal motivation is simple revenge. However, in the same way that the levels are generic vessels for MacGuffins to be placed into at a later date, the natural endpoint of a production pipeline that demands endless crunch, Rourke is the endpoint of corporate cowardice. There is a potentially insightful conclusion down the path of the greatest threat to America is America itself, but this is not that. The message here isn't civil. It's not suggesting that America has invested so much in outward strength that it has become internally brittle, that the contradictions of American existence threaten the concept of America itself. The vulnerability isn't American hubris. The vulnerability is American subversion. The game plays to the sensibilities of an America in tension with the war on terror, the war in Iraq, and the war in Afghanistan. As these wars were solidly entering their second decade, the narrative of a righteous war, always suspect in the first place, was decidedly faltering. America's presence was clearly not a stabilizing force, and they had become an intractable quagmire. So in Ghosts, the Middle East is simply written out of the picture in passive voice, the destruction of the oil-producing deserts. No one's fault, just a thing that happened. The Fed, which is to say South America, is described as invasive, creeping, consuming, an inexorable force moving northwards to take over America for no reason but conquest. In the cutscenes, they are an organic, oily mass crawling across the map and staining it. They are a perverting force, a subverting enemy that will invade American space, take America's things, and turn them against America. The enemy is both impossibly strong and utterly impotent. Their power is not strength in their own right, but their ability to pervert. Rourke does not become disillusioned with America. That's not why he switches sides. While he definitely harbors a grudge against specific individuals, his heel turn is fully explained as brainwashing. He is tortured and drugged and converted into their ghost. And there's that imagery. As the Federation torturers go to work on his soul, the whiteness is literally blasted off him, and black crystals rupture out of his body as he becomes their operative. In an attempt at telling an underdog story, Ghost creates a world where American paranoia is fully justified, where American orbital weapons are good and right, but Federation orbital weapons are an abomination, and also decidedly less potent, but more numerous. It is a world where the Fed is wrong to see America as an existential threat and behave accordingly, but it is simply pragmatic for America to assassinate Federation leadership. The hordes are coming, they're sending their murderers, their drug dealers, and their rapists to corrupt America. The wall is simply a necessity. I don't think much, if any of this, is intentional. Rather, it is my belief that Call of Duty Ghosts is a thoughtless product. These are the consequences of a bad, albeit Oscar-winning writer simply trying to paint a broad-stroke scene to efficiently communicate a stupid plot to an inattentive audience after he was handed a pile of half-built set pieces and a vague corporate mandate for the overall shape and tone. But in that thoughtlessness, in the reliance on stereotype and trope, Ghost tapped into an anxiety of the moment it was created in, a desperate need for America to be righteous and justified, for its paranoia to be a foresight of something real. Given that we are now living in the consequences of that paranoia, the odious results of that anxiety, I find Call of Duty Ghosts repulsive. The worst game I have ever played.
Wow, that sure was an episode, wasn't it? And to think, he didn't even get around to mentioning the fish AI, the role of NORAD as the US military's head command, seemingly implying that Canada has been annexed, the controversy of the developers reusing motion capture data from Modern Warfare 2, the reality of American energy production, or the fact that Eminem's song Survival was released as a pre-order bonus. Well, anyway, it's a long way back to Canada from here in Mexico, where I most certainly am, because I am in Mexico and most definitely not in southern Alberta, so I'm going to get right on moseying. Until next time, keep your tangos frosty and your LZ cleared.
It's fucked up that to my subconscious brain, it does to me look like he's in Mexico. I wonder if it's just because of the relationship to the current world we're in and how it predated all of it and also wasn't that good is what drove him to specifically make this thing. The wall. The anti-South American heel turn. How it fits with their modern stuff. I feel like I played, maybe I played a different Metro. I don't remember shit about it. Media comes in and it makes no impact on me other than, like, I am the audience that played these games. Even though I didn't play this game because I stopped playing these kind of games after a point because I just stopped buying them because I had other things to do, like World of Warcraft or Dota. Or Diablo 2. Were the black smoke monsters humans? Or were they monsters? I guess they're sentient. Maybe. I don't remember, honestly. I don't remember that Metro fought non-humans. Oh, they're just humans. Oh. But they're black smoke. I don't know. I don't remember them all that much. I remember it's like a nuclear... It's like a in the sewers kind of game. And you're only on the surface for a second. You go, it's pain. I need my meds. I'm out of here. That's all I remember from the Metro games. It made me a little dizzy playing those games because of how dark it was. Oh. I'm not going to debate the ethics of this different form of game or different form of humanity rationalized crimes in this game because I don't remember any of them. So, boo Metro, I guess. Do they kill you? Like I'm thinking of what was it? There's like the movie with Will Smith, I Am Legend, where like there's these like the world is ended. That does not justify mass genocide. I guess it doesn't. I don't know. Like I don't. Again, I'm not trying to make a thing about this game. I don't remember this game enough to talk about it. Basically. I remember them being not humans, I guess. At best. I barely remember the game at all.
Okay, welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we are going to teach you how to argue.
It's a fake game about fake things. It's hard. I don't know. It's hard to remember it specifically. And I don't want to defend it at the same time. It's just, I don't want to be attacked for not properly hating a thing I don't remember, I guess.
With your friends about wealth taxes. Okay, so we are filming this in early August 2025 in an exceptionally exciting time to be an economist, to be involved in global economics, global politics. All of the traditional political parties all over the world are dying. That's happening all across Europe. It's happening here in the UK as well. We've just seen probably the death of the Conservative Party coming up very soon. Labour Party in power are very
I've heard that shit before.
Unpopular. All of the traditional political parties are super unpopular. And that is because it is becoming increasingly obvious to everybody that the economic status quo is not working. What that means is there is a phenomenal opportunity now to decide as a society which way our economies are going to go. Everybody knows this, the billionaires know it, that's why they're aggressively funding the far right, and that is why the far right is moving ahead in this debate of how we shift our economy. But it doesn't have to go that way. A lot of people don't like the far right ideas, they don't like anti-immigrant, anti-foreigner ideas, and there is a massive, massive space to basically take possession of this argument. Basically, the old ideas about the economy are dying, and the new ideas are yet to be born. And I think we are in a great position to dominate the conversation about the economy going forward. I think we're in this interesting space where kind of the economic status quo over the last 30 years has failed, and you have the far right coming in, and I think we are basically probably the best positioned guys to compete with them. But what we don't have is the billionaire funding of the far right. So what I am depending on is a kind of different model of how to educate people, how to win people over, which is I educate you, you understand the economics of the situation as fully as possible, and you use that understanding to educate your friends and educate your family. We are using a human amplification model, I suppose, as opposed to the billionaire and the money amplification model.
This, even though this is a British guy, he kind of talks a lot about global economics and a lot of different stuff. He's kind of blown up and gotten popular. He did a lot of studying, made a lot of money in the stock market, but didn't really, he pushed back on a lot of the bullshit, has predicted things in different ways than the traditional people, and seems to be more on the left for an economics guy than anyone else. And the current climate, at least in the American side, and probably some other sides, are, we're in the weird accelerationist universe where things are getting worse faster and faster, and the worst people are put into power to do some of the worst shit. which is going to galvanize and make people pay attention to things more than they ever have before. And that new class of people could make even a stalling, worthless opposition require to rise to the moment, or to allow a new formation to either transform or replace the opposition. That's the hope of what we're in. And I guess he's right that the billionaires in them still have their methods for pushing their message and their elements, but they're just on the bad side. And that includes the Democrats also being the ones being, funding their bullshit, Harris type candidates. We just got to hope that people who actually give a shit can talk to their friends and family like this. So I'm curious to see what this is about.
Which is used by the main political parties and also by the far-right media. But I think we can win. But in order to do that, you need to know how to speak to your friends and your family about economics, about wealth taxes, about billionaires, about inequality, so that we can spread these ideas. And
one of the common things you'll get is, but if you raise the wealth taxes and make it bad to be wealthy or not as good to be wealthy, then they will leave. And that's been shown not to be true, but not to debate them based off the title or the thumbnail image saying you don't win by debating. Or
we can dominate the conversation, and then we can win over politics and the economic situation in this country and in yours. Okay, so I'm going to break this down into kind of a checklist, basically, so you understand all of the most important things about how to convince your friends and family about the importance of managing inequality, about the importance of wealth taxes. And number one on the list is don't be a dick. So don't be a dick is about not basically trying to force your opinions about inequality and wealth taxes on your friends and your family in an aggressive way. I think in our culture, we have this kind of idea that the way to persuade somebody of something is to have a debate with them. You see this all over the internet. You see this all over YouTube. With this guy destroys that guy. It's totally the dominant media narrative, the media form of how to discuss economics is. We have the left-wing guy, we have the right-wing guy. They fight each other to the death, and somehow that persuades people. Basically, having done this work of persuading people on the economy for many years now, I'm convinced that debates almost never convince anyone of anything, and they're just not a good way to persuade people of things. The first thing is you need to recognize where we are as an economy and as a society. And again, this is relevant for the UK and for every other Western country. Living standards are falling quite quickly. People's children and grandchildren are and will be much poorer than they are or they were.
You're cooked.
That is scary. That is scary. We're here in 2025. In most of the Western world, we haven't experienced really widespread poverty for a long time, and we're moving into widespread poverty, and that's scary. And people are scared, and people are stressed out. People don't know why it's happening. People don't know what to believe, and people are scared. People are told the problem is foreigners. People are told the problem is immigrants, and really, there's not a lot of good economics education. People are running around. They're scared and they're worried. And if you want to speak to them, you need to understand that. And if you come in aggressively, if you force people into a debate they don't want to have, if you shout people down, if you try and win debates against people, you're probably just going to force people kind of further into their own echo chamber, into their own thoughts, into their own sort of spaces of fear. And I think when people are scared, it's just really, really difficult to move people into a positive space. If we're going to fix this, it's going to have to be through sort of building unity between the middle class and the working class. And I don't think we're going to achieve that by shouting at each other. Yeah, so the key thing, number one, don't be a dick. Understand that different people are in different situations. Here in the UK recently, we've had a lot of recent far-right protests at hotels of refugees and this kind of thing. And there has been obviously counter protests where people on the left go and sort of shout at them. And I understand that. I understand people on the left want to protect refugees, want to protect immigrants. It's important to recognize that people who might not be on the same side as you are scared. and they're in an economically difficult situation. And in many cases, they're struggling to look after their kids. They're worried about their kids' futures. They're being told the problem is foreigners. They're being told the problem is immigrants.
Okay, I was following the idea of don't be a dick and don't debate or trick people into a debate or holding it against their will. But if motherfuckers are out there protesting against immigrants, and now you're gonna, well, let's see if I'm worried he's gonna say, don't go out there and counter protest that. So what, just let them protest against immigrants? I don't know what, I mean, in the moment that they're out there yelling in the streets that people shouldn't have a right to exist, you should go out there and say, yes, they do. And then this is not talking to your friends though, right? Hold on, let's see.
I think the problem is growing inequality. I think the problem is billionaires. But you're not going to persuade these people just by going down and shouting at them. You need to...
I understand that shouting at them is not going to... I understand that shouting at them at the protest is not going to... But when the people in the building that they're protesting outside of, right? They're protesting outside of a bunch of immigrants who live in a certain thing or whatever, right? People look outside and go, oh my God, they hate us. They're going to kill us. This is not good, right? You counter-protesting them goes, oh, look, people still care about us. That's the whole point of the counter-protest, is to tell them, fuck you, we don't agree with you. And to anyone that's, being attacked, we're on your side. That's the point of the counter-protest. Because the protest is there, not them trying to convince the immigrants that they should die or something. That's not what the fucking right wing, they're just trying to say, we don't like them, we want the government to kill them. And you need to be there to say, well, we don't, just so you know, and then just so everybody knows, right? And then later on, when you're at work and you're talking to your coworker, you talk them off the cliff if they're getting close or something. Whatever, let's see.
You be able to be compassionate to people who are in different situations than you. That means they might be getting different ideas from the media. They might be in different financial positions. When I talk about the economy, I'm always very aware that I am a rich person. I don't need to worry about paying the bills. If I'm talking to somebody who's not in that situation, I need to recognize that they're in a different position. If you're a poor person and you're talking to a richer person, you need to recognize when you're talking about things like taxing the rich, they're going to be scared you're thinking about taxing them. The situation of a poor person is super different to the middle class. Obviously, the middle class don't have this problem of worrying about paying the bills, of worrying about feeding their kids. But the middle class is also being squeezed here. They're worried about things like, will my kids be able to live the same kind of life that I did? Will my kids be able to afford a home? Will my kids be able to afford a family? If you can't understand, with a bit of compassion, the position of people who might be in a different situation than you, you're never going to persuade anyone. So that's it. Have a little bit of understanding, have a little bit of thoughtfulness.
Again, I'm okay with the idea of thoughtfulness and coming at people with compassion, even people who have bad ideas, because just like me having bad ideas, my mother didn't call me a piece of shit, fascist fuck for saying the word gay as a pejorative. She was just like, you need to think about things differently or whatever. And that got through to me. Different topics are different things and different severity levels, and people could be further gone or whatever, but the protest is not the good example for that.
Don't force conversations on people you don't want to. On that subject of forcing conversations, I think it's important just to recognize when is the right place and when is the right person to try to have like a productive educational conversation on these kinds of things.
And if he's going to say not at work, I'm going to say, Rich, the people at work bring it up more often than I ever did. I always just retorted back when they brought up bullshit about things, and they would say a snide comment about some bullshit about trans people or drop the R word or some shit. I'm just like, oh, really, motherfucker?
Because number one, if you go home and try and argue with your right-wing dad or uncle at Christmas when they don't want that conversation, all you're going to
they want it so bad, but go ahead.
Do is build division. It's not really going to help. But also recognize, especially with things like arguments online, that sometimes people who have no interest in listening to you or understanding you are just trying to drag you into a fight and waste your time. Wait for the right opportunity, wait for the right people, wait for the right time. Try and find times and spaces where you can really have a conversation that takes the kind of...
I'm really curious what his example would be.
Morality out of it, takes the politics out of it, and just explains very clearly, very educated.
Because you don't want to be a Reddit debate asshole piece of shit or something. Like, you don't want to constantly be bringing it up in places that it doesn't make sense. And that makes sense to me, because then people will just ignore whatever you say no matter what. But I'm just curious what his idea of a good example is using this rubric.
Occasionally, what is happening. I think that's the best way to understand. And that brings us on to point 2, which is understanding and education. So I am a big believer that the best way to persuade somebody of something is to explain it very clearly. We are in a situation now where 70, 80, 90% of people in this country and in your country, their kids and their grandkids will live in desperate poverty. First, take a little bit of time to sit with that, because that's a fucked up situation. But also recognize that that means, unless you're talking to a very rich person, the person you are speaking to has a strong self-interest for the future of their family to agree with you. You should be coming into this debate in a situation that what your aim is to protect your kids from poverty and to protect their kids from poverty. That is the truth of the situation here. For 90% of the people in the country, the working class and the middle class, unless you can unite, do something about growing inequality, you will not be able to protect your kids from poverty. So your base stance for any, I'm not going to use the term debate because I don't think debates help, for any conversation about the economy should be, if we don't do something, both my kids and your kids will live in poverty. So we need to do something about that. And your main goal should be to very, very clearly explain that point. Because if you can explain that point clearly, then it's not going to be about left or right. It's not going to be about morality. It's going to be about the very clear
I'm not against this.
interest.
Sorry, my feet are all fucked up. So I have a thing where I like pick my feet sometimes when I get bored or nervous or whatever. I made sure to take my medicine, so that's gonna be less, but by picking them, I can make a thing worse. I'm just using a thing to like smooth them back down.
That you have with most of the other people in your country of protecting your kids and your grandkids from poverty. Okay, so how do you effectively, clearly educate the people you are talking to make it clear to them that you're trying to protect their kids from poverty? That, in my opinion, is all about understanding. The best way to educate and explain a concept, in my opinion, is to understand it as clearly as possible yourself. And that is why here on this channel, I try as much as I can to do a lot of educational videos about the economy. And I really, really try to make it as clear as possible to, hopefully, you, the viewer, the thing that I'm trying to explain. So part of my philosophy on YouTube of education is I don't ever have scripts for these videos. Maybe that's obvious. I plan the videos, but I never script them. I'm not reading an auto cue here. The reason I do that is because I think the best way to educate somebody else of a thing is to really, really, really understand that thing. So during the weeks when I'm planning these videos, rather than writing a script, I'm just trying my best to really understand the situation and the concepts. And my idea is, my belief is, if you come into a situation with a complete understanding of what is happening, then you should be able to explain it without needing to read off of a script. And I think that comes through better, that educates better, and that actually communicates the understanding better. So that means if you want...
I like that framing and that ethos or whatever. That makes sense to me. But without a person to go back on you with, it might be not that easy to remember every little nuance. But definitely knowing it inside and out. Because there have been times where I try to like bring up topics or talk about things, and then someone brings up a question, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't know enough about that. And if I'm honest, I'm like, I don't know enough about that, but we're not talking about that directly. But then they go, well, Sarah, and then make up something, and I don't know whether or not I can say that's not true, right? And then they say, what do you mean? And I'm like, oh, well, I don't have the details to tell you about why that's not true, but I'm pretty sure that's not true. And then it just kind of falls apart. So having as deep of an understanding as possible on something is incredibly important when you want to speak with authority on it, right? Obviously, but let's get to it.
To explain to people that if they want to protect their kids and protect their grandkids from poverty, they need to care about the wealth distribution, care about inequality, care about the tax system, shift the tax burden to the rich. You firstly need to understand that very clearly yourself. And hopefully, if you've been watching this channel for a long time, you should be able to do that, because really, like, my number one aim, absolute number one priority aim from this channel is to reach a situation where the vast majority of the working class and the middle class can understand in simple terms why changing the tax system is essential for protecting the financial position of their family, the financial position of their kids and their grandkids. In case you haven't fully understood that by now, I'm going to mention a few of the videos on this channel, also one on another channel, which I think are probably the best videos to watch if you want to understand that very simple concept. So the first one is, we have got a video series, Understanding the Economy, which I think is 3 or maybe 4 videos now, which really explains ground up why inequality matters, why people don't talk about it enough, why it's important to protect your family's financial position. If you want to watch just one video, I think the Squeeze Out is probably the best. I think it's possibly the best video we've ever done on the channel, in just really simply explaining that we have an economy which has a small group of super rich that are aggressively expanding their wealth share, and in doing so they are basically outcompeting one at a time every other group in society and squeezing the wealth out of other groups in society. And what that means is the working class loses their wealth, the government loses their wealth, the working class goes into debt, the government goes into debt, and we are moving into the stage now where the middle class starts to get squeezed out as well. I think that video, The Squeeze Out, really explains really clearly this basic concept, which is you cannot have one group, even if it is a tiny number of people, rapidly, aggressively, in a kind of compound, exponential, accelerating fashion, aggressively expanding their wealth share in a finite economy which is not growing quickly, which has finite resources. If you have a section of an economy exponentially growing in a finite economy, eventually that group of society will own everything. And what that means is nobody else, including your kids, including your grandkids, including your government, will own anything. And I often use the metaphor of a cancer, because really what this is exactly a cancer. What you have is a group of society that is aggressively, when a cancer starts, it's very small, right? But the problem with cancer is it grows very quickly. It grows at an exponential rate. So when it starts growing, it's growing, but then it starts to grow super quickly, and relatively quickly, it takes over the entire host and it destroys the host. And this is what the very rich will do in our society if untreated. So I think The Squeeze Out is a great video. The series, the Understanding the Economy series, is a great video. We'll link all of these in the comments. I also think if you want like a really short one, I think the interview I did with Krishnan Guru Murthy at Channel 4 is another really good like basic description. But really everything on this channel is about trying to educate you very clearly on these simple concepts, these very simple concepts. If you do not deal with the aggressive wealth growth of the very rich, their share will grow and grow in an exponential way. Exponential growth gets out of control very quickly. It will rapidly displace all of the other wealth in society. Your governments will break down because their wealth will be lost, and the middle class and the working class will also break down. And that is why you need to deal with it. So understand this simple concept. And I think it's important to recognize when you deal with this, we exist in a political...
Okay, these are kind of meandering and going nowhere things, which is the problem with no scripts. I can understand how no scripts is easy and it can come to them in a way and it's a very conversational tone, but it also is meandering and does not get to the point, and maybe certain key elements of the point are lost. It's just... Oh, he guys gets to some parts here.
What that means practically is your kids cannot have a house. Okay, and now we're moving on I think, to the most common kickbacks. All right, so now I'm going to address some of the main pushbacks against the idea that we need to tax the very rich, that we need to tax wealth, not wealth.
This is what I'm looking for.
And I'm just going to go through them one after another. Most of these we've already covered before on the channel, but it's nice to have them all in one place, I think. And we keep getting asked these same questions again and again. The most common pushback we get by a million miles is, you can't tax them. If you tax them, they'll leave. And what this misunderstands is, and this is a very, very common criticism what I do, is a kind of sometimes intentional, sometimes accidental misunderstanding of, I am trying to tax people who own an enormous amount of wealth. I am not trying to tax high-earning individuals. That's why we chose to use the slogan, tax wealth, not work. We live in a tax system which already taxes high-earning individuals very highly. It does not tax extremely wealthy families or individuals very highly at all. So working people are going to be paying 50, 60%, maybe more if you include everything, whereas billionaires are often paying 0%. This is an absurd tax system. So we're not trying to tax. First things to make it very clear.
One of the things I like to say is that the wealthy already pay a certain huge percentage of the tax, which is not really getting to the center of the point. And also, the bottom percent has nothing to pay the taxes with.
We're not trying to tax working people. In fact, we want to reduce the tax on working people. We're trying to tax the billionaires, the super, super rich. And this is relevant to the idea of, if you tax them, they'll leave. Because if you try and tax a working person, like a doctor or a lawyer or a YouTuber, then that person can very often move to Dubai or move to Singapore, and they can do their job in that other country. They can pay tax in that other country, which might be at a lower rate. They can avoid the tax. If we're talking about taxing billionaires, they don't make their money from their work. They get their money from owning assets. And assets means property, assets means land, assets means natural resources, assets means government debt, it means your mortgage, it means businesses that sell to the West. These guys, they own largely property and debt. I think one way to think about it is, if I have an asset, I get a passive income. Where does that income come from? So if I own British businesses, it comes from British consumers. If I own British debt, it comes from British mortgagees. People have mortgages. If I own British government debt, it comes from the British taxpayer. If I own British property, it comes from British renters. You know, and the same is true all over the West. So if I own a ton of British assets and I try to move to Dubai, I am still taking an enormous amount of cash flow from British people when they pay that passive income. So wealth holders can be taxed even if they leave. There's this absurd idea. Oh my God. Some people even started to mention, I think I'll do a brief segue here because it's so ridiculous. Some people started to mention this idea of a Laffer curve about taxing wealth. And the idea of a Laffer curve is, if you tax people so much, they will eventually avoid the tax. So if you really increase tax on work, people will stop working or people will leave the country. But if you first of all, this Laffer curve goes up and down, so it's supposed to hit a top at 50%. We're trying to raise tax on wealth from 0% to 2%, which is definitely not a section which is downward sloping in this curve. How do you avoid a wealth tax? We're taxing ownership. We're taxing hoarded wealth. The way that you avoid a tax on hoarded wealth is you stop hoarding wealth, which is exactly what we want. We want the rich people to stop hoarding wealth so that you can get your fucking wealth back. That's what we want. That is what we want. So we are not trying to tax working people. We are trying to cut tax on working people. We want to attract productive people, productive businesses to the country. We want to stop taxing ordinary working people like you. We want to stop taxing ordinary working people like your kids. We want to tax the super rich. Let's talk about what happens if you don't tax the super rich. If you don't tax the super rich, their wealth grows and grows and grows and grows and grows. And other people in society, like the middle class, like the government, see their wealth shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink. Eventually, the government runs out of wealth and has a choice between shutting the welfare state down, taxing the rich, or taxing the middle class. If you do not tax the rich, you will end up taxing the middle class. We here on this channel are the people trying to protect the middle class. If you do not tax the rich, then the middle class will be next. And you are seeing this happen. We're going to see this happen in the UK in the budget this autumn. You are going to see, because of the government's unwillingness to tax the super rich, that the middle class get taxed. You are seeing this at the moment with Donald Trump in the US. He is cutting tax on billionaires and he is moving towards consumption taxes, which is a tax on the middle class. Listen, the billionaires are going to try to tell you that when I say tax the billionaires, I mean tax you. At the same time, the billionaires are actively raising your taxes. If you want to protect your kids and your wealth and your tax rates, you need to protect yourselves from the people who are going to take your wealth, which is the billionaires. Now, this is related to the next point, which I'll just cover quickly, which is taxing rich people is really, really hard, so we shouldn't do it. I agree, taxing rich people is super, super hard. I think the main reason taxing rich people is super hard is because they have so much power and influence over the media and over politicians. But I think we have a chance of doing it, and I think if we don't do it, then our economy will collapse. So I think it's worth doing it to avoid our country collapsing. Listen, our grandparents and our great-grandparents lived in desperate poverty, and they fought hard to make things better, and they did make things better. If you don't fight hard to protect the working classes, the middle classes, then you lose the middle class and you lose your wealth. Just because something is difficult, that doesn't mean it's not worth doing. A country which refuses to do difficult but essential things collapses. Listen, curing cancer is difficult, but if you had cancer, would you want to try and cure it, or would you want to just try and let it take control? It's worth doing. I'm going to keep fighting, so you should fight too. Okay, so the next argument against this, which is common, is that it's not fair. It's not fair to tax rich people. Rich people work so hard. They deserve all of the money that they get. Okay, I just want to make it clear, I'm not trying to tax working people. I worked very hard. I paid 50-60%. At the same time, the Duke of Westminster inherited £10 billion and paid nothing. I don't think that's very fair. We always campaign on tax wealth, not work. Unless you are a billionaire, a super wealthy person, we are trying to cut your taxes. Listen, if you want to talk about fairness, if we do not do anything about this system, then very, very quickly, the billionaires will own everything and you will own nothing. And we will move into a system where all wealth is inherited and it is impossible for ordinary people to own wealth. Does that sound fair to you? But to be honest, once again, and I think this is a good general piece of advice when you're talking about persuading people. Personally, I don't like to focus on fairness. I like to focus on real outcomes, which is if you don't deal with this aggressive growth in wealth of the very, very rich, then what that means is there will be no wealth holdings anywhere else. So whether you want fairness or whether you want unfairness, you have a choice. Do you want untaxed billionaires, or do you want your grandkids to own property? You cannot have both. You cannot have everything being owned by a minority and things being owned by the majority. You have to choose. Either you tax the billionaires or you accept poverty for your grandkids. So the last criticism we often get, and I think it's been pretty well covered now, is the misunderstanding that I'm trying to tax working people. I'm not. I'm trying to cut your taxes. I'm trying to cut tax on working people. If you do not tax the billionaires, we will reach a situation where the billionaires end up taxing. Follow-up video, I guess. The last one I get is like, don't give money to the government. If you give money to the government, they'll waste it. Governments are being basically rapidly shut down in every country in the world, including this country. But I never said give all money to the government. What I'm doing is not about increasing government. It is not about increasing the tax take. What I'm trying to do is protect you from aggressively growing billionaire wealth. I'm trying to change who pays taxes. At the moment, we have a situation where the super rich pay nothing. They grow their wealth massively. They squeeze out you and your family, while you and your family pay 40, 50, 60%. It's absurd. I'm not trying to give more money to the government. I'm trying to give more money to you and your family. I'm trying to protect your wealth. This is not about increasing government. I'm not a communist. I am the only person here who is going to give your kids a chance to own a home. Okay, so to conclude.
Not enough talking point, anti-talking point for me. I guess I would just, in theory of this video, find those other videos and learn for myself. I think the best logic of this so far was just come at it with charitability to the other, but get your point across through knowledge and the ability to take their retorts. These retorts seem really surface level for the most part. And I guess the more you understand the fundamentals, the more you go, oh yeah, see, these taxes aren't about necessarily giving the government wealth, because the government wealth is done through modern monetary, and technically these taxes are actually there to destroy money, not to create money. So this way it counteracts inflation, but instead of it going through the middle class, it goes through the wealthy. So that way you then have a budgetary fund that doesn't have to go extra into debt when you do things like actually fund the schools or whatever, right? Fill your potholes, fund your local governments, do those things that benefit society and yourself and your friends. I don't know how well, I mean, I guess it depends upon the exact specifics. I guess in a later time, maybe I'll find those other videos. See, he linked them in the comments, but I don't see them linked in his anything. Could just be going to his channel. What's
The situation that we're in is big and it's scary. The economic situation is going to worsen really, really quickly. People are scared, man. People are scared and people are right to be scared. It's important to understand that when people are scared and they see their family situation deteriorating and they don't understand why, there's a very understandable, instinctive, reflexive response, which is, I want to find the most powerful person I can and I want to try to get them to protect me. And if you look throughout history, you will see time and time and again, at times of serious economic deterioration, people vote for strongman dictators. That's going to happen now. That is going to happen now because people are scared. In my opinion, the way to deal with fear is understanding. If people understand the situation and how to respond to the situation, then they can act in a meaningful way to protect their interests. While people are scared, they're going to rush to kind of beg the protection of the billionaires, and they're going to end up trying to be protected by the exact people who are going to eat their kids. So let's educate, let's make things clear, let's make things clear to the public. What is happening is wealth inequality is increasing. That means the share that used to be held by you, by ordinary families, by ordinary governments, is disappearing and is being held by the super rich. If you take that back, you can own wealth and you can have a good standard of living. If you don't take that back, the situation will worsen, it will grow, it will accelerate like a cancer, and your kids will live in poverty. The way to protect yourself is to raise taxes on the super rich so that wealth can start flowing back to ordinary families like yours. I know it's a lot to take in. When I first started understanding that the economy was going to collapse back in 2011, I kind of had a mental breakdown. So I know like it's a big deal. But you don't have time to have a mental breakdown right now. You need to protect your kids, you need to protect your grandkids. And the way to do that is to understand the problem and to educate your friends and your family. Listen, there is a massive space in politics. We can fill it. If we don't fill it, it's going to get filled by some pretty bad guys. So support us, support the channel, understand, educate your friends, educate your family. Tax wealth, not work. Thank you very much.
Meh. Perhaps a reason to look at some other videos. The unscripted nature might mean it's safe to do 2x or 1.5x instead. All right. One last video before I do some video editing. Just because might as well. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling saucy. It's not a long one. It's just 20 minutes. But it's about conspiracies. Hooray! We all love a good conspiracy because we're American, goddammit. Or maybe you're someone watching American. I don't know.
At extratug.com where you can see exclusive content.
I don't know. I guess my algorithm has a lot of tug in it, but they're also generally topics that are either food or fun related. So that's what they end up. And he does a surprising amount of history in his, like, his YouTube short style is just kind of like goofy, weird things, but then his actual full videos have a lot more weird history angle to it.
And I say dirty things in. Go check it out. Conspiracy theories.
Holy
something
fuck.
that your uncle was not prepared to deal with during the pandemic, and now you don't talk to that side of the family anymore. But listen, sometimes stuff doesn't add up, or it does add up in a bad way. For example, do the letters ITANIMULLI mean any
Oh, backwards, Illuminati. I was like, why is that?
Anything to you? That's right, it's Illuminati spelled backwards. Are you scared yet? Well, if you add .com to the end of that backwards spelling, things get a little bit scarier. If you take that little domain name and throw it into the Google search bar, you will be brought directly to the homepage of the NSA. That's right, everybody, the government is evil. Case closed, pussy. That's right, secret societies exist. I knew my uncle was onto something when he kept mentioning rock against communism. I'm sure that doesn't have any secret side meaning that's horrible. Of course, only after a few minutes of research do you find that that redirected domain name was the work of a couple pranksters in Utah, Mormons. But for many people, their brains are too small and pea-like to not freak out over what originally is a joke. The joke is then upgraded.
I thought we watched. Wait, did we watch this already? Or was this a different one? I thought I have one that we've already watched before called The Darkest Conspiracies. And I thought I remembered this one. We'll see.
To misinformation, which eventually becomes confirmation bias. Which, if you don't know what confirmation bias is, the definition from Google is tendency to search for, interpret, and favor information that confirms our prior beliefs or values. And that leads to a bunch of incredibly stupid and unbelievably bad shit happening across this great United States. So it's kind of hard to know where to stand with these ideas of conspiracy. On the one hand, if you already think the government is controlled by liars from elite backgrounds, which in most respects it is, then imagining them in conspiratorial acts of surveillance and assorted subterfuge is not that big of an intellectual leap. If that sentence sounded too smart for my normal script writing, that's because
Yeah, I've definitely seen this one before, but I know what I can do. I can go into my React sources and search for this link. Wait, it's not there? It should be there literally because I just put it in there. Okay, well, it's not in here, but I feel like we've watched this before. What the fuck?
I didn't write that. Shout out Jimmy for that big word sentence. But on the other hand, if you think everything is made up and the points don't matter,
It's also possible I just didn't put the right one in there. We definitely watched it before, so I'm going to just switch to the other one. What the fuck? How am I this bad at this? Reptilian humanoid. Oh, I love this. I love that. That's a thing.
head to extratug.com right now where you can see me absolutely completely naked. Well, that's not true. Chris, zoom out, let him know I'm not completely naked. But it's an exclusive video content on extratug.com if you want to check that out. It does get a little raunchy, at least. Conspiracies are weird. It's the one thing your blue-haired cousin and your red hat-wearing uncle can both agree about at Thanksgiving. Everyone thinks that something else other than what we've been told.
There's something about people that can do their hair. Like, it's so impressive, but it's also so expensive and time-consuming. But damn, is it nice looking. That's some awesome looking hair. Much better than this hair. And probably just as expensive and time consuming.
Uncle can both agree about at Thanksgiving. Everyone thinks that something else other than what we've been told is going on, which was proven to me because my last conspiracy video did really well, so now I'm making a sequel. Hee hee. But why do we love conspiracies so much? Well, misinformation experts, which I guess is a job, believe that tragic events make a very fertile breeding ground for conspiracy theories. And it seems like we've been having terrible tragedies every day for the past 20 years, so it makes sense that these things are popping off right now. As humans, we tend to feel uncomfortable with the awful random occurrences, so we've developed psychological biases that help us make sense of these events. The fancy term for this is fundamental attribution error, which means you believe that everything is intentional instead of just, random crazy bullshit happening all the time. So as I go on to explain all the conspiracy theories I'm about to talk about, just know that even though they seem far-fetched, it's just a way for people to cope, and that's how you should look at this video. And I wanted to give that disclaimer because this is darker. The last episode I tried to shy away from the dark things, and now this is like 90% dark shit. So buckle up, kids. We'll start dark light, like a nice brown toast with the Denver airport. This one's a little weird. Depending on which brand of conspiracy theorist you ask, it's either the meetup spot of the Illuminati, New World Order, Freemasons, or the Nazis. It's like the Baskin Robbins of conspiracies. You get a little samples. Oh, delicious. Oh, Nazis? Oh, fantastic. I shouldn't don't put that in the video, Chris. A lot of the conspiracy comes from the freaky ass architecture that comes with the Denver airport. Like, for instance, this gargoyle. Why is that there? I'm trying to calm down before a flight, and you're going to show me a literal stone demon? That doesn't seem correct. But apparently gargoyles are there to ward
Coming out of luggage.
off evil spirits, so I guess that their mentality was correct in that sense. But, you know, maybe read the room. This isn't Notre Dame. This is an airport, the biggest airport in America, maybe the world, but it's an airport. And if you think that gargoyles are weird, wait until you see the Children of the World Dream of Peace mural. That's in the airport. The soldiers in the gas mask.
Well, I know somebody, that looks like 40K terrain, it's funny. I know somebody that would say that that is anti-Semitic. What? These children asking for world peace at the UN art? No one saying we love Israel, saying give peace a chance. How dare they? And then that guy had them take it down.
Masks is giving off strong Nazi vibes, and the crying mom suggests that all the children of the world aren't dreaming of peace, they're dead. The painting is supposed to be a commentary of the horrors of war, which, why is this in an airport? The conspiracy theorists think it's a depiction of the apocalypse, which I don't blame them. And that validates the next Denver airport conspiracy, which is...
But do they think that the artist has a sneak preview picture of the apocalypse? Like, I don't understand how that could possibly... Like... The end of the world will probably look like that as we do it to ourselves, but not like specifically that, but it will just look like that because that's what's going to be the bad thing that happens to us.
That the 470,000 square feet of underground space beneath the airport will host bunkers for the rich and powerful after the apocalypse. Now, in reality, or what they tell us, is that all those tunnels and shit is to move luggage everywhere, and you know, you don't do it up top, you do it down below like at Disney. And it is one of the busiest airports in the world, so it makes sense you'd need all that stuff under there, but I don't know. That's a lot of stuff under the airport. I don't know why they have all that. All the secrets aside,
All those Hamas tunnels under the airport. We had to bomb the airport because they had Hamas tunnels. There's a whole command center down there. Actually, turns out tunnels are useful in certain pieces of, you know, geography. And also, they fucking built the tunnels too, assholes. Anyway, unrelated to Israel shit. Okay.
stuff does sound insane, but there's always just enough room for misinformation to slip in and make it all make sense. For example, there's a dedication stone in the airport that states the airport was funded by the New World Airport Commission, which... Not a good look, fellas. I understand that's probably not related to the New World Order, but it definitely has a lot of the same words. And conspiracy theorists will be quick to point out that there actually isn't a New World Airport Commission. That's not a real thing, and that it's all a thinly veiled reference to the New World Order. But it turns out it's just the name a group of local small businesses chose when they banded together to promote the airport by putting together a time capsule. So it was just a bunch of local businesses being like, let's make a fun little time capsule and pick a silly little name, and they didn't really think that your uncle on 4chan would be getting...
The billionaires are not going to the airport. They're going to the private jets, which I guess might be at some part of the airport, but they're going to the private jets flying to their fucking New Zealand bunkers. You know, they're going to their other bunkers that are located across the United States. It's just, they're not going to the fucking airport.
Deep into this shit. And the connections get even looser after that. In front of the gas mask Nazi mural, there's a small inlay on the floor featuring the letters
AU is gold. AG is something else, so it does look like a weird thing. But good to know that there is an airport with a bunch of tunnels in case there's like a Fallout or a Metro style world that we need to go live in. So
AU and AG. These are obviously the periodic symbols for gold and silver, which, you know, pays homage to the Colorado's mining history. But conspiracy theorists claim, and this is not a joke, it refers to a deadly strain of hepatitis, Australia antigen, which was discovered by Baruch Samuel Bloomberg, who financed the airport. But there's a little bit of a hole in this one. Bloomberg didn't finance the airport. So they're just wrong. And that antigen scientific abbreviation is actually HBsAg. So not 1 minute of this has been correct. But there's one thing we can't really explain.
Don't stop me from believing it, brother.
It's less of a conspiracy, but more just what's up with that fucking blue horse? We talked about it in another episode. That thing just freaks me the out. And
is that anatomically correct? Enhance. I'm seeing wait, it's built in, sorry. Okay. I'm seeing what looks like a sack here, right? I'm very zoomed in, so the shading is a little off here. It's Blucifer. You can even see a little shine of light right there. And a little bit of darkness happening. I feel like I'm seeing something going on down there. Oh fuck, I can't free the mouse. Hold on. Stand by. Source searcher capture main. Sorry, hold on. I fucked it up. Filter. Color correction. Enhance. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's balls. Sorry. I just needed to do that for a second. I didn't need to do it.
And I didn't even... Okay, so when you drive to the Denver airport, you see this big fucking crazy horse, and it's got glowing red eyes, and it's scary, and you can't go look at it. It's far off the road. I don't know why it's there. But I forgot to mention last time that it's so big and heavy that the sculptor making it died when a piece of it fell off and killed him. So it's like a cursed horse. Some people say it represents one of the 4 horsemen in the apocalypse, which...
That wasn't in my tax folder, and there was no short stack goblins intermingling, okay?
I mean, you could point to any horse and say that. There'd have to be 4.
My tax folder only has taxes in it. Thank you very much. Okay.
King. 1 horse is not, that doesn't count. But at the end of the day, bad vibes. Bad vibes from the beginning to the end of the Denver airport. Have you ever been in there? It's fucking terrifying to try and get to your flight. You have to take a train. It is gigantic. Like I said, it's bigger than San Francisco. Did I say that yet? I don't know, Chris. I'm losing my mind. Next up in the conspiracy gauntlet is a conspiracy theory that I don't even think it's that far-fetched, but it might not, I don't know.
Total's tangent, unfortunately. I'm just going to do it. I have a folder on my desktop called The Finger Thing.
We have a very tight budget to do what she's asking. We'd have to raise taxes.
Raise? Way too high as they are. Taxes.
It's your children's future.
Oh, yeah, children are important. Yes.
It'll cost you.
Oh, the taxes. Right. It's not going to raise taxes.
Come on.
All right, that's a good point. Yes. Oh, yeah, the taxes. The finger thing means the taxes.
So that's, I have a folder on my desk or somewhere on my computer called The Finger Thing because it means the taxes. Because I'm a broken man who can only think about things in the Simpsons quotes. Oh God, my tabs. Oh, my tabs.
Let's talk about it. Around 2021, the idea of the dead internet theory started making the rounds on, well, the internet, so figure that one out. The conspiracy claims that much of the internet's content and activity is driven by bots and AI, and that most conversations online are between fake accounts winding each other up and spinning their wheels. So pretty much everything you see on the internet was created by and interacted with bots, which isn't that far-fetched. It was found out a couple years ago that 50% of users on the internet were bots. So... that's okay. And it's pretty obvious, like, if you ever wander into the comment section of an Instagram post and someone just...
Quick, type 1 if you're not a bot. Type 1. Type 1 if you're not a bot. Oh, God. How many bots do I have?
It's like a video of a dog and someone's like, ha! Biden would
My
kill
wife is not a
dog.
bot.
Like, that's
Thank
a bot.
God.
All of those heavily politicized commenters are always bots. And as the use of AI grows, it's more likely than not that we'll see an increase in AI-generated content. So
The cat shitted and pissed his pants.
it's bots making
Damn it, I'm susceptible to AI slop. No.
content for bots, and the bots interact with those bots, and it's just, it's all over. There's no more...
It just uses up all of our energy. But it's doing numbers. There's that one, like, bot-toid little, like... Who's that one emote everyone uses? I'm typing in bot and row and nothing is maybe over here. That's not what I want. Apparently, there's a bunch of emotes that are themed after robots, but that's not what I was going for. Weird. It's open image in new tab. Image in new tab. It's this emote. This one looks a little different, but it's basically this. I don't know what this one's called though. God. Whatever, doesn't matter. Whenever people talk about bots in chat, they usually just throw that one up. Like biz were bots. Har.
Or there's no more room for people. There's not a seat on the train. So why is this a conspiracy exactly? Isn't this a logical endgame for what's happening to the internet right now? Well, according to Illuminati Pirate, the author of the original 2021 post about the dead internet, and this is a direct quote, so I'm just gonna read it verbatim. The US government is engaging in an artificial intelligence-powered gaslighting of the entire world population. Okay. So, let's take a minute and pause. The dead internet theory is the most internet theory possible. You think that the government is filling the internet with bots to... Oh, no, that actually might be real. Try to...
The government filling with bots would be way too much credit given to the government to understand how the internet works, right? These motherfuckers don't understand how a router works. They ain't gonna be, realizing the power of subverting people by having comment sections and things, filling up their mentions and whatever. Like, they don't know enough about any of that shit. They barely log on to begin with. So, negatory on that one. Dead internet theory is just that the internet sucks and that there are advertising and tracking bots all over the place. You go to Amazon and you look up some random fucking product and it has 700,000 reviews and you go, fuck off. No, it doesn't. Like, you're a liar. Botted ass reviews.
Manipulate all our brains. That makes sense. And I also always think about this theory because when I post a video and I get like 200,000 likes on it, I'm like, there's no way there's that many people who give a shit about what I'm doing. And this is not me asking you to go to the comments and say, oh, Tucker, you're doing great. Actually, go to the comments and say something because it's good for the algorithm. But at the end of the day, I can't. It's just, half of them have to be bots. I love when a pretty girl comments on my shit saying, Tucker, you're so cute, someone should click on my link. Like, it's a bot. I think it's fun. Anyway, moving on. Even though Illuminati Pirate makes some interesting points, dead internet theory is a classic example of fundamental attribution error. For people who miss the old internet, it's easier to see Web 2.0 and whatever fresh hell awaits us next as an intentional change rather than what it most likely is. Technology's exponential growth shoehorned into every aspect of our lives and then exploited by money-hungry opportunists. To be fair, the gradual and casual destruction of the internet as we know it is a little bit disturbing. It's like one of the biggest inventions we've ever had and we're slowly rotting it to its core. Like it's like we just, like, someone invented the printing press and we were like, it's been 20 years, burn that shit. We're done with that, king. But I think the problems with the internet, like AI slop and bots talking to each other, is more of a greed thing than an actual chance to manipulate our brains. But Illuminati Pirate believes that we're in a, quote, strange kind of civil war and that big tech giants are being used by the NSA. And as
Low. Oh, no.
with most conspiracy theories, the modicum of truth at the center of this helps spread it a little bit further, but it's clear to anyone who's been on the internet that the internet gets a little bit worse every year from the year before it. And maybe it's just a little bit, more feel-good to think that there's a few bad actors that are making it worse instead of all of us collectively destroying this thing as a unit. And that's exactly what's going on. God damn it.
We need Tug Dark mode, bro. Get out of purgatory. Go to a nice gray spot.
However, I do find the dead internet theory to be interesting because it's like the next big thing, Like, I wasn't around for all the old school conspiracy theories, like the 9/11 ones and shit like that. Like, this is cool. I'm here. I'm on the wave. But sometimes it's nice to revisit a classic. Let's talk about lizard people real quick. Or to be more exact, shape-shifting reptilians who take on human form to infiltrate the government. This is a real thing that a lot of people believe, so let's talk about it real quick. The modern roots of this idea can be traced back to the creator of Conan the Barbarian, Robert E. Howard, who wrote the...
That's a hard fucking picture of him. What the fuck? He looks like goddamn like Al Capone or something. This dude wearing a fucking white hat fedora made Conan the Barbarian? That's crazy. Also, fuck. How do I, is it working? Yes, it is. Go. Arnold's just so yacked, dude. What a fucking specimen. Bro. I'm glad I was not of the age to like get all muscle focused when I was interested in his stuff, because god damn, dude. Like, having appreciation for exercise and muscles and shit, and obviously he's roided up. Horse fucking steroids were destroying his heart, and then he made enough money that he could buy a new one, basically. So good on him or whatever, but fuck is he fucking insane in his body. Incredibly amazing to look at. No wonder 80s guys are just this way.
The Barbarian, Robert E. Howard, who wrote The Shadow Kingdom in 1929. The story featured serpent men who would imitate humans and was inspired by the writings of Russian conspiracy theorist Helena Blavatsky, who believed a secret brotherhood of spiritual masters lived underground in Tibet. So this didn't start out too.
Tibet, huh? There was the weird slave children fascists that lived in Tibet. I wonder what year these things all started.
Science fiction writers like H.P. Lovecraft then popularized the old reptilian idea until a decade later, when these horror stories inspired American occultist Maurice Doreal's Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean, which Doreal claimed was a translation of actual tablets he found in the Great Pyramid of Giza. What the f? Doreal's pseudo-historical blend of the spiritual themes of Blavatsky and imagery of Howard was a huge inspiration to the father of modern lizard people, David Icke. I don't know. You can't talk about shape-shifting reptilians without this guy. He is the forefather of bringing this to the public. A former soccer player and broadcaster, he has become one of the world's leading conspiracy theorists. According to
Isn't he like a Nazi?
In 1990, a psychic told him that he would soon be contacted by the spiritual world. In the following year, he was calling himself the, quote, son of the Godhead and talking about the end of the world on British television. Icke, whoever he is, has gone on to publish 20 books, and usually they're a blend of conspiracy theories and spiritualism, but all of the books end up with having one overall thesis, which is, let me quote, interdimensional reptilian beings named the Archons have been taking over the planet and created a hybrid race of reptilian shapeshifters called the Babylonian Brotherhood to rule humans by fear. Real, like, people go to jobs and they believe this, and they get to vote. I don't know what's going on. With lizard people as his anchor, he spent the last 3 decades riffing on ideas such as, our dystopian reality is being monitored by Saturn via the hollow moon. The universe is made up of vibrational energy, and the world is just a holographic projection. And that time is an illusion, which at the end of the, like, 2 of those was just like, whatever, whatever, you can't prove it's not real. So the dude who's writing all of this, Icke, he, at times he seems harmless, you know, he's just warning people about the Archons and how they're going to melt our brains. But he's also made countless claims that presidents, prime ministers, royalties, celebrities, and bankers are running pedophile rings. And that's not good. These type of allegations have disastrous consequences, if we remember Pizzagate. And also, anti-Semitism. That shows up in almost every conspiracy theory if you dig too deep. Icke has accused many high-profile Jews of being lizard people, but he claims that he isn't an anti-Semite because he isn't saying Jews are bad, just that lots of reptilians are posing as Jews and doing bad things. So that's a little bit of a cop-out, I would say. However, he's also said that Jews were behind the slave trade, controlled the KKK, are fronts for far-right groups, and that they funded the Holocaust. So, not...
It's like, I don't say people that wear red armbands are bad. I'm just saying the Nazis are bad. Or I guess other way around. I don't know. my metaphor fell apart immediately. I thought it was better than it was. But you can't say, I'm only saying it's the Jews because they're reptiles, and say that doesn't count as you being anti-Semitic, because that's just not how that works.
Not a cool dude. Oh, also, he thinks that schools should be teaching Holocaust denial in the curriculum. So he's a bad guy.
Boom, instant.
This whole thing
gone.
is so stupid. But if you think that anti-Semitic pedophile lizard people conspiracy theories are dark, well, now we're going to start talking about the conspiracy peoples where people die. So we're just going to keep plowing through QAnon. That crazy. I don't know if it's still going, honestly. The news cycle moves so fast that it might seem like an entire lifetime ago, but QAnon played a huge role in right-wing political discourse for 4
TaraCaneCorso.com. TaraCaneCorso.com. Women for Trump. You can grab my pussy, sir.
years. It was an insane game of like an...
And that includes my mother, who's a woman for Trump. Literally, the mother I knew is dead. By literally, I mean figuratively, metaphorically. But King Kane Corso, yeah.
adjacent political mad libs that had a vice grip on every boomer in this goddamn country. Which is ironic because this conspiracy theory is so deeply ingrained in internet culture that you didn't think old people would be into it. But my conspiracy theory is that our uncles all got stuck inside because of COVID and they had nothing to do but look at the computer. And our generation is good at looking through the bullshit. We've been raised on the internet, so we can just like...
They're either doomers or coomers. Only two ways to go, brother. Which way, Western man?
Let that wash over us. They just took it all to the face. Everything they read, they believed. So that's
Some
why
are
this
both.
shit's crazy right now. COVID locked up our uncles and they read QAnon. It started on image boards like 4chan and 8chan with a leader named Q posting drops
Image boards? You would call that an image board?
that claimed a cabal of satanic child cannibals operates a global child...
I always trust ! Exclamation mark, capital H, lowercase s, 1, capital J, lowercase q, 1, 3, lowercase j, capital V6. That's my man.
Child sex trafficking ring. Sounds familiar, right? You know, everyone's looking for that. I'm gonna say a lot in this video, and we're gonna have to bleep it a lot. But there was a crucial twist. QAnon and his followers believed the cannibals were conspiring against Donald Trump. Oh no! Not our boy Donnie Trump. Some less than famous people like Roseanne Barr and Tom Hanks' cool-ass son Chet Hanks. If you don't know who Chet Hanks is, please look him up. He's my favorite person on earth. Why did he pretend to be Jamaican?
Is it cultural appropriation or cultural appreciation when Chet Hanks does the patois accent?
For a while. I don't get it. But they were vocal in their support for QAnon, and all of a sudden it became a legitimate political force. Known dipshits Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert were both unabashed QAnon followers, and now they serve...
Dude, she got so close to losing her district, too. I mean, Boebert sucks. Greene is, based off the information that I've seen and whatever, she's worse in a lot of different ways. But Boebert sucks bad, too.
...in the U.S. Congress. And look, I'm not trying to get political here. Not known to do that. But we can all agree at this point, QAnon was a scam, right? We can all agree on that. Q claimed to be a...
The storm's coming, brother. You're just not ready for it. You didn't see the signs like I did.
high-level government insider with top-secret clearance, but we now know that it was the brainchild of a millennial nerd named Ron.
Wait, really?
Watkins. The posts were always nonsense. Like, he specifically made them to be more of brain teasers and memes than anything that actually said anything. Like, Chris, go ahead and throw up that weird QAnon drop for me. Go ahead. Right?
I had no idea that there was a thing. What is this? Is this actually Andrew Cooper as a child in some crazy fucking nepotism bedroom?
Right? Like, you can glean a million different things from this. Q would also drop some cryptic, fun, political slam poetry. Chris, go ahead and play a little, like, smooth jazz while I read this like a beatnik. We stand, we fight, together. Organized riots being planned. Countermeasures in place. Resistance far smaller than portrayed by main...
I need a beret, very thin sunglasses, and a cigarette.
Mainstream media. Attacks will intensify. You, collectively, are a massive threat. Censorship applied to scale down impact/reach. It's failing. Trust yourself. Public awakening. Q. That was a real post that QAnon did, and people ate that out. It's tempting to ignore QAnon as simply goofy.
Okay, a really funny thing that I never thought about before was just saying, because people always talk about like, I hope they don't make this remake of Metal Gear Solid political, right, as a joke. Well, some people say it seriously. Like, oh man, I really hope they don't make this Starship Troopers thing political or whatever, right? But it'd be like, oh man, I went to the poetry slam, and can you believe it? They had political poetry. I'm sickened. Poetry never used to be about politics or whatever, right? I feel like it's the medium that is quite literally 100% about politics. I guess it's like punk rock is another, it's about politics. It's literally the whole point of it, right?
The political version of online
Who made these political cartoons political? God damn it.
conspiracies tailor-made for drunk uncles, but the heightened stakes in, dramatic language had some pretty darn ass consequences. Like, a third of all Americans believe Joe Biden didn't actually win the 2020 election, which is... like, what do we do? Q stoked fear in the electorate and urged them to get ready.
Trying to describe to my dad how the Bush election was a steal, but then how the Biden one wasn't a steal, it makes me sound like a hypocrite or something. It doesn't matter the information and the facts, and like, you sound like a conspiracy theorist when you say Roger Stone and Brett Kavanaugh were behind the Brooks Brothers riot to stop the Florida legislature from continuing to count the recount that would then prove that Al Gore won more votes. You sound like a freak, that it's all connected to these rich, well-funded and interconnected conservatives. You sound like, but it's all provable. It's all there. It's all out in the open. But when you say it's all out in the open and it's provable, they all say that's what they say about the reptiles and shit. And it's like, and then my dad will say 5 things that are false, and I can only catch 3 of them, and 2 of them catch me off guard. And I'm like, well, I also hate Nancy Pelosi, but hold on, let's get back on the topic. And then it goes nowhere because they don't want to believe. And that's one of the difficulties, is because they're not there in good faith anymore. Your average coworker may or may not be within good faith. It depends upon how brain boiled they are, right? But the average person is usually pretty savable, especially when you don't combat, but you converse. Not trying to be cute, but open things up with charitability. And they appreciate when you're charitable to them and not writing them off as a crazy freak. But then asking questions with them, being like, that doesn't seem right, does it? But wait, wouldn't that be against the thing? Okay, I mean, I get it. There's probably these things, but wouldn't a better answer just be that? Like, because you can see that the billionaires control these things and this, that, and the other. And like, I feel like it's too much work. And isn't it an easier answer than this? Then why wouldn't this have happened? Like, and you can kind of make them go, make them second guess themselves because they need to explain something, but they're trying to explain something to a person that they feel is being charitable, which is very different than when they go, you're just a libtard brainwashed by the soy in your fucking soy milk.
For the coming storm and to be prepared for the fight. And then that kind of led to the January 6th, resurrection. What is it called? Insurrection, not resurrection. That led to like 6 people dying. So, no, 7 people dying. So, like,
if you count the police suicides after, right? Which is kind of funny. I guess is a really fucked up thing to say in some contexts, but A, they're cops. They're Capitol Police cops, which is different, but like, they were so saddened by seeing the betrayal of their fellow conservative that they couldn't handle it. That's how serious the shit was, that people saw it as such a deconstruction of America that they were willing to take their own lives after being bear witness to it. And now they go, it was just a tour, you fucking liar. And it's like, okay, bro. Did those cops commit suicide over a tour? Is that what they did? They were like really upset about that tour happening?
It had consequences, this dumbass fucking online treasure hunt. And American history textbooks are gonna have to put QAnon in them. Like, they're gonna have to have like a QAnon shaman, like visual. It wasn't real. God damn, dude. And what better way to pivot away from QAnon than talking about anti-vaxxers, because they're the same fucking people. So anti-vaxxers have been around for as long as vaccinations. Calling it a conspiracy theory is almost a misnomer because there's not one like unified conspiracy here. Anti-vax conspiracies are really just a blanket distrust of medicine and science that have been around for over 2 centuries. We can trace its roots all the way back to the smallpox vaccinations in the 19th century. Parents in England feared the smallpox vaccine, and many protested it. Even clergymen called it unchristian and claimed that smallpox was necessary as one of God's punishments. But the vaccinations were proved
Hey, just like what's her name, Mother Teresa.
successful in saving lives, so they eventually became mandatory for children. This really upset British citizens' sense of individual liberties and also concerned the
I love it that he did an accent.
people because, to be fair, doctors weren't regulated back then and they were feeding children cocaine. The Anti-Vaccination League and the Anti-Compulsory Vaccination League formed along with several anti-vaccination journals, and then in 1885 an anti-vaccine march took place in the city of Leicester.
Cows growing out of them is the theme. Out of his butt, out of his arm, out of her mouth, out of her leg, nose, eye. They tested on cows, maybe?
Upwards of 100,000 people took part
Also, I think there's some racist shit in there, too.
in the event, which included a child-sized coffin and an effigy of the inventor of the smallpox vaccination. This was pretty much the trajectory of every other major vaccination, with things like diphtheria vaccinations, tetanus vaccinations, all causing controversy in the 1970s. And then measles,
Never getting over the fact that my dad said that vaccines don't need to be done multiple times. It's a hoax. And I'm like, Dad, you have to get a tetanus shot every 10 years if you want it to be effective. And he said, that's not a vaccine. And I said, yes, it is, Dad. It's a vaccine for tetanus. Yes, it is. And he wouldn't believe me. I looked it up and he just didn't care. He's not allowed to be wrong. Fuck. And my dad, there's so much of me from my dad that it fucking pisses me off. I guess mostly because just thinking on it, you know, everyone's individual failures are in some part their own fault, but also other parts the world that they lived in. But my dad's unwillingness to address himself, unwillingness to, like, he's willing to go work out and get strong, but he's not willing to work on his personality. That's the frustrating thing to me. He sees himself as perfect. That's fucked up.
mumps and rubella vaccines doing the same in the late 1990s. Everyone is against this when it first comes out. Opposition to the MMR vaccine remains to this day, thanks to the faulted and crooked...
Because tetanus causes lockjaw. Like, so it's like they're actively trying to not silence you. They want to free your jaw. And yet it's like, no way, brother. I got usually you only get it when you, oops, I got exposed to a rusty nail. I better go get a tetanus shot, right? Because one of those ones that like kind of hurts and it like lingers on your arm for a few days and people just don't like it. And also 10 years, right? Don't get tetanus though, right? I mean, it's a very specific virus. I think usually vaccines are against viruses, right? It's not against, can you get a vaccine for bacteria? I think bacteria just modifies too often to get a proper vaccine. Technically, even some viruses like cold and flu obviously change a lot, but you get boosters for those, and then tetanus would, I guess, be similar. But I just don't know if vaccine is specifically for antiviral only, or if it's just for prevention of pathogen spreading diseases. But I guess you can get a lung cancer vaccine, which is like a cancer, which is like just like a fucking genetic issue of your cells mutating wildly and growing out of control. So I guess a vaccine literally works for anything. But anyway, it's some sort of bug that is on dirty metals in the dirt that then gets on metals that can then get into your bloodstream. And that's a problem. Yeah. I know, just didn't know that normally bacteria are just very good at evolving. But basically, yeah, your immune system attacks almost all problems the same, right? Isolate, kill, move on, right? form the correct amino acid protein chain to destroy its outer membrane, and then let it fall apart and hunt it down. I saw some really crazy Kurzgesagt videos on the immune system, and it is incredibly complex. Like, it ain't just white blood cells doing all the work. It is so much shit. I'm like, how the fuck did anybody cut somebody open and look at some blood and say, all right, let's figure this out? Because there's like 700 things happening.
Studies done by a doctor named...
Scientists, I salute you. I honestly should go suck the dicks of 10 scientists just because, like, the world that they have built for us. I just owe it. Like a civic duty. Like a scientific civic duty.
Andrew Wakefield.
Or vaginas. Or whatever, obviously, probably a good, I was going to say a majority, but probably a decent balance just because of misogyny or whatever it is. But science has been done by all genders.
In 1998, Wakefield published a study in the British Medical Journal linking MMR vaccine to autism. And I want to say this right now. We're going to talk about it, but I want to get this out up in front. Vaccines don't cause autism. I don't know why your kid's autistic. Probably because he's got a bunch of microplastic in his balls. But the vaccines aren't doing that. Okay, hon? Don't blame the needle. Other researchers were immediately unable to reproduce Wakefield's results, and the legitimacy of his study was called into question. Investigators found that a board had paid Wakefield to find out if there was evidence to support a litigation case, and that he had falsified his data and was planning on profiting from the study by holding patents for a rival vaccine. So he made the vaccine
kind of like a guy who wants to put vaccines in sugar cubes. Interesting.
Look bad so he could sell his other vaccine and make money. There was nothing good in this study. He wasn't doing it for any good reason. Oh, and he was also pretty f***ed up in the way he gathered his fake data anyways. He performed spinal taps on children when they didn't need them. And like, people are going out looking for files of Pizzagate. This is a little bit worse than that. This is real and it actually happened. In this next
I wouldn't necessarily say it's worse than pedophilia, but what the fuck? Yeah, it's crazy, dude. On a growing spine.
This one's actually real. He paid kids for samples of their blood at his own child's birthday party. Bad guy, bad guy. Eventually, his paper was retracted and he was removed from the UK medical register, but the genie was already out of the bottle. Former 90s...
That's just big pharma smearing an otherwise great guy.
MTV star Jenny McCarthy. Do you know who she is? Probably not, besides the...
Is that an Xbox 360 headset? I recognize that specific gray and white combination.
Fact that she's a anti-vaxxing dumbass bitch. She became a vocal opponent of vaccines, often citing Wakefield.
Oh, I remember this. This is insane, dude. Looking back on this, and then also the media coverage of this moment, where this lady is like, give me a kiss, and he's like, no, and then she's like, takes a kiss from a child. Everyone's like, what a bitch. That guy shouldn't have been so fucking annoyed by that. True.
Study. She even wrote the foreword to Wakefield's 2010 anti-vax book. Her television appearances telling the sympathetic story of her child's struggle with autism gave rise to the anti-vax movement in the US, and that movement is seeing real results. Not only is the anti-vaxxer RFK the Secretary of Health in the United States, but as I was researching this, there was a f***ing outbreak of measles in Texas, and one kid has already died because he was...
American Music Award goes to...
Into the phone. That's so, like, we're hip, guys. Check out our Samsung Galaxy One phone. She grabbed his fucking ass. He's got salted on.
Wow.
He's like ready to punch. He's ready to fight.
I feel violated right now. Wow. First of all, last time I was up here, I forgot to thank the man, Usher Raymond, because he is the man. I could go into all the details right now about why he's the man, but I would be here. Thank again my family, and thank God. Without him,
I think I remember seeing like some, I don't know, talk show talking about it, being like, why was he being such a little pussy or whatever?
Wasn't vaccinated, but at least he doesn't have autism, right? You f***ing idiot. So while there is no scientific link between vaccines and autism, it is estimated that vaccines have saved how much? 154 million lives globally.
child stars don't have a good track record, right? Material conditions, the circles of individuals, influential individuals around you. Like, I, at some point, knew that I was going to be a good kid, air quotes, right? But I could also tell that if I had different friends, even with my parents, my upbringing, the fact that we moved into a home when I was in like elementary school and we're out of the apartment game and like had a very stable, all these other good things, I knew that I could still have been down the wrong path if I just had a bad friend group or a worse, or, you know, societally considered bad or worse, whatever, you know, friend group, because I was susceptible both to my home upbringing, but then also my social upbringing outside of that. It's really easy to see that, or vice versa. I could have had the best friends and a thing, but my home life could have been so bad. My life would have been very different. So these child actors being put into this Hollywood or just predatory money work exploitation system seems to fuck them up a lot. So pretty obviously that's a very toxic and bad environment for individuals, including that, right? Like, it's happening on stage. Imagine what's happening in the green rooms or backstage. Crazy. And also, that's a boy, right? That's when it's not supposed to happen. So imagine when it's happening to young women. God damn.
Globally since 1974,
Girls,
and 95%
children.
of those are kids under the age of 5. So are you worried about kids or are you not? Gang, what are we doing? You'll believe that Hillary Clinton is, you know, peeling children's faces like oranges and drinking their blood, but you won't.
Well, she was on Leah Express quite a lot.
Give your kid a vaccine that's going to save his life? You're stupid. You're a dumb idiot. All right, okay. Now this is the darkest we're going to be talking about. We're at the dark back of the script. So here we go. 9/11. Jumping right in. In case you've forgotten, which I don't know how anyone would do that. On September 11th, 2001, 2,977 people were killed during a coordinated terrorist attack by Al-Qaeda. Jokes aside.
I round up to 3,000, but also depending on how you factor in the high spike in cancer outbreaks among first responders and stuff, I mean, it depends about how you want to define the deaths and the cause.
It was a terrible generation-defining thing. Like, it was probably the worst thing that I'm going to be alive for. If you were alive during it, you...
Oh, Tug, you fucking idiot. On American soil, it may not even be true, man. Like, to date on American soil for your lifetime, sure. But like Gaza, bro, right? Like, you know, and also yet, like, where we got our ice camps. Wait till you find out some shit going on, man. Like, bro, give it time.
I remember where you were, and I was 4 years old, and I remember looking at the TV and thinking it was an action movie, and my mom was crying. That's all.
Wait, oh wow, he's 4 years old. I was in 8th grade. So if I was in kindergarten at 5th grade, or age 5, maybe it was, okay, backtrack it. I graduated in 2006, which means that would be like, I was like 18 at that point. I can do the fucking math. Hold on. 06, back 6 years, and then back 12 more. I was 18. Boom, easy. Got it. So then 9/11, 2011, September, bottom half of the year. So if I graduated in 06 at 18, 5 years before, I was 13. Boom, easy. So that means I am 9 years older than him, which means he's in his late 20s.
Oh, I remember. But if you had a frontal cortex, you remember where you were. Like when JFK got assassinated in the 60s. You remember where you were. And I understand having a healthy mistrust of the government. I really do. But generally, when the U.S. intentionally causes harm to our citizens, like MK Ultra, we're really hush-hush about it. But 9/11 conspiracy theorists think that the U.S. government either knew about the attacks and let them happen, or coordinated the events ourselves. Why? Well, so they could take away our freedoms in the name of the national security.
I do like the idea that they then printed clues on our money to tell us that the towers are going to burn specifically, which is just like, but why would they do that? Why would they do that at all? Who would design that for them to do that? And why?
While establishing an authoritarian government. And the craziest part is that with the Patriot Act and the revelation about the NSA spying on American citizens, they were sort of right, at least about the consequences. So whatever. They were right about that. That's fine. That's fine. And then President George W. Bush used 9/11 to jump into invading Iraq, which seemed a little convenient. And then the country lost privacy altogether in the name of national security. So, it's a little, it makes you think. But it's
There's some parts that are like, America knew that it was going to happen or was being planned. And they were like, well, it doesn't seem that bad because then we could use these things, right? That was an element that I could see them being gross and evil about. But them specifically orchestrating and doing it, they set the dominoes in place and pushed them in motion with their actions and then caused the blowback. But whether or not they specifically did them didn't really seem the same evidence. Whether or not we had a similar, like, remember the Maine, where it's like there's a tragedy that is either directly created or lied about in order to boast this war with Spain. I could see them allowing some form of attack to happen so they can then justify. I would assume they probably would not have thought it was that bad, right? If that's the case, but maybe they would have known how bad it was. I don't know, but that's about as far as I would go with it without any, like, I need at least a 2-hour conspiracy movie in order to convince me otherwise.
like Winston Churchill said, never let a crisis go to waste. These were consequences, not the cause. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense that the U.S. would cannibalize itself in such a public way. But of course, 9/11 truthers think that they have the truth. Every once in a while, if you're hitting it off with a stranger on some subversive they'll test the waters and ask if you've seen Loose Change. This was a low-budget 9/11 conspiracy documentary made on a laptop in 2005, and some experts consider it the single most popular piece of conspiracy media ever. If you've seen Loose Change, it definitely has a vibe.
I know of it, haven't seen it.
It's got slow motion explosion, lo-fi beats, and tons of quotes and clips taken out of context. No wonder indie directors like David Lynch and Kevin Smith mentioned the film during interviews. It was the prototype for YouTube conspiracy documentaries that would come in the following year.
Oh, Shane Dawson. If only you didn't fuck that cat and did many other bad things as well.
Using a barrage of footage to draw in the viewer while peppering them with questions while offering absolutely no answers. But if you look at their claims, you can debunk each one. And I'm about to do that real quick. Question: how could the building collapse if steel frames didn't melt? Answer: the steel frames didn't have to melt to lose.
Just to be not as strong. It's very heavy. A building's very heavy.
Structural integrity. There was a plane that hit a building. A big ass plane hit a building. Steel loses over half its strength at temperatures over 1100 degrees, and jet fuel can easily reach that. Question: if the Twin Towers weren't a controlled demolition, why were there demolition-like spikes in seismic activity before the building collapsed? Answer: there weren't. That did not happen. This is just one cherry-picked graph that, due to showing the seismic readings over a longer period of time, appears to have a spike. And I could go on. I could go on about all of this.
I would also assume that a building collapsing would cause a lot of fucking vibrations or whatever.
All day. You can point to the things they're talking about and shut them down, and then they'll have 5 other misinformed facts to throw at you. My point is that truthers are experts at flooding the zone with questions. They never have to actually prove anything if they constantly put the burden of proof onto you. But these are the same guys who will fold a $20 bill and make it look like 9/11.
The classic.
On the back, like vaguely it looks like 2 buildings burning, and they're like,
but the 2 different heights? And that's smoke. Those trees, that's, yeah, this hit hard in 2004.
So, they did it. Like, are you f***ing stupid? Imagine working at...
It's kind of crazy how well the Pentagon held up to that plane hitting it. Because it's made to be fucked with, right? And it's like, damn. I see where our money went. Your building's nice and strong. My building ain't shit.
The U.S. Mint. Like, think of how many people would have to know about that. Think of...
So no one would question them. I don't know if they ever said Flight 96 or whatever, the one that, like, where the passengers fought against them and made it crash off target. I don't know if they ever said... I think the going theory was that it was supposed to go to the White House. That would have been crazy. Like 9/11 was already insane crazy. But if it fucking hit the White House, now granted, the president wasn't even in the White House. It definitely like blew up. It scarred the outside and did a bunch of damage, but I don't think it like severely hit, But it's like George Bush wasn't even there that day. He was reading books to kids and shit. So it would have been just a big nothing burger. That's why he planned it that way. Yeah, same here. The 757 damage and caused a large fire that took several days to extinguish. Holy shit. What? Why? Image in new tab. Different place because it's Firefox, not Chrome. Like, to me, that's not that bad. I guess because it's like in layers too. I never really noticed that it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different layers of building. They're going to hit the elementary school. Dude. They got that first layer, though. They got that little section out of that first layer. I don't know if the different parts of the shape, the Pentagon, have their like, oh, this is the foreign policy section. This is the, tracking down people on Facebook section. Like,
how many people down the line, like the president, everyone lets 9/11 happen, and then you're just a fucking worker at the Mint, and they're like, hey, we have to change the design. We have to make it look.
Yeah, that makes sense that if a fire did take a while to get out, and then, like, fire sucks. Fire fucks shit up. So when that thing explodes and bursts, and then things catch on fire, and that starts to spread along that very onion peel thing. Each side is a different branch. Interesting. It looks very Soviet in its architecture, specifically. I would love for us to have many pentagons of affordable housing with like parks and little community, businesses in between those layers and shit. That would be, a fucking 15-minute city in a pentagon shape. Oh, one day.
Look like 9/11 on the back of this. Don't tell anyone. But sometimes, I enjoy a good... Listen, this is the part of the video where I admit I'm definitely a bit of a conspiracy theorist. I've been acting slightly detached from every conspiracy we've talked about in terms of, keeping up the flow of the video, but you're all about to hear what kind of guy I am, because this next conspiracy theory is that motherfucker didn't kill himself. Epstein, no fucking shot that dude killed himself. And that's technically...
Why is this in the video about conspiracies? I don't understand.
A conspiracy, but like... No, it's not. It's so obvious that it's one of the few things that unites everyone on the case. At one point, 45% of Americans believe this disgraced financier and convicted sex offender was murdered in his jail cell. It's just so
only 45%?
convenient that the night he supposedly hung himself, all of the cameras went down and the guards on duty were asleep? All of them? I don't
Multiple guards, yes.
know how many guards are in a prison, but can't be less than 3. Epstein's death was quickly ruled a suicide by the city's medical examiner, but a pathologist hired by Epstein's family observed injuries during the autopsy that are more consistent with homicidal strangulation, which is interesting. But also, imagine being Epstein's, sister. That must be a crazy life. The guards responsible for watching Epstein were charged with conspiracy and record falsification, and a Justice Department watchdog laid the blame on staffing shortages. But, I don't know, dude. I don't know, maybe I'm falling victim to that old fundamental attribution error, but between the sketchy circumstances surrounding his death and the powerful people he had a relationship with, which has not been released yet, we have the names, they just won't release them, I can't help but think that it would be in a lot of people's interest if this motherfucker died instead of singing like a jailbird. It's already known in the 90s Epstein used his relationship with Victoria's Secret CEO Les Wexner to gain access to young models, and Epstein's connections ran deep, and let's just say we're less than savory. Michael Jackson, Prince Andrew, Kevin Spacey, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, like the dream team of sexual predators, the Mount Rushmore. And I think it's crazy that Trump supporters are like, show us the names, show us the names. Like, there's so many pictures of, Chris, put it up, I always do, Chris, please put this up. There are so many pictures of your guy with this dude. Like, even if he wasn't going to the island, dude, like, he's homies with this guy. They probably talked about some shit. It wasn't all business. I mean, I get it, rich people hang out, but like, that's a lot of pictures with this guy. Remember how pissed we were when we found out Ellen DeGeneres was friends with George W. Bush? This is that times a billion. But there's just no way that everyone who went to that island when it was innocent. Everyone's gonna have a scapegoat story. Crazy, but like, at the end of the day, King, one of you was doing the shit. He wasn't offering that, and everyone's like, another night where no one wanted to be a pedophile. Crazy. Like, it's people are going there for that reason, and you can't all not be the reason. So do I think that there's a secret society that drinks blood and runs the world? No, I do not. I feel like that's wishful thinking.
Mike Johnson backs off claim that Trump was an FBI informant. Blue sky. Lib.
And he's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
Excuse me? FBI informant? A white hat pedophile? Excuse me? Were you saying that he was inside to take down the beast? Is that what you were implying here, sir?
The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago. And he's not saying that what Epstein...
Excuse me, sir? What do you mean by this? What do you mean he's an FBI informant? Excuse me? He's a Fed? Excuse me? Oh, that's my rally music. Oh, right. The kid. Pizza. True facts. CEO. Good work. Stabby. That research about COVID. My playlist. My list of playlists. Kara's specific playlist about cute shit. I need to clean all this up. Kara needs to add more. I think more of the girl with the dogs would be nice for some palate cleansers in between shit. They're only 10-ish minutes, so not that bad.
But that's the problem with conspiracies like Epstein. In the chaos, there is a little bit of believability. I sure as hell don't believe there's any good billionaires. The issue is that searching for one larger...
He was just mad. He said himself that he didn't think he was a pedo. Even after he was known to be a pedo and we're talking about these things, he's like, no. He hired my waitresses, my help, to go to his shit. And I told him to stop doing that because I work hard to get my subservient slaves. And then he did it again. And I said, fuck you. That's it. No more stealing my workers to be some of the more public and credible, not that there's any discreditable, but just like the publicly known individuals who have called out the sex crimes. They literally poached it from your fucking Mar-a-Lago. You don't even say he was being creepy to my former employees. Just straight up, how dare he take my employees from me? I want them for my place. Like, that was what pissed him off.
Conspiratorial universal truth makes us look crazy, hurts our credibility, and ultimately helps the bad actors of the world. The rich and powerful want you to believe in conspiracies and makes your accusations look stupid and not real. There's a reason why no one's ever sued David Icke for calling them a it's because he doesn't matter and no one gives a shit about him. If we focus our energy on going after the bad actors and not some bullshit conspiracy that we made up about the bad actors, we could probably make our own new world order that's sick and cool and has blackjack and hookers. New videos every Wednesday and Saturday.
Stealing shit from Futurama. There was something I was going to steal from Futurama, but then I forgot what it was. Yes. Wait. Oh. This is a terrible search. Yes, this is it. Literally this. The only result based off my insanely specific search.
Welcome to Roswell, President Truman.
Fellas, this visit's top secret. No one's to know about it, except the senior officers, scientists, and a single conspiracy not no one will believe.
Perfect. Perfect. You got to give them a kook, so that way you can call them a kook. Mwah. Perfect. Well, it's 11:40. We should probably let you guys go. I've been going for just under 8 hours. Half day, literally half. Half for me. I have some energy, so I can actually edit today and make sure I have my shit in order for some shit happening this week. Sudden spike of anxiety that actually is not that intense because I'm on meds, but double checking that I don't have anything today. Nope. It's a dentist on Thursday. We're going to end stream early on Thursday, that's for sure. My 6-month cleaning. That's it. I thought I had more bullshit coming up. At the end of the month, I have my How to Edit a Video Edit series. This upcoming Sunday is an important DSA general body meeting because I need to record some footage of that to then use in the video editing thing or other stuff. I love my SSRIs. Incredibly helpful to control my generalized anxiety, my social anxiety, as well as my intermittent explosive disorder, which is a form of anger or inability to control my anger and frustration that I feel like I behaviorally adapted from my father. And I somehow have that hooked into my personality more than I want. And despite knowing that things like the sound you make when you sneeze are socially learned, and the way that you can be frustrated among your loved ones, which is different than among the public, I still have not been able to overcome it. But long ramble, the medicines help significantly with that. I still have some bad relapses here and there. Carol will tell you. I'm a guy who's willing to yell. Getting better. Every day trying to get better. Yay meds. Yay meds. I hope RFK Jr. does not actually take away SSRIs from the public, because what the fuck, man? That'd be really annoying. But I'm going to try to finish up the majority of this editing, so that way we're all set. And I actually have time to let somebody look it over and then make some adjustments to it before the Wednesday expected deadline or whatever. And I'm also trying to keep track of my hours on the jobs. That way I keep an idea of how much time I'm charging people for. Anyway. Good stream. Bunch of banger videos, in my opinion. Banger conversations. I need to, just thinking to myself, beyond just video editing for other people, I need to crank up my ability to write scripts for myself so I can actually make a YouTube channel, because just doing the streaming to 4 people or less ain't gonna cut it, right? Otherwise, I got to get a fucking job and stop doing this anyway. So problem either way. Also, I should try to maybe start up some fan channels where I edit videos of other people's bullshit. If that happens, I probably would not be able to stream 8 hours every single night. I don't know. I'll have to balance out work-life balance and a few other things. But we're down 2 months of my 6 months already. So this plan is not working out. I need to expedite things. So things need to utilize the amount of time ahead. The runway I have left is getting shorter, and I have not gained. I guess I've gotten more comfortable with doing things and found a better routine for myself. But still, we're not quite there on an actual growth pattern yet. So, I got some shit to do. Y'all got some shit to do. Probably. And I don't just say it just to say it. I mean, seriously, when I get shit checked off my list, it's good. A, because you got to get shit done, and B, you feel better about yourself. You don't feel nearly as depressed. So I don't just say it to say it. I mean, I kind of say it to say it because everyone needs a sign off, but get something checked off your list. Even a little thing. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Bye. 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 Oh, there's my buttons. Bye.